Hello, everybody, and thank you for coming to the really long thon. And today we are doing the Spyro the Dragon trilogy, starting with Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage, 100% speedrun, and then going to Spyro the Dragon, 120%, and ending with Spyro 3, 117%. Spyro! Yes. And I am joined by Enigma Treklo and Urugla for the moment.
Hello.
Hello.
So, I start with this game because it is the easiest one to break, and completely ruin. But I'll talk more about that when we get to it. So, let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. So this first game is interesting because you do a boss rush and then play the entire game backwards. Thank you for the good luck, guys. But how's everyone doing?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. So Urugla is a fellow Spyro runner.
I am. I did one of these a few weeks ago. It's a draining experience, but pretty rewarding and a lot of fun.
I tried to do one a few weeks ago.
Yeah, you've been having trouble with getting runs started.
Yeah, especially in Spyro 1.
I think Glimmer was also giving you problems, so this will be interesting.
What was that? So there's a trick in this game called double jump. So if you hold X, and while you're going up, press square, you just jump again and it breaks this entire game. I think I have controller drift.
That sucks.
Yeah, but it's fine.
If you say so.
Oh, Bouncer! We hate Bouncer here.
Thanks for helping.
Okay, so the goal of this first game is to get 10,000 treasure and 64 orbs.
Yes.
Across, I don't remember how many levels.
If we include the speedways, I want to say it was 6 relics plus 14, so 20. I think there was 24 speedway.
24 speedways,
20.
holy shit!
No, 4 speed. Nah, oh my god, now I lost count. 4 speedways, so 24 levels, plus the 4 levels in the last world. So I want to say 28 worlds.
That sounds right. So you can get all of these lamps in here the same way I did them in the other room. I'm really bad at it though, so I take the easy way out and just kill enough enemies to get the flight power up activated. Dang.
Oh, I also forgot about the home worlds. 31 worlds.
Okay. Are you sure it's not 12? Oh my god, what is going on with my controller?
What do you mean 12?
12 levels!
Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely sure it's not 12.
I mean, there are, but there's also more than 12.
Hey, Mousy, how many months have 28 days?
All of them! Oh my god. This is already not going.
Hey, remember when I said you've been having troubles with Glimmer?
Yeah! Spyro, please! You know what? Screw this. I'm just gonna go down here. Hello, bouncer. I can't do anything because I'm gonna restart my controller real quick.
Both Spyro 2 and 3 have a weird glitch where if you enter demo mode at the start of the game and you have analog on, Spyro can do that.
Oh,
where
really?
He sort of walks in place a little bit backwards, and it makes it really hard in Spyro 2 because the double jump trick requires you to go neutral on the controller for a little bit. You're not supposed to be moving in any direction while you do the second half of the jump.
Yeah.
And so it becomes really difficult to do the trick if the controller's doing that to you.
So we can...
It doesn't happen all of the time, but it's definitely something that can happen.
I assumed it's because I was holding the control stick when I turned on the controller or something. Because I know that can happen too with old games. Yeah, with a double jump, we can completely skip having to buy climb to run back here.
Yep. Yeah, I remember you can also get up here with the flight power up from outside if you're good enough. If you know the path.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Also,
A little bit tight, but yeah.
Yeah.
if I need to Arugula, I assumed going back to the main menu after I save and loading back in would fix the glitch.
I'm actually not sure. Normally just toggling analog on the controller is enough, but I normally run on a PlayStation control, like 5 controller, so it may be a little different for you.
I am missing gems.
Well, there's a gem. There was a gem right in front of you.
Was there?
Well, I'm watching the stream, so it's a little delayed, but.
Maybe down here. Maybe I'm gonna need those extra, like, 3 hours. But from what I understand, and so people don't get too angry, from what I've heard, Glimmer is a very common reset point in Spyro 2 speedrunning.
I think about 60% of my attempts reset in Glimmer.
Oh, wow. Missing 7 gems. Probably up there.
It makes sense.
What? Spyro! I will unspyro your dragon. Yeah, so Spyro 2, I find to be the hardest of the Spyro games. Oh, it's right there. Oh, we also need all 14 talismans.
Spyro!
14 because there are no talismans in the last world because you don't need them anymore. Thank you, Ray fan.
For some reason, I thought the second world had 14. So, okay, so 14 with the 4 speedways is 18 levels, 4 levels in the last world, not including the speedway there because we already counted it. 22 plus the home world, so 25 levels.
Yeah.
I guess I was double counting all of the worlds from the first home world.
So that was about 2 minutes slower than my normal Glimmer time.
Oof.
The start of this category, 100% specifically, is rough.
Yeah.
And that's getting it out of the way will be a nice peace of mind, I think.
Especially since there's a trick right in the beginning that can completely make it so the run is no longer completable. If you mess it up.
On the route to 7-Eleven?
Yes. Yeah, so in my own streams, people have the ability to rename my splits. And so my split for Gulp is 7-Eleven, and my name for the Gulp skip is Harold and Kumar go to 7-Eleven.
Hello?
Thank you, Ashlu.
When you jump in
Also, if you go through text too fast, they just keep on talking.
square to dive underwater.
Yep.
When you are underwater,
And I love it. It's hysterical. This is also my worst of the 3 games. So it only goes up from here, except when I have sleep deprivation. Yay! Beautiful. Also,
Well, luckily, this will be going all night, so that sleep deprivation totally won't be
yeah.
happening.
Oh, and keep collecting those orbs, too.
No.
Those are things for the dragon world.
And then... Oh my god. I do Ocean Speedway early because
Nice.
I'm really bad at climb skip, which is climbing up the second homeworld without climb. And there's a couple of very precise jumps.
Yeah, we can't overstate how much double jump breaks this game.
Yes.
The world record for any percent, which is just starting in Glimmer and beating the final boss as quickly as possible, is less than 7.5 minutes.
Yup.
Basically, none of the actual restrictions in the game matter with double jump. But a lot of the tricks are challenging, to say the least. Some of them are finicky. A lot of them require pretty precise timing on your jumps. And so anything that we can do to make that a little easier, especially for a marathon, is a good call.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Though I still plan to learn climb skip at some point. Oh, and I did learn the any percent, or the new game plus, or whatever, 100% no major glitches run for Ocean Speedway like you suggested. Now we need to go back in and talk to Finny. Queen Finny.
I guess.
Now I just have to follow Hunter. I'll try once to not follow Hunter, but I'm not great at it. It's always that one ring that I miss.
It's not.
Because they shrink. So you can go through rings that are red as long as Hunter has not gone through one that turned green yet.
Yeah, you just have to get through the next one within a certain time limit, basically.
Yeah. Might be better if I do this with D-pad, because isn't the turning easier on D-pad?
That's generally just on the ground. My understanding is that for flying it doesn't make a difference. But
Okay.
I haven't tested that. I run exclusively on analog, even though you can't turn quite as sharply on the ground.
The only thing I don't use analog for is gulp skip, I think. Even fireball skip I find to be easier with analog stick than D-pad.
I do that one hybrid. I do D-pad for the first half of it and analog to get over the wall.
Fair.
I guess it just comes down to personal preference.
Yeah.
There are a surprising number of runners at the top of the leaderboard who use analog pretty heavily despite it not turning as sharply. It matters in some places, but it's not as big a deal as it may sound.
Yeah, because a lot of people make it seem like it's the end of the world if you don't use D-pad. So we could do these 5 other levels here to get the talismans to fight Crush, or we can pong on the wall. Your choice.
Good job.
We can do this. And just double jump out of bounds. I don't know how to do Fast Crush, because it's apparently very precise. And that giant portal was to Dragon Shores. We're going to be going into that without going into that. Don't worry about it. I'm surprised that hit. I'm surprised that didn't hit.
Crush is interesting. In terms of mechanics, this is the first boss of the run, both casually and for the speed run. Spyro 1 didn't really have traditional bosses except for the final boss, so this is a pretty big departure for the series. Our goal is basically to get Crush to knock rocks onto his own head to damage him 7 times as he attacks us using those panels that we see on the floor. The blue ones mean he'll shoot electricity at us on the ground, red means fireball. Ideally, our goal is to minimize the amount of attacks that he does and keep him on a blue panel as much as possible, which is a bit faster to get him out of. Typically, we make use of some damage abuses to do that. Fodder, which will heal us, will drop from the ceiling when we get low enough on health. Probably worth mentioning, one of the core mechanics of Spyro is the dragonfly flying behind us. His name is Sparks, and he keeps us strong. He marks our health. His color tells us how many hits we have until we die. And he also will collect gems in a nearby radius for us as long as he's still around.
Yeah.
So gold Sparks means we have 3 health, blue means 2, green means 1, and when Sparks is gone, we will die when we're hit by anything.
Yeah, and then in Spyro 3, you can get a 4th hit where Sparks will be gold and glowing. What's this about? So this is Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. We play as Spyro, and we have to quell Ripto's rage. So we have to defeat Ripto, basically. So I will attempt this once. Beautiful.
Yeah, Ripto came into Avalar and just took over.
Oh.
So,
I can get this now.
ooh, nice.
That'll save some time. So just getting onto the portal is
It's the hard
difficult.
part.
It's a precise jump. But it's also only the first step of this trick, which we're trying to basically get to the very top of this castle here, because it puts us in position to get to the second boss without any of the requirements for it.
Yes, because we would need the talismans from both the first world and the second world. So we'd have to go back to do that. But once you're up here, you just jump up here, then you can double jump up here, then you can double jump over here.
I'm kind of surprised that the gate requirement for Gulp is all the talismans and not just the 8 from here.
Yeah.
Though I guess it's a lot easier to... No, well, I guess it is kind of easier to just say if talisman count is equal to 14 instead of if this flag and this flag and this flag and this flag and this.
Yeah.
Yes, Spyro 2 does that, just if talisman count is 14. Spyro 3 does the other thing you said, and it's much more complicated, but we will get there in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do programming as a hobby, so that's the sort of thing I think about.
Now we just have to die. This is why we got Zoe at the top of the tower. Now time for the most annoying trick in Spyro. There's a wall here. We need to get right on the edge of the wall and make Spyro make out with the wall. If done right, he will fall into the floor and then you can just clip out.
Oh, speaking of, like, this is about a different game. If you don't mind me talking about falling through the floor.
Yeah.
And a thing about blueprints, because I know you wanted to play that at some point.
Oh, you can go on and talk about it, yeah.
Okay, there is a secret sort of... So there's a glitch where you could, fall through the floor. Like, just clip through the floor for almost no reason. The game jokingly makes it canon. And just says, like, oh, yeah, you fell through the floor. It was a dream. And you just wake up the next day. And it's called You Fall It a Day.
Nice. And we are out. And that's how we skip getting any talismans. Except for the first one.
Nice. And that is a hard trick. That's a wall for a lot of people who want to learn this run. But it's such a big time save, something on the order of 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That even if it takes you a bunch of tries, it still saves time to do that. So we'll definitely take that.
It took me months to learn it. You know what? Get more in the middle, Golpy. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think you did try it for a while. You were failing, and then you're like, oh, I just needed to do this.
Yeah, so there were multiple setups for it. I find that one to be easier. You could also have the camera behind Spyro and try to perfectly line up and then use the control stick or the D-pad to go left again. Yeah, unfortunately, getting 2 hits with the bombs at one time, from what I've been told, is completely impossible. So here, we can hit Gulp as many times as we're able to each round. So we want rockets and we want barrels. And if you just stay behind Gulp, he can't hit you.
He's done.
Yes. Really? 2 bombs? And a rocket, I guess. Give me...
Bomb, 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 bomb.
Alright. It's very hard to do, but you can hit him 3 times in one round. I've never done it.
I don't think I've ever tried.
He can also use the
weapons.
stuff.
Actually, a sort of fun bit of trivia with this that you may or may not know is if Gulp picks up a rocket and shoots it, you can guide the rocket back into Gulp and damage him with it.
I've
So you
heard
can
of
Gulp to
that,
shoot
but I've
himself.
never seen or done it.
In a speedrun context, it's slow. We don't want that. But it's sort of a fun way to play if you're doing this on your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you shoot Ripto with a rocket, you can get a skill point, which is just an extra life and a full heal if you're really hurting for health, which I will be after I bonk myself into this barrel. And that is Gulp. And now for the hard part.
Yeah.
We need to get into Winter Tundra without Head Bash. And the only way to get in there is with head bash.
Let me come up with a way.
We
Well, the
could.
legit way is to get
The legit
in there
way.
with head bash.
Nice cheese. I like cheese. I have a model, but it's just not loading for some reason. So we can either not do that. Damn. We can either climb up on the left side, which I am really bad at, or we can proxy off of a penguin's dead face. Which is a lot more fun than it sounds.
The penguin deserved it.
It does, trust me.
It knows what it did.
So if you're not familiar with this run, you may be asking, why are we doing all of this? So far, we've skipped into the first boss, we've skipped into the second boss, and now we're trying to just bounce off of penguins to get into the middle of the third world. Why are we doing this instead of playing the game? And there are a few reasons that this saves a lot of time. We're going to be getting all of the power-ups and bonuses that you get for completing the game, and then playing through the actual game with them, instead of getting them at the end like you normally do.
Yes.
Yeah, it saves a lot of backtracking.
So we're not
So
supposed to do
removes-
this level yet, but it's a checkpoint. So if I die, I don't need to get back into the level.
One of the mechanics of Spyro 2 is that there's a bear in a suit who charges you gems that you've collected to teach you abilities, unlock various areas, unlock levels. And basically, what we're going to do now removes him from the game and removes all of those locks.
And
Now,
because
the gems themselves... Oh, go ahead.
And because he helps both Spyro and Ripto, he is legitimately a war criminal.
That is true.
Yep.
In one of the cutscenes, the main villain mentions that this guy sold him a few bombs.
Yep.
If we get up here, we can go over here and go into Dragon Shores. You need to beat the game in order to come in here normally. And they will not let you in unless you have defeated Ripto, I believe. And then for 100% of the game, you can get a fireball. Permanent fireball. Or you can do that. And just swim around. Also, holy shit, first try.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you have to beat Ripto to enter the world. You have to collect everything to actually go into Dragon Shores. And then I thought there was, there's like mini games and whatnot back here.
Yeah. But yeah,
And you
need...
have to do all the mini games. I thought to get.
Nope.
You have
just
to do
need
some. Oh, that was for the theater. That's right.
Yeah, but now we have unlimited fireball. But we still don't
this
have
alone-
any of our abilities.
This alone would be worth the time investment.
Yes.
But now we can go beat the final boss and get the rest of the bonuses.
Or there's another way, we can skip into the theater, but that's very difficult. I'm so
Yeah,
bad
because
at
you
swimming
unlock it from the cutscene, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I am so bad at doing swim in air. I'm just gonna die because I don't want to do penguin proxy again.
I find it really funny because I'm watching the stream that when you're commenting, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna die. It's like, oh, okay, he missed it. They missed this.
Would it be easier for you guys, Enigma and Urugla, if I did screen share for the voice channel?
I mean, it doesn't bother me. It's just
No! I don't know what even happened there. I don't know why I
I
missed.
just may be delayed on some reactions to things.
Hey, Arugula, any idea why I
Fine.
missed that swim in air? I thought I had a good angle and height and everything.
You charged early. You had the right angle and height, but you needed to wait just a little bit longer for the charge.
Dang.
Yeah, so this is a precise trick where we're getting out of bounds, and then we're making use of a water plane that you're not supposed to be able to dive into to start swimming in just the middle of the air. This is not intended in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, on the original PlayStation 1, there are ways to just completely break the game doing this. And I don't mean like as a speedrunner we can do things that are unintended. It's the game will stop behaving the way that it's supposed to if you do
Way too
this
low.
multiple times.
Oh god, I almost just soft locked the game. So I am really, really bad at swimming air, if you guys couldn't tell.
At least you didn't try to swim in Dragon Shores.
Yeah, so if you have sparks and you try to swim in Dragon Shores, the game soft locks. There we go. Alright, so now we're gonna go say hi to Ripto. And by say hi to Ripto, I mean we're gonna smack him with our balls.
God damn it.
Technically, it's true.
I know.
But this is the hard part of the run. After this, the run gets a lot easier. Because now we just have to play the game.
Spyro,
We'll be playing the game with this permanent fireball, which means we can attack things from range. We'll be playing it with all of the abilities unlocked. And, as a nice added bonus, beating the final boss of the game extends the range that the dragonfly behind you collects gems.
By like double.
It doubles it in this game, yes. Which is incredibly convenient for a category where we need to collect every single gem in the game. So we don't need to get as close, we can be a bit faster about our process, and it just really saves a ton of time to do this. Even though it means we're going to be ending this category on something that's very anticlimactic. This is the final boss, but we still have like the rest of the run to go. We're not going to be ending on this fight.
I really don't want to die to Ripto. That would be embarrassing. I might die to Ripto.
Zero lives, so be careful.
Alright, no,
Yeah,
I'm
that-
good now. And if I die to Ripto, it's a game over.
That's
Ripto?
what we were just saying. Which would mean you'd have to get back into the middle of the area.
And get to swim in air again.
Yep.
Don't think so, because you've entered this area, so the door's now open.
Oh, is it?
I believe the trigger is having like talked to Zoe in the level or something similar.
Ah.
Okay, well,
But hey, we beat the game. Now we just need to play the
Yeah.
game. This is GG, not even close. So this first level is the one where I always forget the route, which is funny because it's the first level we actually do. So yeah, last time I did this run, which was for really, civil rights, back in June or July, I think.
somewhere around there.
It was my first time doing the full run. Poor Penguin, I forgot about the fireball. Bro got fucked. I beat all three in just under 14 hours. I have since lowered all of my PBs by a total of about 3.5 hours. Which should be a lot better now. We need to kill 18 enemies? 15 enemies? Some
Good question.
number of
15.
enemies. You said
You have to
16?
kill 15. 15.
Okay.
So you're correct.
And without sparks, this makes everything a lot more difficult. Because these bees are the worst enemies in this game.
And Sparks can't do his job if he's calling out sick.
Correct. That's why we didn't just summon him. There's no sick days for him, even though he doesn't do his job half the time anyway. So I don't have to kill all the bees, but I do. You know, I'm just gonna use this.
Ah.
Alright, and then I remember I need to come up here first, I think. Sheep! So as you can see, Sparks is just pointing towards gems. That is another part of what he does for beating Ripto. He just always points at gems automatically. We want to hit that. Whoops, I didn't think that was gonna hit. But if we hit that and talk to this guy at the same time, it skips this cutscene.
Wait up.
Which saves like a second. Yeah, I did something backwards here. But it's fine.
Another side effect of the double jump is we can do a lot of the levels out of order. We don't have to go start to end as intended, because the way that a lot of levels are designed in the Spyro Trilogy is they'll put the end basically just out of reach above the start, and the level circles back on itself. If we can get a bit of extra height with the double jump, then we can just get to the end very quickly. But that means that it opens up a lot of possibilities for what order we go through the levels in to collect all of the gems. And this level is probably one of the two hardest to just keep track of what order you do things in, because you'll go by the same places 2 or 3 times in sort of the normal route.
Yeah. I think I missed something over here actually. I did.
How could you?
Because it's fun. But as you guys are saying, double jump, if you want to speedrun this game and you cannot double jump, you are not gonna have a good time. Because double jump is used in, I believe, every single level.
There is
Multiple
a set
times.
of no double jump categories, but yeah, for the standard sort of pathing through the main categories of this game, the double jump is used very heavily.
Wait, there are no double jump categories?
Yes, there are.
Isn't that just playing through the game?
You can do a lot of tricks that are harder than double jumps, but do the same thing. So it's worth noting that there are ways to do a lot of these sort of sequence breaks without double jump. It's just slower and harder.
That is fair. Like sex with Thanos. I went the wrong way again. I always go the wrong way there. But that should have landed us around here, I believe. Also means I think I missed the jar. And by that I mean I missed the jar. Oh, this is when I'm supposed to go up to get those 2 baskets up here, I think. Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
this is
supposed
an
to
area
go
that
here first.
We passed by this area several times during the route, and it becomes very confusing why you're leaving some things and why you're getting them later, and it's very hard to keep track of when you're focused on 3 different games, all with their own unique quirks, as we'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about running all 3, is all 3 games play differently from one another. In some ways. I mean, they're still all Spyro. But, like, they patched Spyro 2 in Double Jump? They patched Double Jump in Spyro 3. So that is no longer an option. But in Spyro 3, you can get extra distance by charge jumping, which I don't think works in this one. Also, while Sparks is collecting a butterfly, he will not get gems for you. Beautiful. Wow, what? There we go.
Fine.
That is both orbs here. Now we just need to get the rest of the gems. Which should be near the farmer. We can get them quickly by jumping over here. And there we go. That is Robotica Farms. Now we have one more level to clip into. And it is not fun. Mousing hail juice today? Yes.
The way that a few of the levels in this game works is that they are locked by having collected enough orbs. The idea is you're supposed to collect 40 of these, of the 64 possible, in order to access the final boss. We've obviously cheated our way in without doing so. But to make sure that you're on track, the game places a handful of checkpoints throughout the game to sort of push you to complete some of these seemingly optional side quests. And 2 of the levels in this world have an orb requirement to get into. The one for Metropolis, the level that we're going to be entering, is 25 orbs. We don't have that. But instead of collecting orbs and coming back, we're going to take advantage of a sort of trick here. The way that the devs handled levels that are not yet available is they hid the portal underneath where you'd normally access them. And we saw that earlier with Dragon Shores. When we did the weird glide out of bounds to get into the theme park for Fireball, we took advantage of that and entered the level underneath the map. And so we did so again for Metropolis. So sadly, this, I believe, is the last level that we'll be doing that for. As cool as it looks.
As cool as it looks,
entering everything else the intended way.
It looks fun, but I find it to be very difficult to do. Man, I am not good with virus movements today. And I'm sparkless. At the worst possible time. Thankfully, there's an egg over here that I can grab.
Egg?
Yes. You will give me an egg! And here we just need to step on here, and Sparks just auto-collects all the gems.
Oh yeah, the fodder and this is eggs.
Yeah. If you like oxes, you might want to look away, because we're about to make sure this ox is not allowed to play the game. We can actually shoot him all the way from over here, I learned. We don't even need to go onto the ice.
That's amazing.
One thing you may have just noticed from just before the ox is we killed an egg, and that egg is meant to release a butterfly that increases our health, heals Sparks, but our life count actually went up by 1. So every 10 times you kill one of the health fodder in the game without dying, you get a free life, which is really useful because there are some difficult jumps where we're going to be risking death later on in the run. So we want to keep a supply of those handy.
Yeah. Especially since I was at 0 lives.
Yeah.
So now we can fly for a couple minutes. I don't know how long they actually last. Also, this is the very end of the level. We have already collected everything except for this room and one other tiny area.
Excellent work.
So in these worlds, the end of the level, we get an orb instead of a talisman because we don't need talismans anymore. Did I really miss that? Also, this is one of the weird levels because you only need to kill, I think, 2 enemies in order for that power-up to work.
I think it might be 1.
Is it 1?
Yes, and we've run by pigs that basically shoot themselves at you, blowing themselves up in the process, whether or not they hit you, meaning it's pretty much impossible to get to this point without having enough enemies defeated.
I now want to try to see if I can get here without anything dying. It's gotta be possible, right?
Maybe?
Okay, and now that the level's done, we just have to collect all the gems. Thank you, Undead Force, for the good luck. And I will say, I am not a fan of Spyro 2. It is my least favorite Spyro game. If you are the same, try the speedrun. The speedrun is very fun for Spyro 2.
Actually, yeah, what is everyone's favorite Spyro game?
Enter the Dragon!
One. I was just about to say, out of the original trilogy, I should add.
Mine is definitely Spyro 3.
Yeah, I'd
say
still prefer 2.
Just playing for
Nice.
fun.
Yeah, playing
Definitely
for fun.
Spyro 2 for me. But as a speed run, I like 3 the best.
Where are you pointing, Sparks? Okay. Alright, now all I gotta do is go down here. Get these. Go over here. Break
Yeah,
these.
so we have Spyro 2, we have the first one is the only one Rack played, and then Undead says 3, then 1, then 2.
3, 1, 2, 31 is number 2? What? That doesn't make sense. Queen Goma would be angry. Okay, now we have our first Speedway level. Speedway levels are different than normal levels because we do speed. We have to oh, no, we already did a speedway. What am I talking about? We did Ocean Speedway. But we have to defeat all of the things. There's
Aha, I was right.
4 sets of 8. And then we need to do an orb challenge. The 4 sets of 8 here are mountain goats, tricycles, birds, and rings. On the commentary, thanks everyone. No, thank you.
And Pikmin has only played 1 and then part of 2.
Well, Pikmin needs to get good and finish 2.
Yes.
Damn. I missed one!
I think for me, I just prefer the bosses in 2 over the bosses in 3. I liked the mini games a lot better, and there was not as much you had to collect or like go out of your way to collect in 2. So I think it's it being a more compact game.
Fair.
Compact is a good way to put it, especially when you compare it to 3. So, Spyro 3 will sort of, if you play it through normally or if you play it as a speedrun, is about as long as the first 2 games combined to get everything.
Come back!
And then on top of that, the worlds themselves are just larger and things are more spread out. So a lot of the levels in Spyro 2 are pretty compact. Less so for 3. It's just a very different vibe.
Yeah. I'm just not a huge fan of a lot of the levels in 2.
Oh, okay, Spyro. Here's what you've got to do.
Which is fair. Like, I can understand
So all you have to do is
not all of them are good.
Thank you, is it Trace or Tracy?
analog stick to aim.
But thank you for the good luck. I will not have fun, but thanks for the good luck. And thank you, the company, man. God, the popping noise is so satisfying. White Hunter, hell yeah. Welcome, Super Dave.
Yeah, we've seen him a couple times before, but the cheetah who gave us this quest is named Hunter, and he is going to decide that he's our best friend. Now, I think you can make a reasonable argument that he's a bit of a villain, not because he's sided with the final boss, not because he's, like, attacking you, but he has these collectibles that we need to sort of win, and he'll only give them to us if we play games with him.
I would just like to add, not only to win, but to save his home worlds.
Yeah, oh my god. Please, let me quit. I don't want to be here
He's
anymore.
more of a villain. I would say he's more of a villain in 3.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Spyro, I found a baby dragon who's about to be eaten and dead. Bet you can't beat me in a game so you can save it. Hunter, what is wrong with you?
Just come back if you want some boarding tips from the master.
Yes. I bet you can't slaughter all these 15 lizards so you can save one of your own.
Yeah, if you stop and think about some of the logic and what's going on, it's a little strange. But,
Yeah.
as a kid's game, it's, hey, this friendly character is giving you a challenge. And some of the challenges are pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
This level is not
Trouble
very
with the
fun.
trolley, eh?
Right. Trouble with the trolley, you can very easily soft lock yourself. As I have learned the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
And in this
But
level...
you found a way around it.
Yes.
Or you learned of a way around it.
In this level, we have Shellphants. I hate Shellphants.
This level, Mystic Marsh, is probably aside from Robotica Farms, which we saw earlier, the other level with just the most absurd route through the level, it has nothing to do with what you do playing through the game on your own. And the reason for this has to do with a couple of the orb challenges that we get throughout the level. The professor here is giving us an item that we have to trade in a series of trade quests for his missing pencil. And this takes us all the way through the level. And I would say that this is pretty similar to the Big Goron trading quest in Ocarina of Time, because none of the trades make any sense at all. And they just take
time,
you
you get something good for it.
That is true. But it is required because we need this orb. And so our path through the level is going to look very strange, but it's to try and optimize as much as we can the backtracking we have to do for this professor side quest, as well as handling a quest that we're going to get up ahead that gives us a warp in the middle of the level.
Yeah. And now for what I believe to be the hardest jump in the run. I'm really bad at this. But with a perfect double jump and flop, you can get up onto the fountain. I'll give it like 3 more attempts. I'll just do it the easy way.
Yeah, so what the game wants you to do is kill a bunch of enemies down here, and then make use of the spring power-up in order to get to the wizard above this fountain, who will basically give you the orb for completing the level's challenge. With this jump, it's possible to just ignore all the enemies and get to the end of the level right from the beginning. But with double jump, we can do some of these intermediate approaches going along the path up here. So we don't need to kill all the enemies, but we can still sort of avoid dealing with that fountain.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm touching all of these now. I really don't need to.
Because shiny.
Correct. Alright, now we're gonna go see this guy. And he's gonna summon these adorable fox dudes. At least I think they're cute. And when they die, they will drop a thing. Whoops! Why were you there? I don't know the backup for this now. Normally, we could snipe him and one other one, and then talk to this guy. But now I don't know what to do.
Unfortunately, they all follow a fixed path, and when you're playing through this normally, the big challenge is you have to chase them, and they're only a little bit slower than you. They take weird turns. With Fireball, even if we miss one, we can snipe it from further away, and so it's just a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah, I just don't know the path that one takes.
We'll likely stumble upon it as we do our gem collection.
Yeah. I think he went down here. It's been so long since I played this game casually. And as you do the game, or shoot these guys, you can pause and unpause to skip them dropping their item. Like so. Like I was frozen there for a second. I want to show something off, but I don't know what happens if you spit out the item while you're underwater.
I don't believe it lets you.
Okay. But because we have the fireball, we can actually shoot the fireballs while we're underwater, and they act like underwater missiles.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever see a blue butterfly, it is a 1-up.
Yes.
Who likes Dragon game? Hell yeah. I'm surprised that hit. You get a rubber ducky. To go from an egg to a seed to a rubber duck. Anyone want to guess what the next one is?
I can say it's probably not the pencil we need. That would be too easy.
I think I know, but I'm gonna let chat respond first.
I forget where I'm going. Oh, I need to go up now. Here. These monkey things suck, by the way. So we can aim that there. And he will spit out a turnip.
Okay, I was correct.
And we're almost done with the level, and we still don't have enough enemies we would need to use the jump power up. This is a 1978 Chevy Camaro. Damn, how did you know?
There's still a chance. We still don't have the pencil.
Yeah, no, you can't spit it out underwater. That's good to know, actually.
But you also can't fire anything, though.
You're fired. I can fire you. Oh, I guess we do have enough. Boing. Where am I going? I do want to go up there. Wait. Oh, yeah, I don't know where that other guy is. I'm supposed to have all 4 by now. Fuck. That's not great. So this won't actually warp us, but it's supposed to give me a warp. Well, this is awkward. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, he's over there. No, don't pick it up, Spyro. So what's supposed to happen is we get warped back up here after we kill the one on the ground layer. Ground layer? Ground floor ground? The under this place, ground land. Words are hard.
It's the technical term.
Yeah.
That's what the game calls it.
I've never made that jump before. Or that, I've never been able to get it in the pot before like that. And what do we get now? We get money! Bitch, I'll give this to the professor to buy a new pencil at this point.
I think it'll be a magical pencil where anything it draws comes to life.
Me hoiny moiny moy?
Yes.
These are supposed to be the last gems. Good. And the fountain just gives us the magic pencil for giving it money. So I'm gonna name this fountain Staples because it's where you can buy pencils. So if they sell Staples at Staples, what do they sell at Dick's?
My pen.
They sell your pencil at Dick's? What the fuck, Professor? Okay. Now there's one more level in the third world, and then we go back to the first world. And this next level has our hero in it. And our hero is Agent Zero. He is a good boy.
I'm so used to like your bot and your sound redeems. I almost went to go play one of them.
Secret
Same.
agent. I'm going to my secret hideout.
It's
So-
for members only.
So this level you also need orbs to open, but I don't know how many.
Only 16, which at this point we have.
Oh, it's
Yeah. Cloud temples. We already almost have a third of the gems. Bro got stoned. Yeah. Whoop.
This level was actually one of my favorite designed levels as a kid.
It is pretty cool. Is it because of the wizards?
Yes. Because magic.
Magic, you believe in magic? No.
Nah, that franchise has gone downhill in the last few years. In my opinion.
Yeah, it was cooler when the Eldrazi were ruling the world.
There's still one main Eldrazi left.
Emrakul?
Yes.
I mean, isn't Emrakul also literally immortal?
No.
Damn. Well, in the card game she is. Because if you kill her, she just goes back into your deck.
That was only the first iteration.
Ah, that's the only one that I know of. The only
Yeah,
card that I've
they-
ever had.
I think they printed 2 others. But no, at the moment she's trapped in Innistrad's moon.
Hello? Camera?
Yeah, that happens here.
And I can't see because I have ads.
You should subscribe. You should live fast, smoke grass, eat cheese. Because I know you don't like the other one.
So if you're playing through this level normally, what they want you to do is get to each of these checkpoints, defeat the wizard that's stolen the NPC staff, and they'll break open a door for you. Double jump means we don't really care. We can skip
Yeah.
most of those. And what's
Also-
more,
There are enemies here, they're invisible. But they're still here.
yeah, they are.
And I hate it, because I've hit them so many times with a fireball by accident.
And actually, they're warlocks that stole the wands.
Shut the fuck up, Enigma.
What the game wants you to do here is use the Ice Breath power-up, which takes 21 enemies, and then freeze the invisible enemies, which become visible when you get when you have the power-up active, and then use it to jump up to the bells. We've got Fireball, we've got Double Jump. We don't really need the game to do things for us. We can complete this challenge without, though.
Oh shit, I need to go
Mousy, I
finish the
think we have-
challenge. What am I doing?
Yes, we have skipped the end of the challenge. So this one's a bit weird because the NPC actually pulls you over before the challenge is complete to say, I bet you want an orb for that. Well, I'm afraid not. And it's not expected because every other time you get warped, it's like, oh, you're done. Congratulations. But instead, we have to go and hit a third bell. And it can, since we're skipping the dialogue, it's very easy to get confused there. I know I often start mashing buttons like I'm trying to get an orb, and it just pauses and unpauses the game repeatedly.
Yeah.
Very common to make that sort of mistake because it's such a weird challenge compared to everything else in the game.
I also missed the thing. I want to shoot that. So there is a relatively precise thing here where we want to shoot that Warlock and then go talk to Agent Zero while the Warlock is dying.
I beseech.
And there we go. So Agent Zero is now walking, and we just get the end of level orb. I fail that more times than I get it, though. Hello? Why didn't he move? Fuck you. I don't care. I don't know why he didn't move.
He only starts moving if you are behind the tree.
Oh, yeah. I just thought if it warped us, it would still count.
I'm not moving until you hide behind that tree.
Yeah, that overlap is challenging to get the timing right for and get everything, all the gems in the process.
I've done it once. Although we don't need to hide behind the tree, we just don't want to be in his line of sight. Also, if you touch his butt, you also lose. I've done that multiple times by accident. That sounds weird.
I was gonna say, accident. Sure, Mousy.
But I'm pretty sure here we can just go this way because he turns the other direction. Yeah.
Man, this guy is blind.
I mean, have you seen his eyes? He's all pupils. He's getting in so much light he can't see. Nope, not yet. But that is the end of the first entire set of levels.
Now, as Mousy has said, we're off to the first world, which is going to be, for the most part, a lot easier because it's meant to sort of teach you how the game works.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, don't you get an orb just for learning how to jump, glide, and hover?
Yes.
That you do.
And fortunately, being the god gamer I am, I'm terrible at the first world. What am I missing? I'm always missing something here. Probably these. Yep. As always. Summer Forest.
All right, chat. Are you fans of hockey by any chance?
Oh no.
'Cause I think most Spyro runners are not.
I love hockey. I don't love this hockey.
About cat hockey.
I will somehow ban you.
I mean, here you can totally have one of the mods just ban me from the chat.
True. In my chat, I have banned skill, god, and anime because there is no god or skill in my streams. So with a relatively precise jump here, we can skip talking to this guy, but it can also soft lock us. Or that can happen, apparently. This is one where we skip a lot of stuff at the beginning and come back for it because we're gonna have to come back through this level later to get all of these statues.
And in the remake, were made into hockey
Yeah.
statues.
Which is a cool change, and something that I don't think we've actually mentioned. So we're playing Spyro 2, the original from 1999.
You mean the
there
good
was-
version?
Yeah.
Well, there was in 2018 a remake done of the original trilogy by Toys for Bob. We've actually seen it earlier in this marathon. Toranite did a trifecta run of the Reignited trilogy, and that was a fun watch. All of the collectibles are in the same place, but the visual style is very different, and also the movement engine is different. So the games play differently, the tricks are different, but it still has the feel of the original.
Yeah.
Is probably the best way to put it. I personally like the original a bit more. It's the one that I choose to speedrun. But the Reignited version is a great way to get into this if you didn't play it as a kid, because it's so easily accessible on various platforms these days.
Yes, I agree. I mostly prefer this one because it's what I grew up with and what I know. I think the Reignited trilogy feels too floaty in many ways, especially the first game. Alright, let's see if I can do this. If I shoot that statue and talk to the professor at the same time...
Oh, thank goodness.
Nope, I didn't get it. I don't know how to actually get that. Now I have to hit the 10 statues.
That looks pretty close. But it also doesn't save enough time to warrant setting up for it.
Oh, it doesn't?
It saves a second or two. You get a slightly shorter dialogue from the professor.
That is fair.
Desert Eagle, yes. I made a joke, and Mousy jokingly said that I should be banned.
Oh, hey, Desert Eagle, how you doing? I know you because you're friends with Rack. So if you go in a certain direction there, you can actually soft walk, I think? Out of bounds? Or something? I've never done it before, so I don't know. That's section number 3. We completely skipped this guy.
Yeah, we're doing this level very out of order thanks to Double Jump, and the idea is the professor wants us to take out the evil spirit in 10 of these statues, but the spirit's only there once we talk to the professor. So the sooner we do that, the less backtracking we have to do, and that really informs our path through the level.
That is number 4. I'm gonna let this dialogue play out.
Vegetarian, I think you should kill that.
It says you should torch that Yeti, but he spoke, kill that Yeti. I thought that was a little fun fact.
Yeah, they updated it in the remake, which I'm kind of upset about.
They also changed Bombo to Bob, which I understand, but it's funnier when it's Bombo.
Yeah. In the remake, the Yeti also releases one of the enemy spirits.
He does in this
Yeah.
one too.
He does, but I mean, like, visually.
Yeah, you don't. Okay, that I see.
Yeah, that I should have been more clear about that. Because otherwise, unless he's the last one to unlock the
2 minutes to score 5 goals.
power-up, you wouldn't really know.
Damn it. So, you said that this is always the same arugula, but every time I do it, it seems to be random which side he throws it at.
It's based on your position. And so your position's going to be based on the frame that you do your jump, on the angle that you're holding.
Yeah, I think I just had a controller drift because it didn't help to turn the analog back on and off. Because I'm not touching anything right now.
This is tough. So there are 2 orbs that we'll be doing here, 2 hockey challenges, and I'd say winning is not really the issue. Winning quickly is the issue, since this is a speed run. And you can win this first challenge with something like a minute 48 left on the timer. But it's really, really hard. You do some very precise movement to manip the goalie into just giving you the puck right in front of the goal. And so every time you don't do that, you're losing time, and it gets to be very frustrating, even though it's a difficult technique. And so hockey is a source of frustration for pretty much everyone who does this run,
Have this.
even though it's meant to be relaxing according to the NPC. Hockey is a peaceful sport, is what the NPC says.
So I grew up in Massachusetts where the Bruins are like everywhere. And so my grandfather said back in the 70s there was a joke that I went to a boxing match and a hockey game broke out. Yeah, so my controller is very much drifting to the upright, which is making hockey very difficult.
We mentioned skill points before when fighting Gulp, I believe, at the time. There's another one here where if you flawless, if you get the 5 goals without the enemy scoring, you get another skill point.
Yeah, and if you can shoot the other player and then get between him and the goalie, they will shoot the puck right at their player, so you'll just automatically collect the puck, kind of like that. And then you can just miss the goal like that. Also, your goalie sucks and does not actually give you the puck.
Artificial idiocy.
And there we go.
Well,
All right, that's enough hockey for now. We'll see some more in, I don't know, 6 hours, maybe?
Yeah, no, I'm not touching anything on my controller right now. Like, I just turned my controller off and back on and it was still moving. I don't know what's going on.
Weird.
Maybe after this level, I go back to the main menu and just restart the game.
Not a bad place to do it.
Yeah, but how do you double jump there with the controller moving on its own? Yeah, no, this is bad. Like, I literally don't know if I can get back up there with how it's acting right now. Unless...
Should be able to with the spring power-up. I don't know if you have enough enemies.
Ah,
at the moment, I have 9.
And there's 2
You're
right
close
here.
then.
I think there was another. Yeah, there's another goat. Where there was another goat, and then the ox up top.
If I can get up top. He jumped into the fireball! That was hot! All right.
Assuming we are going back to the main menu here, something that doesn't come up a lot in speedruns but is still helpful is that Spyro 2 has autosave. Every
Yes.
time you enter and exit a level, the game will save your progress, assuming you have a memory card in.
Which I do. I
speedruns-
normally don't, but I do this time.
So in Spyro 2 100%, having a memory card in loses about 10 seconds, the extra time it takes to save, particularly when you warp between homeworlds. It's not a big deal, but generally it's not something where we would just take that time loss. But in a marathon setting, we really want that safety, so we're absolutely running with one. And it'll come in handy here since we can continue the run without having to redo everything we've done so far.
Yeah. And these are the last two, and just like what was supposed to happen before, when we shoot this one, we get warped.
Well,
And that is Colossus. Yeah, I'm gonna restart the whole game because something's going on here.
I think that the end of level outro cutscene for that level was probably one of my favorites as a kid.
Which one was it?
Where the one monk is standing on top of the totem, the other one starts chanting, and the totem squishes the other one on the ceiling.
Yes. Alright, is the game coming back up? Alright, good. Hopefully that fixes it.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I said this at the start, but for those of you coming in, basically the main movement trick of Spyro 2 is not possible if your controller is moving on its own. It's just simply, you can't do it. And so it's really critical to get this working, just so that the rest of the run can be done sort of the way that Mousy wants, instead of needing to go out of their way to find backups.
Alright, yeah, I think it was the problem with going in a demo mode, it's fine now. You know what? This is actually putting me in the perfect place right now. Oh, the underwater fireball. Just like a little star missile thing. Okay, so I'm gonna get this, and then I'm gonna actually go back there to try something. I'm gonna say, I really hope that my controller is not fucked up, because this controller was actually a Christmas gift last year from Rack. Because my old controller died. Because it was like 10 years old. But do I have to be holding forward when I do swim in air?
You don't. Are you sure you want this? You haven't done idle yet.
Yes, because I'm already here.
Okay.
I have done this once ever, by the way. This swim in air. Twice ever, by the way. Now we can just swim past everything. And the point of this... So we can grab a couple things. Oh, wait, I can grab all these without doing... No, wait, Hunter gives me an orb. Never mind. Fuck. I don't want to talk to Hunter, though.
Hunter's annoying.
He is.
Very condescending.
He is. Very good.
I like how we're all just acting like this is normal. Spyro is swimming in the air. We've seen it earlier in the run, but just this is not intended. You're
No.
not supposed to be able to do this. and we can get pretty much anywhere in the level based on this. It's a trick that we're going to see a couple more times. I think we'll definitely see it in Spyro 3 later on.
I don't think I do any more swimming airs in 2. I know there's one that you can do in Breeze Harbor, but I don't know how to do it. All I've been told is that it's pretty easy to soft lock yourself with it or something.
Yeah. And so fundamentally what we've done is we've tricked the game into thinking that we have crossed a water plane. We've gone from not swimming, we've hit a water plane, and therefore we must be swimming, which is silly, but that's how the trick works. And it is very, very helpful in Spyro 2 and 3 to get places easily where maybe we'd have to pay gems or go well out of our way for it.
Yeah, and in Spyro 1, he just doesn't know how to... Did I just go through that fish?
Hitboxes on some of these fish are strange.
Oh, speaking of fish, I love fish. They're some of my favorite animals. But in Spyro 2, I hate the fish. Because you have to
All
feed
3 or just the red ones?
all of them.
Okay.
We have to feed the idol 10 fish. But if we feed him a red fish, then
He gets
he
angry.
will throw up and die. I failed at a children's puzzle, guys.
So just okay.
It's truly over for me. Oh no.
Just hit that middle one on the left again. Right? Isn't that the one that you slipped and hit?
Yeah. Okay, I'm back to how it started. No, don't talk to me, Foreman Bob. I don't care. Yay!
Foreman Bob's a bit annoying. Most of the people in Avalar, the world that we're in, will give you an orb if you do one task for them. Foreman Bob wants 3. He thinks we're a genie, we're granting wishes.
Yeah, watch out, guys. We're gonna have to do another children's puzzle, so it might take me another hour to do that. Okay.
This whole process makes this one of the slowest orbs in the game.
Yeah. It's time for fish. So if we get here, we can see the fish before they come up. If we feed him a red fish, he throws up 3 fish that he already has. Which we do not want, obviously. And it's, from what I understand, it is completely RNG on what fish come up. So this can either take 20 seconds or it can take like 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that fish
Okay,
won't
good.
win any RNG awards, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, at least I didn't hit any
Redfish
red
reminds me of
ones.
Swedish fish.
Swedish fish are so good.
They are.
But Dutch fish are even better. Does that mean that when, like, PewDiePie is swimming, he's a Swedish fish?
Sure, Mousy. Sure.
Or Bill Skarsgård, better yet. I think he's Swedish. I don't know how many enemies we need for the power up here. Like 6 or 7, I think.
You can skip a couple, like 3 of them or something. You should be fine with this.
So, normally, we talk to this guy now and do the final children's puzzle. It warps you back to the beginning, and you can do a skip to get back here. I have never attempted that. Let's try it. Fuck.
If you
Fuck, it's the moon! See, like I said, I'm bad at children's puzzle. Alright, so Arugula, how does this one work?
Basically, you want to bounce off of the open chest roughly where the hinges are.
Do I want to charge into it?
I find it easier to charge jump in. You don't necessarily need to. But yeah, you're trying to charge bounce off basically where the hinges are.
Like that?
And if you... I'll let you know in about 10 seconds.
I'm gonna try from the other direction.
Okay, you've got the right idea, just not quite the right spot where you're hitting the chest. Basically, you want to be as close to where the box opens as possible.
Okay. There we go, but I hit my head on the ledge. Fuck. Yeah, I keep bonking on the ledge here. I'm gonna give it one more try, and then I'm just gonna run back. Okay, one more try. Yeah, I'm gonna need to practice this.
Yeah, I'll while you're running back, I'll explain what we were sort of trying to do. And what that was is called a proxy. We did get proxies, and the proxy shot Spyro up into the air, getting height that we normally wouldn't get.
Like I did with the penguin earlier to get into
Exactly.
Winter Tundra.
Yes, exactly. The game has basically a failsafe to keep Spyro from getting stuck in places, including inside enemies. If Spyro's hitbox gets caught inside the hitbox of terrain or enemies or various other things, it'll generally shoot Spyro up fairly quickly to prevent you from getting locked. But as speedrunners, we love that because you get a bunch of height and speed that you don't normally get. And so it's possible to bounce off the hitbox of that open chest out through a window in a spot that's actually really convenient for your gem collection.
Yeah.
And it saves a good bit of time if you can get it, even if it's not first try. But it's not necessarily intuitive how you do that. It takes some getting used to.
That was my first time ever attempting it, and I almost got it a bunch of times. I just needed to not bonk.
Yeah, basically, if we had gotten that proxy, it would have put us at the very end of this path where we're going to have to turn around and work our way backwards. So it basically gets rid of this backtracking that we're going to be doing here. For now, we're going to solve one of the NPC's problems without them telling us to.
Yeah.
Nice fireball there. I know it's happened a little bit ago for you, but that was a very well done challenge.
Thank you. Between levels, if it doesn't lag too much, I think I will screen share in the Discord.
Okay.
And wait, I forgot about this part. All right. If it lags out at all, just let me know, and I'll turn it off.
Will do.
Mhm.
All right, now we have to go deal with Hunter.
Hi, Spyro.
Hi, Spyro. Shut up. I really don't like Hunter.
Okay.
I don't think anyone does.
Nice.
Hunter likes Hunter. For some fucked up reason, Bianca likes Hunter.
Very.
I think Bianca tolerates Hunter.
I think Bianca just
Wow.
needs dick.
What?
I think Bianca just needs dick. She's like, game is game, I guess. Alright. So this is where we would normally do the swim in air here. But since I was already there, I just decided to do it already. Now we're going into Hurricos. There's a soft lock here.
Hurricos is one of the levels in this run,
Yeah.
to put it lightly. But we will have some fun voice acting that you may recognize from the NPCs.
Calm Tenny! I will yet again try this exactly once. Oh, nice! I got it exactly once. I'll let this play out so you guys can hear the voice.
Spyro, you've done well so far. You can have this little trinket for good luck. If you...
It's SpongeBob!
Yep.
Also,
Yeah,
Insomniac also made Ratchet and Clank, and the enemies here are literally just Ratchet and Clank.
Yep. Yeah, Tom Kenny voices the Professor, Spyro, the Electrolls here, a bunch of other characters, which is why I was making some SpongeBob references earlier.
So if you skip that cutscene, for some reason it actually takes longer to play.
Weird.
So we can do this. I've never done that before. What? Why is that happening?
A hover.
Do I not want to? Oh, do I want to charge then?
Yeah.
Or do that? That's how I normally do it. Is I think I'm just too high. So we just get to the end of the level. Apparently, if you miss that, you just fall into the void and just keep falling forever.
Now, thankfully, it's not quite that bad. If you aim for the gap that's just to the left of that, you get squeezed between the back of the button and the wall, and you can't get out without leaving the level.
Okay. I'll say I've heard it can soft lock, but I've never actually gotten the soft lock before.
Yeah, it's more common in other shorter categories where you don't need all the gems. But
That is
in theory,
fair.
if you aimed for a different gap, you could get that to happen if you fail the jump.
Maybe I'll try it just to see what I don't want to do. So normally to get through the electric gates, you need these little diodes. But since we're going backwards, they actually only have collision on one side. Also, since I did that jump, how do I actually get the stuff at the beginning without having to get the diode?
So you're supposed to grab that before doing the jump, but
Okay.
you basically what you'll probably do is after finishing the Thieves challenge, you'll go through again the one-way force field here, or you can do it now and do the jump again. Your call.
Yeah. Yeah, I like going in there knowing that I'm not missing anything rather than wondering where everything is. Okay, right? Yeah! Because, like I was saying before, this game was made by Insomniac, who also made Ratchet & Clank, and they made Ratchet & Clank because they said they couldn't do more with Spyro because he can't hold a gun.
Even though Spyro could just be a gun. Or Sparks could just be a gun.
Like in Spyro 3!
Yes.
Yeah, the original Spyro trilogy came out in pretty rapid succession, 1 year between games, and with 2 and especially 3, you can feel both the crunch of the deadline and that they were starting to hit the wall on ideas that they felt they could do.
Yeah. But in 3, there are 6 playable characters, actually.
Yes.
I had to think about it for a second.
Same.
Because unfortunately, Sergeant Bird exists.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can even call it 7 since you control Hunter in the each of the flight levels, but...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So you control 6 characters and Hunter.
You control 5 characters, and Hunter, and Bird.
Yes. Alright, so this part
See, the
is...
viewers think that was funny, too.
This part's dumb. We have to put the balls in the holes. And then these guys come out and try to fondle our balls, and we just have to kill them. There are 10 dudes, as you can see, and there are 8 orbs we need to place. We want to do the ones on the sides first, and then once we get those 8, the last 2 are literally free. Like, you cannot screw up the last 2.
Sounds like a challenge. I'm sure I could.
Yeah, same.
Well, Mousy said something was free, so something's gonna go wrong.
Exactly. I hope I didn't accidentally soft lock, by the way, because that guy didn't have a death animation. He just fell off the edge, so I hope that doesn't screw anything up.
I haven't been watching the count closely.
It did go up when he died,
Then that's fine.
but one of the orbs seems to be missing.
The soft lock that happens is when the count doesn't go up because they don't finish their... Presumably, because they don't fully finish their death process.
Okay.
We don't know that for sure, but it seems to be the most likely reason.
And that happens more easily when they're off screen when they die, yeah? Like in Spyro 3 with the lizard things.
Yeah,
Weird monsters and enchanted towers.
Yeah.
my best guess is that the soft lock in this area happens because you basically get far enough away from the enemy and they're off screen, so they sort of deload, and stuff tied to their dying animation doesn't finish. They turn invisible, but they still have a hitbox, and they don't increment the counter saying you've beaten them, which means that you can't finish the challenge, because the challenge requires that all 10 be defeated.
Yeah.
According to the counter.
Welp. I just got it. I think I shot that guy off the ledge, and I don't remember if I was at 5 or 6 before.
I think you were at 5
You're
before.
fine.
I hope
see.
I was at 5 before.
Like, you're at 7, there's the 2 in the middle, and I saw 1 on the other side, so I think you're okay.
Right, yes.
But yeah, this is I mean, casually, it's not a lot of fun either. But in a speedrun, this is a very frustrating section, because you can just lose so much time. If it soft locks, you lose minutes. You have to take a death and start the whole thing over again. Even if it doesn't, you're really aiming for getting the right pattern, getting the right timing on their spawns to minimize your travel distance. It's just not a fun challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And you're
Hello?
missing an orb.
Oh, you're right, I am.
We've got 10 out of 10. That's good. No soft lock for us.
Yay! The orbs are a pain in the ass to get in, by the way. Is the game lagging on the stream at all? Like on the Twitch?
Doesn't look like it for me, no.
Alright, cool. Just wanted to make sure, because I know sometimes when I screen share it does.
Yeah.
Orb! Let me take a drink real quick, guys. I'm thirsty. I have 2 liters of caffeine.
You know, that orb challenge was very stressful. Let's go to the beach. Let's relax a little bit.
Let's
Maybe I'll get a bowl of soup while we're there.
Yeah, let's leave some children to die with their senile grandfather.
I'm not a
Sunny
psychopath.
Beach is an interesting level. Sunny Beach is a level where we basically do some malicious compliance. We're supposed to lead these baby turtles to the end of the level to save them. We're not going to do that.
No. Instead, we're going to leave them here to die. It's okay, they deserve it, they're turtles. The turtles in this level suck. Especially if you're doing 14 Talisman, which you will learn to despise and hate these turtles. A fellow runner, Dylan J. Fox, he wants all the turtles to die in this level, which watching his streams is completely understandable.
Yeah, so we're doing 100%, the full completion category. We have to grab all the gems. 14 Talisman is a category that basically tries to beat Ripto, getting a fairly small number of collectibles. And as such, because they don't need all of the gems in this level, the fastest way to get to the end is to just basically bounce off one of these big turtles and go there directly. But that is difficult.
Yeah.
Happily, since we need everything, it doesn't actually save us any time to do so we don't have to worry about it.
Wouldn't it theoretically lose time because we'd have to go back anyway?
Yes, most likely.
Also, there were 7 of these boxes that we're supposed to get the Fireball power-up for, but since we already have Fireball, we don't care. Casually, I think this level kinda sucks, because it's a lot of backtracking.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either.
Yeah.
But in the speed...
Not only do you have to backtrack for the fireball, but there's an area you're supposed to have climb to reach.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, so you're supposed to backtrack with climb in this level and glimmer and the homeworld.
So, is there a way to get through this door without the turtle?
Yes. But in 100% it doesn't make sense because you double jump from one of the turtle boxes you want to blow up.
I mean, you could jump from it and then blow it up afterwards. But that seems like it would lose time.
Exactly.
Yeah, so in 14 talisman, you just need the 14 talismans, and technically that's it, but it makes it a lot more bearable to get 800 gems to open up a couple levels. So I'm pretty sure you can get into Zephyr. What the hell?
You can. It's not really a sort of speedrun viable trick.
Yet. Eventually, someone will find a way to make it viable. I mean, Tuval still exists after all.
Very true. Yeah, so Spyro, all three of these games, have a pretty active speedrunning community.
Yeah.
This category, in fact, 100% for Spyro 2 specifically, has had a bunch of runs done recently, including 18 days ago a new world record by Shaw 8B. But also 3 of the top 5 times have been set in the past 3 months.
And they're all British.
It's very impressive what people are doing with this game, but also it's a very active community for this category right now. And it's been great to see sort of all of the pushing that's been happening at the top, sort of all the way through the leaderboard, though. Lots of people learning for the first time, improving their times.
And from
like I said,
No, go on.
Like I said, if you haven't played Spyro, the Reignite Trilogy is sort of an easy way to get into it. But if you want to run the original, there's an active community of people who are able to help you sort of get into it, figure out what category might be best for what you're looking for.
Yes. One thing I'll say, though, is from what I've been told and what I've experienced, Spyro 2 is not a beginner speedrun game.
It definitely takes more effort to sort of get into it.
No! Whoops. I forgot which order they came out in. Also, I've seen some people do this first orb with only 2 turtles spawning, but I've also seen 3 turtles. I always get 3 turtles spawning.
It depends on how fast you are. So, the turtles... So, we're doing this soup minigame twice. There are 2 orbs associated with it.
Yeah.
And between the 2, the turtles always come out in the same pattern. But whether the 3rd turtle is part of the 1st or 2nd orb depends on how quickly you get the first 2 turtles into the water. And in the 2nd orb, if you're fast enough, you can just completely skip one of the turtles by being fast.
Oh, can you?
Yes. But generally that means you're sitting waiting for them to spawn and you positioned with a charge that will put them directly into the water, like immediately. It's not like you lose a lot of time by not getting the fast turtle suit. But it is a few seconds. We do care about that as speedrunners.
Yeah.
It's not like going to make or break your run as you're learning the category.
I've been told I shouldn't fireball the turtles, but it's just too fun not to. They deserve it. So we only have 6 out of 7 of the turtle boxes. You may have noticed I skipped one, but that's because we can hit it there. That way we don't need to run all the way back.
And that's a weird thing about the fireball. If you're above ground, the fireball will hit a wall and just explode. And it has a pretty big explosion radius. It can help us by breaking multiple baskets at once. But if you're underwater and you're right up against the wall, your fireball will actually go through the wall and can hit stuff beyond.
And we're
going to see that again here, I think.
Yeah, Aquaria Towers. So normally
another level I'm not the hugest fan of.
Okay, I like this one. Oh, well,
There are
this
just other
went
levels that I
again.
like more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Aquaria Towers is the obligatory water level, and water levels tend not to be fun. But we're going to completely break this level and have at least some fun with it.
Yeah, like we can skip an entire orb challenge, literally by holding a single button. Also, we're supposed to hit all 3 of those buttons. Shut up, Ripple. But if we go over here, go on a first person, and shoot right about here somewhere, we can hit the 3rd button, and we just skip the entire level.
Yeah, the game, it can be hard to tell, but the game just pretty much warped us to the room right before the end.
Yes, and we're
And
about
this
to
is
go
another-
back to the first room again, because that's actually where the end of the level is.
Yeah. This is another level where we basically do some malicious compliance. The NPC wants us to bring water back to the world. We're only bringing water back to 2/3 of the world.
Yes.
But they don't know any better, so they're going to reward us anyways.
Yes.
Oh,
Our world is wet again. Your mom is wet. The seahorses are pretty cute, though. So these sharks here suck. If they are anywhere near you, even if you get out of the water, they will come out of the water, swim in the air, and eat you. Even if you get, like, 3 rooms away, they will find you and they will eat you.
It looks really funny, but
It
it also
does.
loses time.
You swim through the exactly.
You have a point, but there's actually a weird... I don't even want to call it a glitch, because it's intended. The end-of-level NPC will not give you the talisman if he's not underwater.
Yeah, he will say our world is wet again, but you will not get the talisman, and you'll have to just leave the level and re-enter.
It's one of several possible soft locks in this level.
So something I want to notice, I want to show here. You may see that little line there. There is no water here. Water does not exist here. So once we hit that plane, we will be going from inside of water to inside of water. So we are now in the water, and now there is no water up here anymore. I don't really want to collect everything. If you hit this button, technically you soft lock, but I think I'm out of soft lock range now because I got everything above. Is that right?
That's possible.
I'm not gonna do it, but yeah.
Basically, the game gets very confused about whether you're swimming or not, where there's supposed to be water. I think it actually makes it impossible to get back to the start of the level by taking away the water that you swim in to get there.
That is fair.
We will not be showcasing that, I think.
No. I mean, I could save state and show it, but that would also invalidate the run.
Yeah.
And I do plan to submit this to SRC.
This is pretty much the theme of the entire Spyro 2 run. The game is broken, and we can skip around to places we're not supposed to be, but it comes at a risk of breaking the game because they didn't expect you to do it.
So there is a king seahorse here that wants to rescue his 6 children, but if we just do this, and just bash our face into the ground for long enough, this is the easiest out of bounds in any game ever. We are now out of bounds, and we just have to find the Tower 6, which is right there. We rescue his single child, and he thinks we rescued all 6 of them, and the other 5 just die. But he doesn't care because his favorite is alive. Tell us in the comments if you were the favorite child.
I don't know if I was the favorite child or not, but I've definitely been like the favorite employee of some bosses.
I was not the favorite child, but I was a child. I was the child of all time. So I like to get all the stuff here first before I do the final orb challenge because I want to make sure I don't miss anything. And this is a good way to do that because we'll know if we're missing anything after this. And we're not. Now you have to go through fart rings. Apparently that's something video games liked in the 90s. Was just going through fart rings, because they did it in Mario as well.
Since we're talking about ways you can break this level, there's a way to crash the game in this upcoming orb challenge. The rings are designed so that if you're too far to the left or right or whatever, if you miss the ring, it sends you back to the start. But there are ways that you can miss them where it doesn't trigger the reset. And if you hit the final ring without having gone through all of them, the game's going to crash.
I never knew that.
It has no idea how to handle that.
I've never even heard of that happening.
That is amazing.
It is.
So we don't want to do that. We're going to go through the rings.
Yes. And that is the entire first world. Now we just have to go to the second world. So we're about 2/3 of the way done with the game now. But now it's only the hard levels left. Like Skilo's Badlands, which makes us... I don't like where Sparks is looking. Like Skilo's Badlands, which makes us do a bunch of damage boosts. That's the wrong level. So yeah, the next few levels are the hardest ones in my opinion, but also the most fun ones to break.
Nothing ever goes wrong in Scorch. Is the name of my split for Scorch.
That's great.
Smiley face.
Also, we're gonna see Scorch twice because Scorch is a level in this game, and it's also the third boss in Spyro 3. I think. I always get Spike and Scorch confused.
Scorch is the third. You are correct.
Okay, yeah. I hate Spike. Spike killed my parents. And this is where we meet Bombo. We're gonna skip Bombo. And leave him sad.
Would be nice if we could skip Bombo.
Yeah. Either handling Greta. We will see them a lot in 2?
3?
I'm trying to think if they're in any levels aside from this one and Fireworks Factory.
They are not.
Okay. But I like them, they're cool.
Yes.
So we're supposed to hit... Oh! Spyro, what are you doing? We are supposed to hit... Oh my god, Spyro, please. Why can I not get up there? We'll hit all these buttons, we're gonna hit exactly one of them. But that won't be until a little bit later. So we can skip to the very end of the level. So this is the very end of the level. Welcome. I'll talk to Greta. Oh yeah, Greta has eroticism. She can't say her R's. So she calls us Spyro. And it's adorable. She has an ooh voice. Oh god, I just realized that. Manhandle. And now we need to get back even though the door is closed. So we need to go over to this one. Grab these. We can go over here and grab these.
And it's, again, the theme of Spyro 2. None of these jumps are intended. We're breaking the sequencing of the game very heavily with double jump.
Yes. And unlike in Hurricos, these are not one-way doors. So we're gonna have to find our own way back. Which is not as difficult as it sounds. What the hell was that?
Nice fodder proxy.
Was that a fodder proxy?
Yep, although unintentional, we did get caught in the hitbox of one of these little snake in a pot characters, and it shot us out because we weren't supposed to be there.
Yeah, I didn't even know that one was possible. Hello?
Well, now you know.
So this is Bombo. We hate Bombo. If any of his balls touch our faces, we have to restart. So instead of... Hold up, nothing happened. You didn't see that. Oh my god. This is the hardest of the Bombo challenge, by the way. You have to do this 3 times, but this is definitely the hardest cycle that he has. We can just come up here, and now he's just gonna come up here on his own because we skipped his flag. So, you know, Arabian level, guy on magic carpet named Bombo, came out before a specific date. They changed his name to Bob in the remake, which is very understandable why. Also, there were 2 main kinds of double jumps. There's the one where you hold the button and the square button, and then there's the flops. Most of the ones that you gonna want are flops because they give you extra height. Because as Vanny says, who's the record holder for 117%, Spyro has a smooth, buttery underside. Which is still one of my favorite quotes of all time. Did you? Okay. Spark did not miss that, thankfully. Alright. So now... we're going to hit Bombo. Going to talk to Bombo. We're going to completely ignore Bombo. We're gonna go play with the monkey.
It's time for the best mini-game in the game.
Great. Just charge the tree before I get hit. I'll be able to catch the monkeys as they fall. Follow me.
I want to get the monkey as a sound alert.
Yes.
This is normally somewhat challenging because you have to tackle the trees, but Fireball, as always, just breaks everything.
Obviously,
go.
our goal is to
Thanks.
get the orb. That's what we're trying to do, collect everything. But there is a sort of fun little category. What the monkeys are trying to do is hit Hunter in the head with a coconut to distract him. And I made a category where the goal is, from the start of the game, as quickly as possible, have a monkey hit Hunter in the head with a coconut. I called
You
it
got hit in the head with a
8%.
coconut.
That
Because
is
it's
awesome.
a really funny... there's a full cutscene that plays when it happens.
Yeah. Now
That
we
is
just
amazing.
need to get about here, and Bombo is on his way.
Thankfully for us, that didn't happen, because if that happens, or you otherwise fail the challenge, Bombo somewhat resets,
Yeah.
and you lose a bunch of time.
Now we have the easiest of the Bombo challenges.
You're so
The last one, which, when I was a kid, I did not know the double jump. I mean, I don't think anyone knew the double jump in, like, the very early 2000s. And so this is normally the hardest of the Bombo challenges. But it really is the easiest one, once you know how to break it, cheese it, whatever. Speaking of cheese, what is everyone's favorite kind of cheese?
Mozzarella.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I like a nice sort of semi-moist mozzarella.
Hmm.
What about Gouda or Munster or Havarti? Or American? American cheese has two uses. Cheeseburgers and grilled cheese.
Yes.
Very fair take. But it does those jobs well.
Hmm. Although I think cheddar on cheeseburgers is better.
That's fair. Bombo? I went far enough, I thought. Did I not?
So how far you have to go depends on how far left you are.
Oh, so I have to get up there.
I don't think you do, but you have to go further if you don't.
So he. Oh, Bombo! Uh-oh. Okay, go a little bit further. Thank you.
This is fine.
I saved it somehow.
See, nothing ever goes wrong in Scorch.
Exactly.
great.
All right, now we're time for trouble with the trolley, and hopefully not soft lock. Also, I have so much trouble getting up to the mast of the ship. I just always light the fires instead.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Reeves Harbor. This is a level that I don't like casually, but it's fun with the speed run. Same with that other one that I hate. God, what's it called? The sister level to this one, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I don't like Zephyr casually, but the speed run is fun.
This might actually be a good time to talk about sister levels. So Spyro 2 levels are for the most part paired together. And the idea is that they're like similar levels or maybe thematically opposed.
Similar the NPCs.
Yeah. And
You know,
like
how hard
originally,
is this?
that was not too bad. It doesn't really do much for us one way or the other in this category, but
I can get all this stuff early though and end on the trolley.
yeah, that's fair.
But anyway, go on about the sister levels.
Yeah. So there's some removed dialogue that was in one of the like demos that made this more explicit, but a lot of the levels are sort of paired. And this level, you have the breeze builders fighting with the denizens of Zephyr, which is a level we'll be visiting soon. The birds are fighting the slugs. And we're going to be playing both sides to grab their talismans.
We're a war criminal. I was hoping it would start me back at the beginning. Fuck! That was my goal. I more just want to do that to see how easy or difficult it is to do.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, so Robotica Farms and Metropolis are sister levels, as are Mystic Marsh and the other one.
Glimmer doesn't have a sister level, though.
Which one?
Glimmer.
So the thought with that was, I believe the sister level could be considered Hurricos. I don't remember the logic behind it.
Fair. I heard that it, because we have summer forest, autumn plains, and winter tundra, that it was initially meant to represent the spring level. So we're
Also,
supposed
if
to
you've
use the...
played this game...
Hello? So you're supposed to go down there and use the cannon to kill these guys, but again, we have fireballs.
We do. Yeah, if you've played this game, you may remember this challenge with the trolley where you collect the gears.
How about with the trolley, eh?
You may remember that famous line a lot. We're not going to use the trolley. Yeah, with double jump, we can just cheat.
Yeah, but if we get too close to the trolley, we are soft locked.
If we get too close to the trolley, if we miss a gear, it's not quite a soft lock, but it's might as well be. It's faster to leave the level and come back at that point.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh, so he puts you on the trolley.
Well, so the way that this challenge works is when you're actually on the trolley, there's a counter in the bottom right showing how many gears you've collected. You win the challenge if you talk to the NPC when that is 50 out of 50, whether it's hidden or not. But the gears only reset if you crash the trolley. But the number that you've collected resets when you get on the trolley.
Okay.
So basically what that means is if we miss a gear and talk to the NPC, we get reset to 0 out of 50 gears, but there are no longer 50 gears up here. And then we have to crash the trolley to fix it. And
I had no
then
idea.
Go and get all the gears. Yeah, it's a... What we're doing is cheating, but can go wrong in so many ways.
Yeah. Is his name Gobble? Hold up. Talk to me! He just won't talk to me now. Great. But I thought his name was Gobble the Breeze Builder.
Hold on. Maybe I can look it up. Breezy Harbor. Characters. Yeah, Gobble. There's Beaky, Fisher, Squawk, Gobble, and then Juliet, who is in Zephyr.
Yeah. Why did this go back down? I thought I killed everything over here. I guess that is up, okay. Weird.
Sorry, did it go down?
Is it down? I can't tell.
No, that's up. You're good.
Okay. Also, you're not supposed to be able to get up on this platform. But we can again because of double jump. Let's go this way to not die. Wait, what stopped for a moment, Rack?
Arugula? Wait. Oh. He knows.
Oh my
I guess
god.
stream, maybe?
Did anybody see that? I hit the trolley, but I was able to jump out of it.
And you can hear the music change. This is the music that's supposed to be playing if you're on the trolley.
Huh, I didn't know that that was possible. No! Fuck.
Yeah, that's less than ideal.
Oh, we need 14.
That
We've got to be
is-
close. We're not close.
This is going to be tough because
Okay, there's two more
There's a
right
fort-
here.
Yeah, so
Because
the intended solution is to kill 14 enemies, use the spring power-up, and get to the NPC. Because of how we've been skipping around the level, if we didn't have 14 enemies available, we would have needed to take a death or proxy off of a clam, which is not something you want to be doing for the first time in the middle of a marathon run.
Yeah.
And taking a death resets the gears, so we really didn't want to do that.
And I'm missing gems. Let's go! Oh, I think I'm just missing the gems up here. Yeah.
That was
Overall, a pretty decent breeze. Harbor.
Any breeze harbor you can walk away from is a good. There are just so many ways to break this level.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Enigma. Could you go into my server and check the announcements tab and see what my PB for this game is? Real quick.
That's the one you posted like 2 weeks ago ish.
Yeah.
Looks like 3 hours, 16-ish minutes.
Okay, so this is definitely on PB pace then.
Yeah, I have your PB in this game as a 3:15:54 earlier this month.
Yeah. So
Oh,
this,
yeah, there it is.
this level is not fun. Because we have to take damage abuses. And nobody likes taking damage abuses. And it also has the lava lizard. I hate the lava lizards. They killed my family.
Okay. Hurricos is paired with Glimmer as they both generate power in some way. Avalar's economy depends on both of those worlds as they need power to mine the gems. That's what it was.
Do they need to mine the gems or do they need to mine the craft? We also have our first instance of these guys! The weird dinosaur dog thing. I don't know what they're actually called.
Are those not the lava lizards?
Nope. No! I hate this level so much.
Yeah, this is the level where it's most important to look out for your health. We've basically been ignoring it. If we lose sparks, we have to collect the gems manually. We've seen that a couple times. That's a pain. But in this level, a lot of the gimmicks are around the invincibility power-up that requires killing a bunch of enemies. And killing enemies is slow. So we don't want to do that. And so basically, wherever we're supposed to use the invincibility power-up, we're just going to take damage.
Yeah.
But there are a bunch back to back to back, and things go poorly when we take extra unintended damage beyond those, which it's very easy to do with some of the enemies in this level, or just something like that with an extra hit. There is fodder around to heal us, which we can thankfully use to help here, but just this level is rough.
Yeah.
And what's even worse is we've seen this bottle a couple times now, called a mystery jar. We hit it multiple times, we go throughout the level, and eventually at the start of the level it gives us gems. If we die at any point in that process, it resets all the way back to the first location. It is very unforgiving.
And I missed.
Okay, so I looked it up. They're lava toads.
So
These are toads?
Apparently.
Weird, but okay. Okay, thankfully we have no sparks, but we can grab this guy. We can die.
yeah,
I was
can't make
hoping I
that.
could make it over there. Damn. Well, at least we're here still, so I don't need to go all the way back. No, I did not mean to glide. Yeah, this level's rough.
Yeah, so this entire world of Autumn Plains, which we do last, it's meant to be the second, there are just lots of ways to lose time in a speed run. There are lots of ways to soft lock, lots of ways to just lose a minute here and there. And it can be very frustrating at the end of your run. You've gotten through the RNG of fish, you've gotten through and you've played hockey well, you've gotten through gulp skip, and then suddenly you die and reset the bottle here.
Yeah. Thankfully, there is plenty of fodder here, and you only need to damage abuse, I think, like 4 times. So, in theory, you only need 1 fodder. Why did I do that?
I don't know.
I was hoping that would be the 10th fodder and we just get a free 1-up.
Unfortunately, dying resets the count.
Oh, does
I
it?
never realized that.
Yeah.
Well, then
It's more obvious in 3 because I think it's easier to die in 117 than Hundo. But yeah, it unfortunately resets the count.
I always wondered why, because like I think they say like 10, or I read just like, oh yeah, collect 10, but it was never like 10 without dying. It was always just, oh yeah, kill 10 fodder. So I always
Yeah.
wondered why, like after killing 10, sometimes I didn't get it.
I normally supposed to go here last, but because I'm not confident in the last damage abuse, I'm gonna grab it now. Because the last one, I think, is the hardest one. Or, yeah, last one. We need to go up here and kill him. Not like that. So as soon as I touch the bone, will it warp me?
There'll be a small delay, so you want to avoid touching the lava a second time.
There we go, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in Reignited, they changed the guy's dance to be flossing, which was thematically
Choice.
appropriate at the time.
It was a choice, yeah.
Yeah, that's the other reason why I don't like Reignited.
Excellent.
We skipped it, but this guy did more of like disco type moves or
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah.
I think I got everything over there. So all that should be left is the gems up here and then the lava lizards. Nice. Thankfully, I find the collection of this level of gems to be pretty straightforward. So I am famously terrible at lava lizards. First one's easy, it's the second one that's hard. Oh god, I'm missing one. Oh god, I don't know where he is! Oh, way over there. Damn. So yeah, these eggs open in a specific order. And in this one, they open pretty slowly. But in the second challenge, they are rapid fire.
Done. Uh-oh.
What? Hello? What was that?
Yep.
A plus.
I've never had that happen before.
It's one of the quirks of the fireball. We sort of glossed over getting the fireball saves a lot of time, and it does. Because it's got a huge range, it explodes when it hits the wall. But the regular flame that you start the game with is a cone, and it extends wider than the fireball. Which means that in situations like this, you can miss things that the flame would hit.
Jump, Spyro, jump! No! This is one of the worst challenges in the game.
I agree.
The only thing that rivals this for me is popcorn. I've lost. Oh. Come back! Yeah, it's this one behind the building that always gets me. I never know how to get him.
I think with this middle three, you're going about them in the opposite order that they hatch, which makes it a bit harder.
That is
But it's
fair.
not a...
Let's
The
go!
timing can be tight either way, so GG's.
Thank you. Yeah, that orb challenge sucks.
Yeah.
Crystal Glacier. Crystal Glacier has
Glacier
George.
That it does.
We love George
Crystal Glacier
here.
is the sister level of Skelos, what we're leaving. As we'll see, you'll notice at least one similar NPC.
Yes. I went backward for some reason.
In early development, Crystal Glacier was called Skelos Glaciers.
I hate that.
But what we don't hate is George, the
Yes.
star of this level, and our reward for getting to the end of it. But first, we have to do some frustrating platforming.
And we'll try this jump exactly once, like every other jump. Nope. Damn. I will try this jump exactly twice.
first ice builder that is freed in this level refers to Colossus as Colossus Valley.
Yes. So we need 18 enemies here, I believe. Is it 18 or is it 20 in this one?
Definitely not 20.
No, I think it's 18.
Feel like it's fewer, but I don't remember.
This is another jump I'm bad at. This is similar to the one at Dragon Shores, where you're more gliding against the wall to gain height. But I'm really bad at it. I've never actually made this before. So I just free all the dudes here, normally.
Yeah, so the idea is that freeing these NPCs is slow, plus they talk to us and run into position. So it's faster to avoid them if you can. But it's not an easy jump to avoid them.
Oh, I just remember this level also has a fucking Dracula. Also, you'll notice that Sparks is good at picking up gems in this game. You will notice the next game, Sparks is terrible at picking up gems. Because in Spyro 1, if you are not on the ground or above or below gems, Sparks will not grab them.
This is the strongest we will ever see Sparks.
Yes. It is... Oh, only 15? I thought it was a lot more than that.
Is Sparks considered less powerful in 3?
Yeah, because once you beat Ripto, you get double Sparks range in this one.
Yeah, so in Spyro
I thought
3,
there was
there's
an
an up-
increase.
but it's only
in
1.5 times in 3.
Ah, okay.
Damn, that's also a pretty hard jump to make. Because there's only a specific area that you can land on there. There's another one that I'm even worse at coming up in the next level. If I fail this one more time, I think I can just jump right to the building, right?
It's probably worth mentioning. I know you learned from the tutorial by the former world record holder. It's actually faster to free the enemies now.
Is it?
Instead of doing this jump. Yeah.
Game?
It's fine. Camera will fix itself as you move.
Oh, there we go. So,
Yeah, there's freeing the NPCs, killing the enemies, and then doing a jump out of the broken prison is like slightly faster if you're quick about it, but it's also not like painfully slower even if you're not.
interesting.
It's a lot easier.
So these are Drac. We hate Draculas. Draculas killed my family. We need to kill all 18 of them. Not difficult. However, if we do not kill them fast enough, they will literally puke out more Draculas. Without the fireball, you pretty much have to go through this place like 2.5 times to realistically get all of them.
Yeah, so that one just spawned a new one.
Yeah.
Get it on screen, get the corpse on screen.
Okay.
It's like in 3
Yeah.
with the flying versions of these.
Pretty sure I missed some gems here. So I'm just gonna quickly make sure I didn't. Yeah, so Arugula has helped me learn these games very much, and it's been nice. Because learning these games on your own, especially the second game, is hell.
There are a lot of quirks because we're trying to play the game fast, and there are just a lot of ways that you can break the game by accident or on purpose. And it's really helpful to know, like, what can go wrong. And so, again, I've mentioned before, the Spyro community is great about helping with that kind of stuff. There are a lot of active runners, both on Twitch, people in the Discord to ask questions too.
I missed stuff. So we need to feed George.
Mr. Moneybags sells bombs to Ripto.
Yeah.
Well, specifically, he sells bombs to Ripto and then also helps Spyro, and then playing two sides of the war, basically.
Same thing that we do.
Yeah. So if
We do
you
it for free.
run too fast, George just doesn't follow you. We love /hate a war propaganda. Exactly. But there are two things that mice are good at, specifically me. Eating cheese and committing various war crimes. In fact, I'm wanted in 394 countries. And that's interesting, because that's 200 more than there are.
Geneva Convention, more like Geneva Suggestion.
I forget what that's from, but yes.
It's from like a D&D thing, one of the D&D podcast things.
Yeah. Okay, this is no longer PvP.
Chuckles the Clown, I think it was.
Something like that, yeah. Because after Zephyr, we have a few levels.
Nothing ever goes right in Zephyr.
Exactly! Now
This
you're
is-
playing with power.
This is maybe the most hated level in Spyro 2 by speedrunners.
Yeah, because of one thing, and one thing only. Or technically 7 things.
Yep.
So I'm not good at this jump, but I'm gonna try it until I make it. Let's go! I'm so good at this jump! Fuck!
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a 2 or 3 parter, but the first part is the hardest.
No! So I have to double jump over that pretty much then.
I don't know. I don't go that way.
Okay.
I go straight from here to the place that you're aiming for. I don't do the intermediate jump.
Unfortunately, it's difficult for me to do anything straight. Okay, I'm just gonna go the normal way. Actually, no, because I know what to do now. Fuck your flag.
So for those of you wondering why we're doing this, other than because it looks cool, even when you fall, it does kind of look cool. There's another one of those mystery jars, the question mark bottles in this level. And we're going to finish the level back here at the start. So to minimize the amount of backtracking that we do, we are trying to basically skip the first third of the level with this set of out-of-bounds jumps.
One more try. Oh my god! I keep going a little bit too far. I'm just gonna do it the normal way. But the enemies here are the worst. Because they can hit you from a range. And ranged enemies are never fun.
Bro, there's one enemy in particular in this level that's like my favorite for the level.
Which one? Which one?
So that bird that you just fireballed, there's one inside, so it just like can't
bitch
attack
slap you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get too close, they will just bitch slap you.
Yeah, but it's just like such a weird placement
It is.
for one of those.
So if I would have
This
gotten
one.
that jump right, I would have ended up right here.
Actually, maybe not that one, because I think there's one that's indoors and not chasing fodder.
That one. Yeah. There's also this one.
Yeah, but at least that one you could argue is to lure you onto the path of the TNT throwing one.
True. So yes, these are the breeze builders still, again, except now they're criminals. Like all birds.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Romeo's fucking dead.
That's another change I didn't like in the Reignited.
Oh.
Was Juliet's voice.
Oh, yeah. So, these guys can screw you over here with how we do this, because you can come this way. Okay, I think I got one of the gems. Yeah. So you can hit both of these boxes here and get the gems. I just missed one of them. Birds don't exist. True. So this is one of the harder jumps in the game. Because if we're too high, we can't make it. Because you bonk on the
Yeah.
ceiling.
So we just slipped past an invisible wall by going underneath it, but
Yes.
still getting enough height to get onto the terrain out of bounds. And that saves about 5 seconds.
But it also saves us from
But it
doing this
looks really
whole ass side quest, which I hate so much.
Yeah.
Birds
I
are
like this
jerks
side
while
quest.
simultaneously not existing. Yes. So I want to try to do this. If we watch this cutscene, she can just push us off. There we go.
Like
Yeah.
that.
I've never gotten that before, but it's hysterical to watch. And this is where we wanted to end up anyway, so it actually works out.
And now it's time for our mortal enemy, the Cowlick,
Yeah.
which is whatever this thing is.
Nobody
We
likes.
don't like
I know
these.
one person who likes the cowlick, and I think they're insane for it.
A lot of people like them because they're cute, which is a perfectly reasonable take to have. As a speedrunner, they are
Yeah.
very frustrating.
Yes. So what happens if you can somehow get cowlicks 5, 6, and 7 at the same time in the thing? Will you just get both orbs at the same cutscene?
Yes.
Do you know if it saves time?
Yes. A few seconds.
Okay.
Because you're skipping dialogue, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're trying to collect these for Bo Peep. My name is Lil Bo Peep and I've lost my cowlicks is the line that the NPC would give if we were to talk to them.
Yes.
We don't want to
The
talk to
classic
them.
line. And so we're trying to herd 7 of these around the level into a pen. And these were not really designed with the permanent fireball in mind. Yeah. So if you charge them, they go a bit in the direction that you've charged them. It's great. It's a little slow.
Yeah.
You fireball them, they go further, but the direction they travel is based on the impact point of the fireball.
It's a tangent.
It is. The problem is the fireball explodes in a large radius, so if you shoot one of them, you may be hitting another in the opposite direction behind you.
Like that.
You can, those two went in totally different directions. That wasn't too bad. They both ended up in reasonable places. It can
I
go
was
very
trying to make
badly.
it not end up in reasonable places to show it off, but it worked.
I mean, you still demonstrated the point.
Yeah.
Also, they just walk away from you, so wherever you are, they turn around and go the opposite direction. Which means that if you're not careful, you can end up with some pretty far away from where you're trying to get them. And again, speedrun, we want to do it quickly. So all of this becomes very frustrating.
Yeah.
It would be nice if, like most other things, they despawned when not on screen.
Yes. We'll be seeing that in Spyro 1 with something, because they don't despawn, but in Spyro 1, in the speedways, if something is not on screen, it's not moving.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I hate these things. I don't know how to get all 3 at once in the pen at the same time, though.
Normally, what you'd do is you'd hit the 5th in, but you'd semi-despawn it. If you're far enough away and not facing it, it won't trigger the increase for the counter, even though it's in the pen.
Ah.
But it's still difficult.
I also want to try to, get them all really close to the pen, and then fireball and see if they'll all fly in. Because in theory, it could work. Also, we don't have time for ladders.
Ladders are just suggestions.
Just like showers, but those are very much suggested. Please take showers. There was an anime con in Japan where a voice actress refused to talk to people who didn't shower, and they had to actually set new rules for the convention where you had to take a shower before entering the shower, or the convention. Alright. Now you... It's not gonna work.
Thanks, Spyro.
Damn. I can usually get 2 at a time, but it's normally numbers 5 and 6. There are 2 more Cadillacs. Shut up. I hate Bo Peep.
Yeah.
Well,
Alright, so that's all the orbs. And I believe that's all the gems down here. Thankfully down here, that collection down here is pretty easy. Unfortunately, I need to go back over here because I missed a bunch of gems because I forgot we weren't coming back over here.
Good job.
You're welcome. I don't know. So yeah, normally you would go and skip that first area and then go through it. And then here you would do the same thing, but in reverse. And you just come here. And that way you never have to actually touch the same area twice in this level, if you do it right. Alright. Yeah, this level's not terrible. I mostly hate it casually for the Magic Seed side quest. It's just very annoying and slow.
That is very fair.
And the Cowler, because fuck the Cowler.
That's animal abuse.
I mean, Mr. Ham didn't think so. Thankfully, he's dead, though. Alright, so this world actually has two speedways, the Metro Speedway and Icy Speedway. We're actually ending on Icy Speedway. I want to talk to Alora.
Well,
Wow, yes. Metro Speedway is, I think, the hardest one. We have birds, arches, dudes, and more dudes. Alright, so that's the hard part. Are these, I just noticed, are these sealed?
I think so.
Question.
Seals, otters, well, whatever. Let's see. Which speedway was this?
Metro.
Trail.
Not sure. Apparently walruses.
Okay. Alright, so
We're in the right
now,
ballpark anyways.
Yeah.
for the worst challenge.
We've been.
We have to help Hunter get these thieves. Because
think you mean
Hunter is a
the Hunter.
dumbass and tries to shoot the money into the water. And apparently, if money gets wet, it's just unusable. What if we fireball these guys, by the way? Does anything happen?
Nope.
Damn. It'd be cool if you could fireball the money bags and it collects them. Shoot Hunter. I tried to shoot Hunter and I missed! I blame Pikmin!
It looks.
Everybody in chat, shame Pikmin
Yes.
for making Mousy lose.
Yeah, especially that money can't be used if wet, especially since they're fucking gemstones. Like, what? Doesn't
Like,
make any sense.
The more logical thing would be that they would sink to the bottom of the ocean.
I wanna sink to the bottom with you. I wanna sink to the bottom with you. The ocean is big and blue. That's the only part of that song I know, and I don't even know what that song is. I've only heard that one line.
I was about to ask, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's a song. I just don't know what song it is. Alright, now we're gonna talk to Elora and go see the wives of this game.
Fast Fountains of Wayne sink to the bottom?
Yes, that's the one. Fountains of Wayne did one other good song.
Would you like?
Do you know what that one is, Enigma?
Yes.
Stacy's mom.
Yes.
So I don't want to jinx it, but that gem count looks right.
Good. So if I fail, then it's your fault. That's what you're telling me.
No, it's still Pikmin's fault.
Yeah, true. So this is where the hardest orb challenge in the entire series is gonna be. After helping the alchemist, we have to help Hunter, and it is hell. But we'll get there when we get there. Don't worry about it for now. I think I'm supposed to get him later, by the way. Alright, so first we gotta just kill all these dudes. And then we have to go talk to the alchemist because Hunter's feetsies are stuck. Because he's a dumbass. Hello? Do you have to walk around him to talk to him?
If you get him from the side, it doesn't feel like you're walking around him, but basically, yes.
Damn. So normally you would have to charge the Earth Shapers away from him, or if they hit him once, you have to restart the entire challenge. But now you're taking a leisurely stroll.
Yeah.
And while he's doing that, we come over here and get this. Alright, so Hunter is now free. And now it's time for the hardest orb challenge in the entire game. Are you guys ready? Do you think I can get this first try?
As long
I don't know.
Oh, we got it, thank God.
That
That was gonna fail there.
was close. It was close. though.
Joking aside, it's actually really easy to miss that if you go for the vases first.
Is it?
Yeah, because you'll forget that you haven't talked to Hunter. I have
Oh,
lost
yeah.
a run to missing that orb. I've like genuinely lost a PB to forgetting that orb.
Damn. So maybe it is the hardest orb in the game. Alright, so I want to hit that one first. Because if you do the first and second one at the same time, you skip a dialogue box. And if you hit the last two at the same time... Did I start with two? I did. Because of gulp skip and stuff. And if you hit the last two at the same time, you skip another dialogue box. But hello, Ratchet. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Ow! I hate these trees. These trees are actually the worst enemies. Can I hit you from here? Fuck! I missed from 2 inches away!
it's great.
Eh.
It's safer, at least.
What do you
There
mean
is a
safer?
Full. If you try and overlap the satyrs, depending on how you do the gem collection, you can completely crash the game.
Oh, can you? I thought that was only if you opened one the same frame the Alchemist Freeze Hunter.
If you collect a gem, so there are a few ways to break this level. But if you collect a gem the same frame that the like center building explodes because of an overlap, the game crashes. Whereas if you like try and do something the same frame that the Alchemist Freeze Hunter, you just lose time or die. Like you can soft lock it, the Alchemist will like get stuck, but this is a full-on crash. Where if you didn't have a memory card, the run would be over.
It's a full-on Bandicoot. God, I hate these enemies in this level. What I think all I'm missing now is the stuff in the center building. I just saw a gem, never mind.
You'll have your gem count leaving here will end in 9.
Okay, then I should be at 4. Fuck. Oh, never mind. I'm missing a 1. It's always a red. And I'm dead.
I think you're missing more than a 1.
Damn.
I think it's like 21 or 11.
Yeah, the one problem with Spark is that he is pretty bad at leading you to gems. If you miss any. I just saw them, I think.
Yeah, so a nice feature about this game is that Sparks will point to gems that you haven't collected. In sort of the base game, you hold down all 4 shoulder buttons on the controller. Once you beat Ripto, it's automatic. But the levels are so circular that Sparks can be pointing through a wall. Sparks' angles are a bit weird.
Hey, it's up here.
So we complain about it.
I forgot this
because
room!
It's frustrating.
So 3 more levels. There's Magma Cone, Kitty Oasis, and then the Icy Speedway.
Yeah, we may complain about Sparks not being super helpful pointing to gems now, but that feature just doesn't exist at all in Spyro 1. So
yeah.
We take what we can get.
You at least can see the shine of gems from a distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in Spyro 3, you have to unlock the ability to point to gems. So in this level, I can get a really interesting glitch that will lose a lot of time. Called Zombie. The non-Cranberries version. Speaking of, I saw these Irish YouTubers in a short talk about musicians, and they could not think of a musician whose name started with the letter D. But the lore is so weird and is like one of the most famous Irish ever. From the Cranberries.
What letter?
D.
And just any artist or singer specifically?
Singer, I think. Ow. Okay, so who wants to do the actual worst minigame in Spyro 2?
Ooh, Hunter does.
Yeah, well, fuck Hunter. Really hard people to grab all of those. This is popcorn. Popcorn sucks because Hunter doesn't, in fact, cheat. But we can also kind of... What? We can also kind of cheat. I wish we could fireball Hunter. I wish I could light Hunter on fire. So we have to get 10 pieces of crystal popcorn before Hunter does.
Yes.
It's not bad. It's pretty easy.
Okay.
We have to do it twice, and the second one is a lot more difficult.
I'll give you ready when you are.
Fuck! I'm just bad at finding where they're gonna pop out. That's my biggest issue. I was behind by like 3 there at one point. I'm shocked I won.
Yeah.
All right. So we're already done with the hardest part of this level. From here, it's pretty smooth sailing generally. Also, here is another weird example of all the stuff with the level and how it's very oddly designed. They expect you to kill all of the Earth Shapers before you get to the volcano, inside the volcano. There's like 6 of them, I think? 6 or 7? You only need 2 enemies to activate the power up here, which is inside the volcano. Fuck! Alright, we need sparks. And I don't know where there's a fodder.
There's a life bottle up ahead on your normal route.
Is there?
Yep, there are 4, but there's one right on the way by the elevator, so you should be good.
Oh, that's right. Oh, there's one right here anyway. Just to grab gems on the way there if there are any. This is one of the harder double jumps for me. This one sucks. Alright, and that's everything outside. Hopefully. Instead of going down the elevator...
That count doesn't look right to me, just as a warning.
Okay. Hopefully... I'm not missing anything.
Hopefully I'm wrong. Oh, I know what it is. You collected more gems outside than I do, so my count could be wrong.
No. So we have a height cap, but if we double jump, not like that. But if we double jump, we can get the zombie. Is that still zombie?
It counts. It counts.
Fuck!
You're in zombie.
So that's the zombie glitch that I was talking about. Technically,
not-
it's fine.
Yeah, you just want to take a death. So zombie is a weird effect where you're half dead. Because we died in a cutscene while we're getting warped.
And we can't
Sparks
collect
will not eat
sparks.
butterflies. The game thinks we're dead, but doesn't think we're dead. It's not that bad to deal with. We take a death and it's fixed. But it is time that we'd rather not.
Oh, these guys are still here?
You didn't do the challenge.
No, but I thought they would have despawned and I'd have to restart. Does that mean I can snipe them all and just get teleported back to the top?
If you can snipe them, yes.
Oh, wait, there's a couple I don't know if I can because they're in that lava pool. But I can get most of them.
There's
Oh.
also that whirlwind.
Yeah, I forgot about the whirlwind. Damn, that would have been a hot snipe if I hit that balloon.
360 no scope.
Wow, I cannot hit that balloon. So normally this challenge sucks, but with the fireball, it's pretty easy.
Thanks.
There's only 3 orbs left in the entire game. Why did I not get that? There it is. I didn't realize you don't keep the power up when you get the orb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's usually how it goes with like a lot. I think most of the power-ups.
Yeah. All right.
Alright, good.
So that is Magma Cone. Now I have one of my favorite levels, Shady Oasis. I mentioned this in a few of my streams, but Yuru, did you know that apparently Shorty is female, canonically?
I think I knew that from somewhere.
I
don't know
was
if it was
told
from
by
your stream.
Dylan. But yeah, it says in the official manual that Shorty is female,
Okay.
which is interesting. Which is also weird because it sounds so masculine. So this is Shorty. We have to lead Shorty through this entire level, along with killing 18 enemies. But this level is fun because it's just like a couple of rooms and it's one giant area, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fun. Wait, do those things not hurt you?
The hitboxes are a little weird on everything to do with that enemy. But they certainly can hurt you.
I'm about to say, I definitely got hit, but it didn't damage me.
Then you got lucky.
Yes. So we should be close. like I said, we need 18 enemies, and I believe we are at where we want to be.
We're in a good place for enemies. I do think that green didn't collect behind you.
You are
There's a
correct.
weird thing with this specific gem where Sparks gets overwhelmed and won't collect it, and you have to touch it manually.
Gross.
Yep, it's a weird quirk of that specific gem.
God, I don't want to die to this bitch. Yay! Alright, I need a peacock, but I don't think there's anywhere close.
I think there's a life bottle coming up.
Yes,
Yeah,
there is.
I think you're right, yeah.
At least we get to enjoy Sparksless movement for a little bit.
No, I don't want to enjoy Sparkless movement.
Thanks for help.
So we need to now hunt down the 3 dudes. And we're gonna kill all of them before they even know we exist, except for the last one.
Nah, 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 nah.
Fuck you. That was you, Enigma.
Yes.
Yay! Oh my god, step on it, Spyro, please!
No, I wasn't trying to like trick you or anything. It was just like
Oh, no,
I
I
really
know.
like that taunt.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
How did that not hit the mystery jar? I guess I was too far away. Okay, so... we want to talk to this guy, Grundy.
And remember, jump.
We want to head back this first one, and they'll all just start spitting out rapid fire. I don't remember who
I don't think I've ever
showed
seen
me
you.
that.
I don't think I've ever seen you do that challenge in a speedrun.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who showed me that, but it's hysterical how they just all start shooting out.
Yeah, I just happen to like always either like need to go or just get distracted before you get to this level.
Fair. So this was the one that we, I guess, kind of want to see us, but I don't care. Because we can just snipe them from wherever we want. Damn, I missed. I can't snipe from wherever I want.
Tried.
Would you just die? Thank you. And that warps us back to the top.
Thanks for bringing.
And that's fine because the only things we're missing is at the start now.
Only one orb left.
Yeah, and that's the one in Icy Speedway. That is such a fun level. It's also very quick.
Nice and compact.
Yeah. This gym count doesn't look right. There's 11 on the island, I think.
11 on the island. There's some before the island.
Let's go! I didn't miss anything. Alright, so I'm gonna let Enigma and Yorubla decide here. Do we take a short, like, 5-minute break between Spyro 1 and 2?
You're the runner. I feel like that should be your call based on your fatigue.
Yeah, I was probably gonna tap out after this because I'm getting tired and I have work in the morning.
I don't need to take her at all, you would quit!
You have been waiting for that all day, haven't you?
Yes! Yeah, I'll probably take a 5-minute break, grab an apple or a banana or a pear or something, and then move on to the next game.
Yeah, fatigue is a big factor in a run like this, and it doesn't hurt to mentally reset a little because the game's movement engine is fundamentally different between Spyro 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So giving yourself a moment to sort of undo the muscle memory isn't a bad thing. All right, so I said at the very, very beginning of the run that we end on something that's pretty anticlimactic, not a boss battle. Superman 64 is the final boss of the game.
Yes.
Don't miss any or we'll have to start over.
What? Hello? What was that?
A failure.
I don't even know how I could have missed that. Doink, 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 doink. Okay, I'm done.
Doink, 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 doink.
She doinked on my doink until I doinked in her doink.
Doink, 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 doink.
You want a healthy snack? Yeah, I always keep apples, oranges, pears, and bananas in the house. And that is Spyro 2. 100%.
All right, congrats on the first of the 3.
Thank you. You cannot check the does Select not open the guidebook here?
Not in this game, no.
Damn.
Pulls
Yeah,
up the HUD.
that is everything. Alright, so now we do this, 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 and this. Thank you for the GGs, guys, and now we take like a 5-minute break. Everyone go get a snack, get a drink, stretch your leggies, and I'll see you guys in like 5 minutes. And I guess I'll see you later, Enigma.
Yeah, talk to you later.
Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Hopefully you guys don't mind if I chat while I eat my apple. But, this marathon is for charity. Not exactly sure which charity, though. Yeah, that one. Oh, nice. I actually, I always struggled with, it's not the parasympathetic nervous system, but I had, nervous system cancer as a baby, so I know the pain with that. I'm ready to start now.
Okay, rolling.
Oh,
I'm gonna try I think it's a double frame perfect trick to skip the first dragon cutscene. No, didn't get it. So if you can stay
Not a
up
bad
there.
attempt.
What?
Thank you for
Not a
releasing
bad
us.
attempt, though.
No.
10 dragons in the artisan world.
I'm good at getting stuck on top, but not falling at all.
what about Nasty Nort? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
I mentioned earlier how planes don't move if you can't see them. So we actually use that to our advantage in this level. We're gonna have to defeat a bunch of planes, and there's a specific order we want to get them in. And if we keep one of them on screen, it makes it a lot easier to get that order. And I fucked it up. We just missed the one plane. Which doesn't lose too much time. Also, something I... Fuck. Something I forgot to mention in Spyro 2. The closer you fly to the water in Speedway levels, the faster you go. Also, I have not been doing well with Spyro 1 runs lately. This is actually probably my worst of the 3 games. Which is funny, because it's the first one that I ever ran. How are you feeling, Arugula?
I'm ready to go with Spyro 1.
That makes one of us. What
Yeah,
the hell?
Classic. So Spyro 1, 1998, a year before Spyro 2 came out. As I mentioned before the break, it's in a different game engine, so Spyro fundamentally moves different. You've got some of the same moves: charge, flame, jump, glide. There's no hover, you can't swim, no climbing ladders. It's a much simpler, more straightforward platforming experience. Just collect all the gems, dragons, and kill all the thieves that have eggs. Yeah, Spyro flopped on the crystal, which can happen in that section.
Yeah. And I always miss one of these gems on this first platform, and I don't know how to fix that.
Yeah, the movement takes some getting used to.
Something interesting, though, is for the flight mechanics in this game, they actually hired a NASA flight engineer to help with Spyro's flight feel. Why was its leg just dangling like that? I never noticed that.
Alright, so we are into our first proper level of Spyro 1, Dark Hollow. The levels start out pretty small and simple. They get more complex as we go. Dark Hollow is in many ways just a tutorial on enemy types. With Fireball in Spyro 2, this didn't matter, but a fundamental concept in Spyro is big enemies cannot be charged. They're too big to damage that way. And enemies with metal armor cannot be flamed because it protects them.
Yeah.
And that sort of the enemies in this level highlight that.
Although there is something I want to mention that I noticed in Spyro 3. In this level, the Norks with the shields, if you're able to flame behind the shield, you still kill them. In Spyro 2 and 3, even if you flame an enemy from behind that has no armor behind, it still will not kill them.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
But this level's just pretty cozy.
It is.
There is an out of bounds that saves a little bit of time, but we're going through sort of a more normal approach. And it's just nice and relaxed, some good music.
Because I don't know how to do that one.
Might be worth bringing up. The music in this game and all three of the games we're going to be running here was composed by Stuart Copeland, the drummer for The Police.
Yeah.
And if you're interested in that, there's a couple of YouTube videos about sort of his process for making the music for this. And he just seems to be having so much fun.
They made a love song about a stalker. I think that was The Police.
That sounds right, yes.
Yeah, like everyone plays at their wedding, but it's a song about a stalker, and it's like, why? Now we fight the first boss in Spyro history, and it's not fun. I think this is the hardest boss level in the game because of the dogs.
Yep, that's a fair assessment.
But we are gonna try to make two dogs yeet themselves into oblivion. Because it's fun.
Yeah, so outside of bosses themselves, one of the general concepts in the three Spyro games is most enemies take one hit to defeat.
Yeah.
There are a couple exceptions, and we're going to be seeing one of them here with these dogs.
So
yep, that is also a fair assessment. Quite toasty.
there is another way to kill the dog that I'm not 100% sure how to do. If you jump and flame them while they're in the air and then charge away, they will hit a death plane. Oh my god, I always lose sparks in this level.
This level is challenging.
It is. This should have been like one of the later bosses, I feel.
There is no fodder to heal sparks in this level. With that said, it is possible if you die in this game, you will respawn at the last dragon that you freed in that level. So Mousie's grabbed a dragon partially for safety. We do have to collect it eventually.
Yeah.
Jumping to after doing fire to basically the dogs have to be hit twice.
You can hit them without jumping twice, but it's a little bit more precise. Like that.
Yeah.
So it's just
Also, the
easier
boss
to
is-
jump.
But the boss is a sheep on stilts.
Yes. A sheep in wolf clothing, if you will.
I won't. All right, and that's Toasty done.
Yeah, this game is a lot more simple than Spyro 1 or 2, or Spyro 2 or 3. Also, if you have full sparks, he will not eat butterflies.
Yeah, which is a big difference from 2 and 3.
But you
But
also
in exchange,
can't get one-ups from fodder either in this one.
yeah.
We're gonna be seeing our first real glitch here, which is we're gonna spin. We're gonna roll up the wall. This is the first glitch I learned how to do in this game. And it's fun.
And there we go. A little bit of a sequence break. Makes the routing a little easier for collecting everything.
Yeah. Also, in this game, if you are going up a hill and you are holding the jump button, you will gain speed continually because you'll be jumping. It's called skittering or skitter jumping, I forget which.
Skittering.
Yeah, but it's very helpful. Why did I flame him? I don't know. These are enemies, larger enemies that you can flame or charge, but if you charge them, you also bonk. So annoying they are. Oh my god, Spyro, please! If I keep doing that, I'm gonna give concussion a Spyro. Thankfully, all the egg in this game are pretty easy to catch once you know how. Another fun thing is charge gliding. So if you glide, or if you intend to glide, if you jump and then charge and then glide like a frame or two later, you get a lot more speed and distance than you normally would. But it's also pretty easy to mess up.
Jumping in this game is slow, kind of. Gliding is slow, so you cancel part of the animation to speed it up, among other things.
Another thing you can do that I'll show in a second is if you jump and then immediately charge, you start at full charging speed. Otherwise, it takes a couple seconds to reach full charge speed. They're fire immune. I don't know then. And that is Artisan, or Stonehill.
Yeah, not quite done Artisans, but we are close.
Yeah, there's one level left in Artisans. This game is a lot shorter than the other Spyro games.
Though it's worth noting there are 6 worlds instead of the 3 we saw in Spyro 2. So it's not shorter by as much as it may seem at first.
Yeah. So I'm really bad at hitting this guy. Because now he went the wrong way. I'm gonna go this way first. Yeah, whenever I charge that guy and I try to flame, it always eats my flame because Spyro doesn't like stopping when you're going downhill.
Yes, that is correct.
But yeah, I don't know a lot of the big skips in this one, so this is mostly just gonna be play the game, but fast.
I would argue there are very few skips in this category anyways. It's a very micro movement heavy category as opposed to Spyro 2, which is big tricks.
And 3 is very much just skip everything and go back. So these bowls, you can flame them or you can charge them. I like to charge them because then they have to sit there until they die and think about what they did. Like that.
Also, I think that was our first instance of a spring chest, which is
Yeah.
exclusive to Spyro 1. It's a container where if you flame, or I guess technically if you charge into it as well, the gem will pop out and you have to catch it in the air to grab the gem and break the chest.
Also, the flame in this game isn't really a flame. You can very easily catch any thief in this game because your flame acts more like an extension of Spyro's hitbox, and it basically just doubles your hitbox length. So you just flame, charge, and you can hit any thief really easily. Does that through count as skip? I guess it kind of does.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some, but it's not. It felt like in every level in Spyro 2, I was saying, and this is not how you're supposed to do things. Double jump breaks the game. We did all the bosses out of order. Spyro 1 makes you play the worlds in order. We're collecting everything, so most of the tricks and skips don't help. I think we'll see one of the bigger skips at the very, very end of the run for Spyro 1.
Which one? Oh, Poverty Skip?
Yep.
The greatest skip name of all time. Also, there is a trick in this game called Mickey's Dick Smasher, which is amazing. I wish I knew how to do it, but I don't. But you're not going on to World 2. Entire game with Fireball, that's literally not playing the game. Yeah, Spyro 2, you have to get Fireball, and then you're allowed to play the game finally. There is a glide. This is the world that I'm the worst at because of how many difficult jumps there are. Like right here. So that is a wall glide. If you look at the wall or glide against the wall, you can gain height. If you're at the right angle and distance from the wall. And it sucks.
And with that one, doing it saves about 3 seconds, and failing it loses about 5, so you better get it first try.
But it's also fun and cool to show off with. And it's not really that difficult compared to some of the other ones in this game.
Agreed.
That I don't do. I somehow got Gulp Skip's second try today. I'm normally pretty bad at Gulp Skip. I also got the Dragon Shores Wall Skip first try. Like, the start of my Spyro 2 was really good up until I had to swim in air.
It's really good to get that out of the way in a 337.
Yeah.
You don't want it looming over your head 5 hours into the run.
Yeah, so I always do Spyro 3 last because it's like my comfort game. Spyro 3 is a game that I can just turn my brain off and relax with. Well. That sucks a little bit.
I'd say, as someone who runs 117 a good bit, basically all of the glitches are optional. Except for getting into the, getting into Sergeant Bird and Molten Crater early, and Agent 9 and Fireworks Factory. Other than that, basically everything is optional.
Oh, right. Who here has not seen a 117% run? Because there is a very fun glitch in Fireworks Factory called Secret Agent Spyro. All right, so coming up is what I call one of the harder jumps in the game. It's really not that bad, but I'm just really bad at it. Brandon just more in the vlogging mindset. Fair. Moonfire is so fun. It is. Oh no, it's the next one, not this one. This one only has one slightly difficult jump, but it's completely optional. But it does save, I don't know how much time. The whole jump. You know how much time that saves?
I want to say it's like 10 seconds. It's a decent chunk. Oh wait, no, sorry, which jump?
The one up to the ledge with the life chest.
Okay, yeah, that saves about 10 seconds. It's a decent amount because any backtracking there is awkward otherwise.
Yeah. I usually give it like 2 or 3 tries before I just forget it. Clifftown? Yeah, it's Clifftown. Clifftown has 2 annoying jumps. The boop command? Yes. Also, with wall gliding, you might have seen there, I started to lose a little bit of height because the wall was sloping down instead of up. If you wall glide there, you lose height instead of gaining it.
Also, you may notice that Ink 25 gem we just ran over.
I was about to mention that, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead if you'd like.
So these chests, the fan chests, when you break them, the fans fly up and they can kill enemies, and that's what happened. It hit a big North who was up there, and it killed him. That's what that oof you heard at the beginning was.
Yeah.
And we'll be
Mousy
seeing
will
that
be
a
doing that.
couple more times.
Yeah. The shrapnel from the fan has a slight homing effect, so it's not super precise, but it is very helpful in places.
My favorite one is the one in Nasty's loop, though.
Mhm.
That thief is a pain in the ass to catch if you can't do it quickly. Alright, so if you do a spin jump, Spyro gains height. While spinning, somehow. Fuck. I don't know why he spins the wrong way sometimes. There we go. I'm also gonna grab this. Also, one way that this game is slightly easier than 2 and 3 is in Spyro 2 and 3, you have a minimum charge distance. In this game, you don't. So you can just, like, charge for, like, a frame and break stuff. So it makes enemies on ledges so much easier to deal with. Six Spyro. Oh yeah, because of the RRLAT9 Trilogy trifecta. Yeah. And with this, fuck. So I just forgot because I was playing Spyro 2. In 1, you don't have a hover.
Yeah, in Spyro 2, hitting triangle during your glide basically kills your horizontal momentum but gives you a little bit of extra height. In Spyro 1, it makes you plummet.
Yes. All right. But I hope you all are enjoying so far. We're about halfway-ish done. Not even close. Or about third of the way done.
Yeah, halfway through will be late in Spyro 1.
Yeah, so my PB for 2 is about 3 hours, 15 minutes. For Spyro 1, it's 2 hours and 22 minutes. And then for 3, it's just over 5 hours. So literally half of this run is just going to be Spyro 3.
And that's how it goes in the 337. It's just such a long game.
It is, but I think it's the most fun one. So this is the hard jump.
Nice.
I find it easier to charge instead of trying to glide around it. Then there's one other one here, but if I fuck up that one, I don't immediately die. Oh wait, didn't you say you had to go at some point, Urugla, or no?
Not for a while.
Okay.
And honestly, I got a nap in earlier, so I'm probably going to be good for most of the 337.
Nice. What time is it anyway? Like,
12:09 a.m. Eastern.
I would say it's gotta be close to midnight. Doesn't feel like midnight because I slept most of the day to make sure I was ready for this. Where am I going? I'm so bad at this jump. So, something that the other games, I believe, don't have that makes some of the platforming easier and harder in this one. If you charge onto a ledge, you gain a little bit of extra height.
Yes, the combination of things. Charging in the air gives you a slight height boost just in general. And then some of the ledges in this game are very forgiving about letting you up if you're charging into their edge.
Fair. I did not know
2
that.
and 3, charging in the air drops you.
Except for double jump.
Yes. Correct.
Although if you mess up with double jump, you will still drop.
Yeah, and I know if you haven't played these games or you've only played Reignited, a lot of this sounds very abstract. It's purple dragon charges around, kills enemies, collects gems. The physics are like so different in Spyro 1 from 2 and 3. It's really hard to describe unless you've played them like back to back.
Yeah, like from what I've been told, Spyro 2 and 3 Reignited feel a lot more like the original. Spyro 1 Reignited feels nothing like the original. What the? Also, these birds, the top of the pole is somehow part of their hitbox when they're sitting on it.
I don't know about that hit game.
Yeah. But normally, to get the gems I got at the very start, we would have to glide all the way down from here and then run through the entire level again. So it saves like minutes. At least a couple.
Saves a good bit of time, yeah. One thing you may have noticed, since we're up on this hill on the other side of the ravine, as we leave here, is the terrain in Spyro 1 is a lot less flat than in Spyro 2. Spyro 2 tends to have like flat surfaces and then jumps to get up to different heights. But Spyro 1, there's a lot of contours, and that really affects the movement that you do.
I'm missing a 5. I have an idea where it is, though. Yep. Okay. Now we go to the second boss. Dr. Shep. So it's really...
Unlike
What was that?
the first boss, he is not a sheep.
No. Oh, an extra life. So when you kill an enemy that's already been killed in the past, they will either drop a ball, a butterfly, or very rarely an extra life. And if you kill 14 enemies that have already been killed,
Honestly, have no idea.
it's some amount of enemies, you get an extra life. And we would normally use this cannon to break that rock to get to Night Flight, but because we just went around, we don't need to.
The cannons are very finicky in this game, and in addition to like having to fire an extra shot at that target on the rock, the cannonball can despawn. So it's
Can
just a
it?
good thing not to. Yep.
Oh, I had no idea.
If you jump away from the cannon after firing in such a way that the cannonball ends up off screen, it's possible to despawn the cannonball and fail to break the target.
Interesting. So these guys are meant to fall off the ledge and die, but there's a couple that will just fall through the earth because they're on a timer. I kind of want to take it slow and show it off. Also, do you know if the thing with going into demo mode affects all 3 Spyro games, or is it just the second one?
Pretty sure it's 2 and 3, but not 1.
So we watch this guy. Okay, they just both went off the edge, never mind. Oh, it's these ones. One of these guys. He just falls through the ground because he's on a timer, and it's great. Yeah, I'm not super worried about any time loss or anything. I'm more fun to show off stuff like that people might not know about.
Yeah, honestly, the 337 is meant to be sort of a cozy experience.
Yeah.
It's also just a fun run if you have the time. It's the sort of thing that you can do without, like, any tricks. I mean, effectively, you're fully completing 3 games that are not meant to be, like, crazy.
Yeah.
But there are hidden things. There are definitely secrets. It's not like it's an easy experience to fully complete them. But you can totally do so without tons of experience. But you can also practice each game for years and really like get all the nuances down. And it's just cool seeing all of the different like approaches that people take, the different levels that people are at when they do this.
Yeah.
It's a really fun experience.
So you may have noticed I rolled into... Fuck. I rolled into Dr. Shemp at the end there for bosses and for some special chest types. If you roll into them while they're despawning, you auto-collect every one of their gems. Spyro's being weird. He's just like flopping a lot today for some reason. Instead of gliding or falling. Or charging off ledges.
It's very easy to flop off of Spyro 1 ledges because they're not like clean lines like they tend to be in 2 and 3.
Yeah. Also, I did not mention this game has... The first game I mentioned had 12 talismans, 10,000 treasure, and 64 orbs. This game has 12 dragon eggs, 80 dragons, and 14,000 treasure.
And happily, there's no one to ask us to do mini games for any of this. This is a pure platformer. The mini games can be fun, but it's stressful. Some of them in a speedrun context.
Yeah. Have a good night, Pikmin. I remember saying I was going... Okay, never mind. It was the one in Nasty Nork. You said it was possible to break something. The poverty skip. I said I would save at the dragon in Nork Nexus in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, just because it's a marathon, I'd do that.
Yeah. I've done it once by accident because I did it before the credits actually started rolling.
Yeah, I think I've done it once. But the other thing I've done is hit the load state button instead of the open disk tray button. So that's the other thing that can go wrong.
Oh, that... I would assume that would get rid of the save because it would load the entire thing back to a previous state, including the memory card.
Well, it's more the run dies.
Yeah.
But the memory card's a bit weird with save states, yeah.
Yeah, I would love
So
to set up a save state, but I think even making one would invalidate the run.
Yes.
I do still want to submit it to SRC because it is going to be a PB. For the trifecta, not for Spyro 1. Oh, so these are exceptions to the rules for large enemies can't be charged because they're on ice. Because theoretically they couldn't be charged because they're too big, but they can't. Spyro, what the fuck was that? But they can't be flamed because they're wearing armor.
Yeah, and if you're wondering how are you supposed to know that, one of the dragon cutscenes that we skip basically tells you that.
Yeah. You just don't like talking to the dragons because they're boring. I hate these light poles. They are evil. And some runners who are far better than I will ever be can just run right past them and somehow hit them without falling off.
Hitboxes are weird in this game. The geometry often doesn't quite line up with what you see.
I'll be showing off a fun hitbox quirk during the blowhard fight. There's a specific enemy type whose hitboxes literally don't line up with their model.
Yeah, and that leads to some interesting results in places.
Yes. Some fun results. But this is one of the longer levels in the game, which is weird because it's near the beginning. I always thought this level was oddly long for Peacekeepers in general.
Peacekeepers is surprisingly difficult for the second world.
I think it's the hardest world in general because, I mean, Beastmakers is not bad if you take your time. But this one just sucks. You're early for Spyro? Let's go! Well, we already did Spyro 2.
Now here's something while I'm thinking about it. So in the top left, you can see a gem count. And that was the case in Spyro 2 as well, and that's how we keep track of what we're collecting. In Spyro 1, and only Spyro 1, that gem count is for the specific level you're in. In 2 and 3, it's your total gem count that you have across all of the levels.
Yes.
So if you're using the gem count to say, have I missed anything, it's a lot easier to do in Spyro 1 than 2 and 3, where other levels will affect that number.
Oh, but I never finished my apple. I don't go in order because Spyro 2 has some stuff that can literally make the run unfinished, uncompletable. Like Gulp Skip. So earlier, you were going to mention about the fan chest. I didn't jump! This fan chest can either hit that box or this guy. And it seems to be 50-50.
It can also snipe a third thing.
Can it?
One of the armored enemies that's actually up to the left.
I don't think I've ever had that happen. That's interesting.
Generally, you have to set it up pretty sort of wrong. Your angle has to be pretty bad for that to happen. But if you try and overcompensate to not hit the chest, you can do it.
This is my worst level in the whole game.
Alpine Ridge. Alpine Ridge is a level of cycles. It's a dangerous level. It's a level where we generally do at least 1 and often 2 damage boosts.
Really?
Yes, I don't know whether or not you will, but there are sort of 2 standard damage boosts in this level.
Yeah, I do 1. I don't know what the other one
That's
is.
fair. Well, we'll see as we get to them.
Okay, I do the last fireworks chest on the pillar.
Okay. Normally we'd also damage boost into the fireworks chest in one of the caves in the middle of the level
Right,
too.
I forgot about that. Somehow. I do that one too, yeah.
Alright, so we've hit a bad cycle with this enemy, but not the worst cycle. If you get a frame perfect sort of charge into that enemy, you can fall through the floor as he raises the platform.
Really?
So we didn't get that. Yes, I've seen it once. Shoutouts to Super Dave too.
I'm sorry, Super Dave too.
It's very funny if you're not the one doing the run.
Yes.
Also, these enemies, as they panic and run around, can push Spyro, including push him off a cliff, which again is funny if you are watching, and maybe not so much if you're the runner. Shoutouts to Super Dave too.
I'm sorry, Super Dave too.
This level is just lots of things can go wrong.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are not necessarily your own fault.
And if, unlike almost every other level, if you fall off of any platform in this level, it's 99% death. I'm trying to rig my whole
that's the
oven.
one. That's the enemy that can push you off as it runs around panicking.
Oh, I thought you meant any of them could.
I think technically, but that one's very close to an edge.
I can see that.
Yeah, one of these metal enemies coming up by stairs can also just knock you off into the void.
I don't know how I hit that guy.
Hitboxes are suggestions in this game. Spyro's, I think, hitbox is wider than his model, and it's pill-shaped or similar, so you get a little bit more leeway with hitting things with charges.
Interesting. They're saying he's secretly fat. Yeah, if you...
Here's our first damage boost.
Yeah, so if you run into firework chests, they immediately break, but you do take 1 hit of sparks.
And often that trade-off is worth it.
Because it's faster.
Yeah.
However, the other damage boost in this level, if you don't have the right angle going into the box, you die. And I have done that many a times. And also in Spyro 1, walls are just a suggestion.
Yep, there's a small panel there where there's no collision. And it's actually useful.
I love Wall. Wall is my best friend in this game. Wall didn't kill my family.
With a lot of this stuff that we've been talking about throughout the runs, the team that programmed this was trying to get around the limitations of the PlayStation 1 in terms of like memory and what you can keep loaded. And different games handle this in different ways. Crash, for instance, loads each level in sections. And also those levels are a lot more narrow and linear. With Spyro and sort of the vast 3D world, one of the things that they did was items have different models based on how far away you are from them.
Yes.
So basically they've got a high res for if you're close and a lower res if you're far away. And that gives a better illusion of like everything being loaded in without having the full memory constraints that trying to keep the whole level loaded in would do. And so earlier we mentioned that like you can see the gems twinkling in the distance, and that twinkling is their low-res model.
And you can see them from literally anywhere in the level as long as there's nothing covering them. What the hell? I've never gotten that much speed there before.
It's actually really funny to see that in Spyro 2, because the gears for the trolley.
What?
Ooh,
What about the gears for the trolley?
the high-res model for the gears for the trolley use an in-game memory color, and the low-res model ones don't. So if you like use a Game Shark to change the gold color, it changes the color of the gears when they're close and not when they're far away.
Interesting.
So they look totally crazy as they sort of phase from their low res to their high res.
There we go.
There we go.
The funny thing is, that's not even hard to do. Like, that's pretty easy normally.
It's definitely, I mean, as you've shown, definitely possible to get too much speed and bonk at the top.
Yeah.
That's also not the intended solution. You're supposed to find a key and use it to unlock that chest. But generally, things like Super Flame and Supercharge will break almost anything. And so it works as an alternative.
Almost anything?
I'm sure there's something that I am not thinking of where it doesn't.
Fair. Damn. So, something here called the Bicycle Cave. I am not going to do that. I'm going to do the start of it, which is where you can die. Which is where you can use the supercharge to go up the stairs. Also, enemies like that on moving platforms, so that the gem doesn't fall, will home in, regardless of if you flame or charge them. I think that's something we haven't discussed yet, is how gems work. If you flame an enemy, the gems do not home in. If you charge them, they do, and then you can flame charge, which you flame them, but the gems still home in.
Yeah, basically, if you are near an enemy or near a gem spawn and charging when the gem appears, generally for the most part, the gem will home in as if you killed the enemy by charging. The range for this is a lot smaller in Spyro 1 than 2 and 3. But generally having to stop and wait for gems to collect or jump into them is slower than having them just auto-collect for you. But the technique takes some getting used to, and you can't do it in every location.
Yeah.
You can't do it against every enemy. With that said, those sort of platform controlling enemies, whether or not they're on that narrow platform, but that specific enemy, the gem will always home in regardless.
Interesting.
The same is true of an enemy that we'll see a lot later in Lofty Castle. And the reason for this is if you charge through something and then have to stop and wait for the gem to collect, it really feels bad. So the idea was that charging through an enemy, you wouldn't have to stop to collect the gem. But the way that they did it lets us sort of cheat it a little bit with some very careful movement.
Which one in the castle?
The turkey enemies.
Yeah.
Yep. Which I believe is not true of Reignited. It's like one of the small details that differ between them in Spyro 1.
So this is Super Flame. It's like Fireball, but not as cool. Now we're gonna Death Abuse. Also, in this room, this big open room, falling off is worse than death. Because falling off means you have to sit there for multiple seconds while the fairies pick you up. And they are not... What the hell was that?
Nice proxy.
I've never seen that proxy.
Me neither. Well, I have seen it, just not in that direction.
Interesting.
I've seen it pop you up, but not sideways. We explained this for Spyro 2, but since I know people are cycling in and out, the devs put in a bit of a failsafe to keep Spyro from getting trapped in terrain or enemies. And basically, if Spyro's hitbox gets stuck in an enemy's hitbox, Spyro gets ejected very quickly, which can lead to like getting lots of height or speed. And we just saw getting ejected from the spider's hitbox as it died, pushing Spyro out, sort of in a wild horizontal way.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my splits for this for this one, but it started counting down the second I split for Alpine. No! And this is what happens if you fall here. So just this entire cutscene every time.
It could be worse. In the prototype build, what apparently was the case is they were broken. So they would grab you from areas they weren't supposed to and try and pull you back up there, but that area hadn't loaded, so they just dropped you to your death after wasting your time.
That's amazing. As you can see, that thing just whacked that thief in the head.
Alright. Wizard Peak is a level where if you played this as a kid, you probably didn't figure out how to get everything for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, alright, we're doing Crystal Flight first.
Yeah, my foot say Crystal Flight, so if you can keep this dragon on screen while touching the portal, I got it. I felt my controller vibrate. It touches the dragon through the portal and it skips the animation.
which is a small. It's a saves a couple of seconds. It's definitely worth going for.
And this is the hardest speedway simply because of the start. Well, shit. Well, shit. Oh no! I fell! He's in the corner? These is delicious. I have a VTuber model, but it wouldn't load for some reason. I can never get all of those guys.
That's another place where hitboxes don't match visuals, and the plane that you destroyed before gets in the way of your flame for the next one without, like, careful movement.
Huh, I had no idea.
So generally flame early and probably aim for the left side of the plane to minimize the chances of that happening.
Good to know.
But yeah, that's a weird one when you do it this way, which I don't think is what the devs intended.
But it's what the speedrun intended.
But it is.
Also, just like in Spyro 2 and 3, you can quit out of the speedways after finishing it, but I believe it's only a 1-frame window, except in one of them, which is a 2-frame window.
You know, I don't think we actually talked about this in the first 2 flight levels, but we just did an animation cancel. Normally when Spyro collects the last thing in a flight level, he flies off into the air to spinning to celebrate. And that takes a while. But if you bonk into something as you collect the last thing, you skip that animation and immediately go to the completed screen, which saves a decent bit of time. And so we try and do that in each of the flight levels, and we just did it here.
Yeah. Also, this level has the same music as the Amanda Show, because Stuart Copeland did music for both. So this level has normally a death abuse in it. I did not want to come this way yet, I don't think. Now let's going back to the beginning, I think.
You can make this work, but yeah, this isn't either of the normal routes.
Yeah, I'll just do it the way I would normally do it anyway. It's been a very calm and peaceful 337 so far.
Mm-hmm.
So what you would normally do is you would come to this guy first. Oh yeah, that's the enemy I was talking about. I was nowhere close to him, but his hitbox is not where his model is.
Yeah, this is also, like, again, Spyro's hill-shaped and his charge has a wider range than it looks like it, and then I think the hitboxes on these wizards are weird in addition.
There's one in the very beginning of Blowhard that you can just run completely past him and he'll just die. So what I do here is I just death abuse because it just warps you back to the dragon.
Yep, this works. And 182 is the right gem count for that death abuse, so that's good to see.
Nice.
Yeah, the more you run this, the more you just sort of memorize, oh, I need this many gems here or else I missed something. But that kind of sort of knowledge takes a while to get used to a lot of runs. But it's very helpful because knowing, like, which room you missed a gem in when sparks won't point to anything is very helpful.
Didn't they add the gem pointer to Spyro 1 in the Reignited Trilogy?
Yes.
One problem I do have with the Reignited Trilogy is they took away the adaptive difficulty of 3 and just put it on always easy mode.
Yes, and so the result is, Mousy talked earlier about Spike being their nemesis, which is a perfectly reasonable take for Spyro 3 in OG. Spike is trivially easy in Reignited because it's set to easy mode.
Yeah.
Also, you may have just noticed a gem did collect through that wall. You might have seen it fly through, and we rammed into it with enough speed that we basically forced sparks to the other side.
I've never actually had that happen before.
Yeah, you can make it happen with multiple gems there with sort of really good supercharged movement and enough speed.
I see like Deo and people grab all the gems on the other one like that.
Yeah, if you do sort of the high level route there, you death abuse right there, you fall off instead of flying back. And so that gem homing in means you don't have to go as far around the back. Also, I mentioned the prototype earlier. There was that thief behind the back that was just sort of standing there and taunting. In the prototype, that thief ran around, and so you had to chase it around that really awkward, narrow ledge in the back.
Bro, but I don't know if there's a way to get the thief like that or not.
I don't think so, because it's more forcing sparks through the wall than, like, charging things through the wall.
Also, that is the last thief in the game.
Yeah, for whatever reason, they're all limited to the first half of the game, and then there are none after. And kind of weird. If you're completing this game, just like get to the final boss as quickly as possible. You only need 5 of the eggs.
Yeah.
And there are 12, as Mousy has said, but we have grabbed all 12, as we need to for this category.
Yes. Now we get to go to Blowhard, or as my community calls him, Sucksoft. I got the good cycle there. I am not missing anything. Cool. I thought I was. And as you can see, sometimes Spark just doesn't do his job and pick up gems when he should.
Yeah, Sparks has the smallest range in Spyro 1 of the 3 games in the trilogy.
It's the long game? Hell yeah, and thank you for the good luck. Hey, thank you, Dylan, for the good luck. How you doing? How was your 14 tally earlier? I saw you were doing some of that. I don't know why I did that. No! Oh. I hate these druids so much.
This section is rough. If you're not careful, you can actually charge into that last one, hit it, and then fall back as you kill him.
I
because
have
the
done
corpse
that.
is still tangible for a while.
I had done that more times than I want to admit. Have a good time though? Nice. Blow hard? Hell yeah.
Yo, Dylan.
Really?
Yeah, that happens. I don't know if it means you were too early or too late, but it means the timing was slightly off on the roll.
Damn. So I'm leaving Magic Crafters at around 109.20. I wonder if I'm on PB base. We'll find out at the end of the run. If you want to get back into Splash, do it! Come back next year for the what is it, 602 Splash Fecta? 642?
642. The 602 is the big 3D Mario category.
Yeah, I've done that one too. It sucks because I don't run Mario games.
Yeah, I know there's been a couple mentions of the Splash Fecta in chat, which is this 337 plus the full completion of the first 3 PlayStation 1 Crash games. You can then combine that with the 3D Mario 602 and the Rareware 301 to get the 1545, which is really, really, really long. Not just really, really long.
At some point, I want to try to do a solo 1545. Thankfully, though, I don't hate myself that much yet. Maybe in a couple more years. Also, I did mention we are now on the 4th out of 6 worlds. So we're about halfway done with this game now. And this is the world that literally everybody hates.
Agreed. Just because the levels get a little bit longer and a little bit more difficult as you go on, the halfway point's probably around the end of this level or like in the middle of the next one, but we're pretty close to halfway done Spyro 1.
Yeah. I still find this to be the most difficult of the 3 games simply because it's the simplest mechanically, so there's not as much that you can do with it to break it.
Yeah, you can push like movement very, very hard, and people have done incredible things with this. The world record was improved on earlier this year by Deo Man, who is really good at this category.
Yeah.
And watching those runs, it's crazy what's possible, but so much of that is like micro movement and just sort of pushing the basics rather than the sort of big tricks that we saw in Spyro 2.
Yeah, so with the Deo Man one, you can get 120% in this game, and Deo can get 120% in an hour and 19 minutes. Which is insane.
It's a time that people did not think was going to be possible.
Yeah, when I first started running Spyro 1 a few years ago, I asked Dave, I was like, do you ever think that, like, 121 will be possible? He said no. Well, I thought this part was safe. And now, thanks to the latest task, we know that theoretically a 105 is possible.
Probably not by humans, but
not
still.
yet anyway. Not until a composer wants to do 120.
Yeah. One thing I've mentioned before, Spyro has an active speedrunning community, even though these are older games. The world record for each of the 3 categories that make up this trifecta run were set this year.
Wait, really?
So, yes, Deo set the 120 world record in March. Shaw picked up the Hundo world record like less than a month ago, and Vanny picked up the 117, like improved the 117 world record in June of this year.
Oh shit, I thought it was last year that Vanny... Oh, my controller is fucking up again. Now it's trying to pull me to the left. Yeah, I thought that Vanny did it last year, not this year.
I think Vanny got a world record last year, took some time off, and came back and pushed it down further this year.
Ah, fair.
But June of this year down to a 247, which is crazy.
Watching his world record run helped me figure out how to do the lizards and skateboarding much cooler. So you can, on the ones on the half pipes, you can just do a fucking flip around and not have to jump on the ramp. First time I've ever missed that jump. Although I will say, now I'm starting to get tired.
Yeah, fatigue is definitely a factor in a run like this.
Yeah, which is why I ended with the easiest game for me. Like, I've got a 2-liter bottle of Coke Zero, but like, I don't want to take the time to drink while I'm doing stuff.
You get some long loads in Spyro 3 between levels.
Yeah.
I use them as texting breaks.
Nice.
They're long enough to do that.
Especially with the memory card now.
Mm-hmm.
But Coke Zero is good. Personally, I think it's better than regular Coke. The drug and the drink. Because I've only had one of those, and it wasn't the drug.
I've heard good things about Coke Zero, but I haven't tried it myself.
It's not as sweet as Coke, because I think regular Coke is way too sweet. And it's like 99.5% water or something, so it's actually not even that bad for you. Comparatively.
That's interesting. Yeah. Almost. We're going to do one level before it's bogging time.
I should have gotten the dragon first, I feel.
Normally you get that dragon after because the whirlwind basically pops you right into it.
Oh,
But
I didn't
it
know
doesn't
that.
make a huge difference.
I normally get it first. And I hate this speedway. I'm so bad at this speedway. This room up here, I always get turned around on if I should go for the boats first or the arches first.
That looks like you handled it well, though.
For the first time ever, yes. Fuck. That might actually make bonking at the end easier.
Yeah, it shouldn't be hard to do so.
Wow, I'm missing everything.
Thankfully, if you know roughly a reasonable path through the level, the time is not an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could see there Spyro started to fly up in celebration, but as soon as he hit the roof, it stopped. Yeah, basically it puts you almost exactly where you want to touch the dragon,
Yeah.
especially if you charge out of it. Right, and that is 50 dragons of the 80 that we need. For just sort of the basic completion of the game, the balloonists actually have a checkpoint where they require you to get a certain amount of a collectible to make sure you're playing enough of the game. And 50 dragons is all that you need to beat the game just sort of in an any percent way. So you actually need more than half of them.
Yeah.
And we have finally hit that point, and we have 30 to go.
Oh, sorry, I was finishing my apple while the whirlwind was spawning.
Yeah, now it's time for Misty Bog, and this is awful, this level. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These frogs, these blue ones, the attack frogs, if you will, move in a number of different patterns, so it's not fully predictable. The trees, if they eat you, you lose a bunch of time because you have to wait for them to sort of finish their full animation.
And the attack frogs, their tongues are longer than your flame.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this level. Some difficult jumps. There's a room coming up where you just get a ton of enemies, including a bunch of frogs in a cramped space.
And the community has dubbed it Epstein Island. It used to be called Guantanamo Bay.
It is not a fun room.
Yeah. It's not a fun level.
The other level, if you've played... Oh, go ahead.
The attack frogs are some of the only enemies I've actually learned how to flame charge in this game.
Yeah, and it helps a lot.
It really does.
You run glideless, and so that kind of changes your view. I know you've done any percent recently, but Terrace glideless is an experience.
Glideless starts with when?
But yeah, I'd say most of the levels in this world are not fan favorites.
I do love Treetop.
Treetops is fun when you know the answer to the puzzle.
Yes. And if you're good at supercharging.
Treetops is not fun if you have no idea what the game wants you to do. Misty Bog is just not fun, period.
Yeah. For me,
Terrace
it's
is
the
sneaky
pig.
difficult.
What was that?
Terrace is sneaky hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Why did you go around that guy instead of killing him?
Yeah, actually, if I remember correctly, one of the big selling points for this game, like on the CD case on the back, is that the enemies would interact with each other. And we just saw an enemy kill another. But in some of the levels, like, they actually taunt each other, they dodge each other's attacks. it sort of feels like you're in a living world, except it's weird because they're all summoned by the same villain, so why are they fighting?
Because they're dumb.
But it's sort of a cool mechanic for, 1998.
Yeah. So you know what platformer collectathon needs a remaster? Blink the Time Sweeper.
Not familiar with that.
It was on the original Xbox, and it is very difficult. But you're a cat with a magical time vacuum. And it's weird. And another one we need a remaster of is Vex. Vex was fun. And we fight each other same.
One thing we will see coming up in Spyro 3 is the enemies taunting you when another enemy hits you. That does happen in a couple places in Spyro 2 as well, but it's very common in 3.
All right,
they did a good job of making things feel like a world.
Yeah. Time for the fun part, guys. So I'm always very careful here.
As you do this room enough, you start to recognize the patterns. The 2 attack frogs in the back never move. The others jump around, and there are a set bunch of places they can move to. So, you can generally tell where they are, but doing it fast is hard.
Yeah.
Mousy has done the very reasonable safety strat of rushing to the dragon. So if they die here, they will respawn right in this room. And
thankfully, I didn't die. Okay, that's the hardest level in the game done.
We've still got a lot of above average difficulty levels left, but I agree that is the most difficult for this category.
My favorite level, though, is Lofty Castle. Not Loft. I hate Lofty Castle. Haunted Towers.
Haunted Towers has some really good music.
Yes. I just love how I can get the infinite fire.
All right, so Mousy is going to be doing these thieves in not the intended way. Chat, I'm going to spoil the intended way. So if you don't want to be spoiled on that, cover your ears. You're supposed to follow the thieves. They'll take you to where they end up. They follow the supercharge path that you're supposed to take to get to them.
Yes.
Now, that's slower, so we don't do that, but that's presumably what the devs wanted you to do.
So, in Peacekeeper, the enemies that shot you with, guns, if you charge with the guns, you took no damage. If you charge through bananas, however, you do take damage. Spyro's allergic to bananas. Confirmed.
So you're saying that Tropius could beat a dragon type?
I'm still mad that Tropius isn't a dragon type. It really should be a grass dragon. Alright, so we're gonna do a death abuse here. We're gonna break a strong chest, and then we're gonna yeet ourselves off a ledge. I still want Mega Weavile.
Maybe one day.
Yeah. I also don't like Megas in general, though. Speaking of bananas, I might get a banana for a snack after this run, after Spyro 1.
Yeah, there's a long way to go in Spyro 3, so wouldn't be a bad idea.
Before the run, I made some fish fillets for dinner. That was good.
Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, it is time.
For me to die. Wait. Oh, I think I charged a little bit too early.
I don't want to say sequence break because that's not the right way to put it, but we're trying to get to this island that has the green thief without doing any of this the supercharged nonsense that the game wants you to do.
And oddly enough, these thieves don't run fast like the other ones in the game do.
Yeah, the challenge is supposed to be figuring out how to get to their areas.
Yeah. I hope I can show off. Can I remember what it's called? Like Stone Toe or something? Stone Foot?
Stone Knot.
Stone Knot. I don't know why I think Stone Toe every time. I hope I can show off Stone Knot. Stone Knot is a precise speed, jump, and angle that you need to get it all at once. I've gotten it a few times.
Yeah, so that red thief is vulnerable for a brief moment, and if you flame early, you can get the kill there. It doesn't matter because you have to go where the red thief ends up either way.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually save time. But as soon as he starts that animation, I see you and I'm gonna run, he becomes invincible until you get to the to where he ends up.
But if you can get him at the top of the supercharged ramp, you can get another chance to kill him before he starts running.
All right.
Nope.
Almost. Yeah, so the idea behind the trick that we call Stone Knot is you want to use your supercharged speed to ride up that terrain by the vortex and get enough height to jump into the area that's above the end of level vortex. And there are a bunch of gems in the red thief up there. It's not the intended solution, and if you fail it, then you basically just go back. You get put back at the top of the supercharge if you die. But it definitely saves time, and it's always worth going for in this category. There's not really any penalty.
And I want to try it again to see if I can show it off. I have enough lives. There we go.
There you go. Nearly flew off. But...
Yeah. That would have sucked. I don't know how people get up here and then supercharge all the way around the island without falling off.
You just need a more precise angle, basically.
Yeah. I'm not good at precise angles. I'm good at dying.
Well, the good news is we are done with treetops and done with the precise angles there.
Yes. So I will say the levels in the last normal world, which is Dreamweavers, are not super difficult, but they're all very long compared to the other ones in this game.
Yeah, so what Mousy was trying to do there is it's possible to kill one of these metal enemies in a way that their corpse clips you through the wall into an area that will be going soon. Worth a try, doesn't lose much time if you miss it.
I've never gotten it before.
Instead, we'll just glide down here.
Yeah.
And take a slightly more awkward route through this side area as we pick up some gems and a key.
Does every boss level aside from Toasty and... well, I guess half of them have keys. This one, Shemp, and Jacques. I don't think the other three do.
Yeah, there's none in Nasty Nork, there's none in Toasty, and there is none in Blowhard.
So there is one level in Dreamweaver that sucks a lot. That is Dark Passage because of the turtles. If you have never had to deal with the turtles before, count yourself very lucky. They are armored. They can grow big so you can't flame or charge them. And they can shoot fireballs and can literally combo you to death. Pretty easily. Alright, we are at the boss. This is the only boss that can actually end himself. You don't need to do anything in this fight if you don't want to.
And in fact, in the category chargeless any percent, it's the only way to beat him.
There's a chargeless any percent thing?
Yep.
Gross. Man, Spyro runners really do hate themselves, don't they?
It's an experience.
Yeah. What? Spyro, what the hell was that?
You can't do Flameless because you can't kill Nasty Nork. I guess there's a weird roll thing you can do to get Nasty to just run into the void, but it doesn't count as killing him.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, the gems don't collect or anything.
Oh, so I did mention that, never mind, about rolling into the hitboxes. I think I mentioned that during Shemp.
Yep.
Yeah, if that was possible, though, imagine a chargeless, glideless, flameless Spyro game. That would be such a boring run to do.
Well, chargeless and flameless at the same time basically means you're not playing Spyro 1. You're just sitting around.
It'll be a walking simulator. You get to just explore the first world. A little bit. So there is a single gem here that is the enemy of a lot of speedrunners, because if you do not grab it like that one, if you don't jump on that gem, then you just don't collect it, and you need to come all the way back here in order to collect it. And it's awful. Alright, but it's Death Stranding.
What happens is Sparks tries to collect it, picks it up, and starts bringing it to you, but the balloonist dialogue happens before the gem reaches you, and so you never get it.
Yeah, I normally, like, slowly walk over to it. What? I was not trying to get on the platform, but okay. And now I'm Sparkless. So your Rugula is one of 2 people who's actually done the Sparkless 337.
Yeah, that was an experience.
Do you regret it?
No. But yeah, we basically use a Game Shark code to remove the extra health and the Sparks collection from each of the 3 games, and we do this run with basically anything that hits you kills you, and you have to manually touch all the gems.
Oh, I thought you just didn't collect Sparks and just tried not to collect Sparks, and it was really hard.
No, for various reasons that would end up not working, just because, like, if you die, you'd respawn with Sparks.
That is a good point. Why did I do that? So this guy will make small enemies large and large enemies small. And we will have to get up there at some point and kill him to make 2 large enemies small that he will never shoot. This is my favorite level in the whole game.
This is one of the levels in the game.
Yes.
It is a wonderful vibe. The music is great. I'm going to shut up and let you listen to it for a bit.
Yeah, so in this level, when you get to the end, you get infinite super flame. So the whole point is to skip everything and get to the end as quickly as possible. And then just run through the level backwards to kill all of the armored dudes.
Now, unfortunately, unlike Spyro 2, it ends when you leave the level, but also it ends when you die.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh.
If you die, you either have to go back or make do with these temporary ones. So it's very stressful if that happens, because you just lose so much time. But also, this is something where if you played it casually, you probably didn't know where to go. You could hear a dragon somewhere above you, but there wasn't a great sign for where you're supposed to go to get it. And you're supposed to supercharge to just a nondescript island that has only fodder on it, not gems.
Yeah, also, I've never been able to do that proxy, and I don't even know how to do it.
I think it's like partially a squeeze proxy between the wizard and the wall, but I don't go for it, so I'm not sure.
That's fair. I just don't know if I have to, like, press X at any point or just hold square. Yeah. It's been a long time since I fucked that up. Yeah, this is another level that'd be great to just fall asleep in. And that's how you get to this island that you never know exists. And that is 2 or 3/4 of the dragons. Now the goal is to get up these stairs before all of these knights wake up. Because if they wake up fully, then you have to go out of the room and come back.
Yeah, you may have noticed that fairy is dressed in a different color, which symbolizes that she's different. This flame, as we've said, will last until you either die or leave the level.
Oh, I actually got a flame guard on one of these guys.
Nice.
I don't understand why the super flame doesn't break the fireworks chest right away. It's so weird.
Agreed.
Oh, I also put in a couple of runs for really lots of lore later next year. For Spyro 2 and 3, but just letting all the cutscenes play out.
Yeah, that definitely sounds fun. It's not something that we normally get to see in speedruns.
Yeah,
A lot of good cutscenes.
The only exception will be Spike is Born because Spyro 3 1.0 just doesn't have that cutscene.
Oh, and here's Torinite, who earlier in this marathon did a trifecta run for Reignited.
Hey,
A slightly
welcome.
different one, but very similar. 293 collectibles, which is basically what we're doing, but we have to get the gems too.
Yeah. How much faster is the 337 293 collectibles over the 337? My brain stopped working there for a second. Hold up. How much longer is the 337 over the 293 collectibles?
An hour 45, an hour and a half, depending on like your skill level.
Okay. I don't know where the fuck I'm going right now.
It's probably worth noting the world record holder for 337 has not done a 293 collectibles run, so it's hard to get a direct comparison.
Who
But-
is the record holder?
For 337, that's not Vanny, who also has the world record for Spyro 3 full completion.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because it's such a large part of the 337.
It's... If you add up the world record for 1 and 2, it's still basically half of it.
Yep.
Also, we talked about the spring chest and the fan chest. There is exactly one red spring chest and one red fan chest, and they're both in Lofty Castle. Lofty Castle. Which is strange. But you have an emote of a red spring chest?
It's not mine, but yes, one of the channels that I follow does.
Nice.
Here we go.
It's beautiful.
I think a couple channels that I follow do, but that's the one that comes to mind immediately.
So this world has the jesters. I hate the jesters. Especially 2 of them specifically in Jacques. They have to have down at the exact same time. Time for Dark Passage. The worst level here.
As Mousy has said, this level is difficult. The game does, to an extent, take pity on you. There are 5 dragons, and the reason that's important is each dragon counts as a checkpoint for when you die. So normally, as we go deeper into the game, you get fewer dragons per level to sort of artificially boost the difficulty, fewer checkpoints, but there are 5 of them here. Yeah. Also, there's a ton of fodder to restore your health throughout the level. They knew that this level was difficult.
Yeah, and it's weird that it's technically the first level in Dreamweavers.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a pretty well hidden passage here too. Thank you, dog.
Also, if I'm remembering correctly, the red devil enemies that shoot at you, that we've seen a couple of, they are different in this game and SRT, the Reignited Trilogy, the remake. I believe that you can charge them in Reignited, but not here.
Oh, that would have been so helpful if you could in this game.
That's my recollection. Someone may correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but there's some minor differences between the two.
I always
since they weren't working.
I always call them Evil Cupid.
That's also a really good description.
So yeah, this passage is pretty well hidden. You can only see it from pretty much there, all the way across.
And a lot of the level is locked behind finding this. At one point, I knew a lot of the differences between them, but it's been a while since I kept track. I know in the original game, in Artisan's Home, the little green Nork minions will cower in fear if you're charging near them and run off when you stop, but in Reignited, they just start running away immediately.
Yeah, so as you saw, those turtles just comboed the fuck out of me. And almost killed me without me even being able to move. I tried to hit that, but I missed.
All right. Well, here's a bit of a fun fact. As we climb the stairs past this dragon, there's actually a spot of purple ooze that is standable. It doesn't damage you, it doesn't kill you. There's no reason to stand on it. We don't get any benefit from doing so. But yeah, this doesn't hurt you.
And then there's one in Metalhead. That's the green liquid that insta-kills you. And it's the only green liquid in the game that insta-kills you.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. This room is not as bad as the one that we saw in Misty Bog, but it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
A lot of different types of enemies. They're trying to snipe you from everywhere. But we are basically through with it.
Thankfully, none of them move. Well, the dogs do, but the dogs are easy anyway. And we are done with this level, pretty much. That was the entire level, was down there. God, the amount of times I didn't have sparks, got the dragon, and then death abused, and then realized I needed to go back and get the rocket again is bad, to say the least.
This is sort of getting into the nitty-gritty mechanic differences between the games, but in Spyro 1, there are chests that have multiple gems, like this one that we shot a firework at, and it stays broken if you collect a specific gem from it. Normally it's a different color from all the rest. And I'll continue this explanation as Mousy looks for the last gem in this level. And so if you die or leave the level before collecting that specific gem, the entire chest will respawn. In Spyro 2 and 3, the chests themselves have a flag saying whether they've been broken or not. So just breaking the chest is good enough, even if you don't get any of the gems. Except there are 3 chests in Spyro 3 that don't work like that, and they work like Spyro 1 instead.
Really?
It's just so strange, because you never see that when you're playing casually or in a speed run. But it's just weird that those 3 behave differently, and they're all in the same world, but not the same level.
Which 3 are they?
There's the head bash chest by the transportation in Midday Gardens, and then the 2 head bash chests in Enchanted Towers.
Interesting. Well, Enchanted Towers makes sense, but that level sucks.
Alright, we are out of Dark Passage, thankfully.
So it's all downhill from here in terms of difficulty. Well, except for Twilight Harbor. So if you've only ever played the Reignited Trilogy, you would know that Twilight Harbor has the goo guns. Yeah, no, they just have full-on machine guns in this version.
Though they shoot Doritos.
Yes. No, grab the... Thank you. If I am not on PB pace, I might be close. Oh, you can hit both of them at the same time?
I did not know that.
Me either. So my PB is a 222, so probably not PB pace, unfortunately. But gonna be relatively close. That's a thing? I didn't know it was a thing. Attack up that the other day. I'm a task bot! Now you all know my secret. I almost went off the edge. Why did I claim that?
Alright, it's time for our last traditional flight level of Spyro 1.
Icy flight. Icy wieners. I think that was from Futurama, wasn't it?
I don't know the reference.
The main character, Fry, worked in a cryo lab. And someone prank ordered pizza under the name Icy Wiener. And he also had a dog that he named Seymour Asses, which is great. Also, unlike Spyro 2 and 3, charging in speedways in this game do not give you supercharge. I wish they did.
again, unless you've played them like back to back or pretty recently, it's really hard to describe just how different Spyro 1 plays from the other two games because they look so similar.
Damn, I tried to get the thing, but I couldn't get it. Don't charge out of the air at all. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? You can't charge out of the air at all?
In flight levels, presumably. In Spyro 2 and 3, when you have super flight in any way, shape, or form, charging lets you change directions more quickly than hovering.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
And so I presume reignited as well, but not in Spyro 1 OG. All right, Lofty Castle is an interesting level. We've talked about it a little bit before, but if you watch 10 runners of Spyro 120% do Lofty Castle, you will see 11 routes. Everyone has a different path through this. This already doesn't match mine, and we're only like 10 seconds into the level. And it's just, you can basically make this level as hard as you want. And there are just all sorts of ways to speed it up, but make it a lot more risky in exchange. I know in the world record, Deoman mentions explicitly playing the level a bit safer than he normally would, because he was ahead of his pace at this point.
Yeah. It's mostly because at one point in the level, there's like 3 different routes that you can take that all loop back in on themselves.
Yeah, big thing about this level is there are branching paths, so even just like not doing any speed tech, you have options that loop back on themselves. But then there are a bunch of tricks and out of bounds and boosts that just make it even more complicated.
Yeah, I said Fry worked at the cryo lab. No, he worked at the pizza place. That's why he was delivering pizza. So I always go here first. Also, I'm really bad at hitting all 3 of these guys right away. It's the first one that gets me. But if I can get the first one, I can't get the other one.
Yeah, it's cycle-based. There's a really weird strategy you can do to save it on a bad cycle, but it's hard because you're like landing on the side of the castle. There are 2 areas where you're flying around in a circle killing enemies, and they're both pretty rough.
The one in Jacques, I think, isn't as bad, but this one, because you can't see all of them. So you don't know, and they're all at very different heights. For me, anyway. Also, something that has not been mentioned yet. If you notice, sometimes I try to touch the dragon portal in a specific spot. Touching the dragons where Spyro would normally walk to unlock the dragons. What the hell? How did I make that?
Shoutouts to what we said earlier, charging at the very end of a glide to just barely make something you shouldn't.
Yeah, I thought I was way too low to make that. Oh, here's the red spring chest. Yeah, if you charge... What was I saying?
Optimal dragon touch points.
Yeah, so if you touch the dragon in, say, the opposite area of where Spyro needs to stand for this dragon to awaken, you need to walk to that area and then the dragon will start the awakening sequence. So if you touch him where the sequence would normally make you walk to, you skip that entire animation of having to walk to it, which saves, I don't even know how much time over a run.
Yeah, it sounds like it's not a big deal, but with some of these, it can be multiple seconds if you end up touching the wrong side. Spread across 80 dragons, that ends up being like multiple minutes.
Yeah.
On the other hand, generally, if you're not looking for very top tier times, losing a couple frames is not a big deal. But yeah, generally, if at all possible, there is a specific point for each dragon we try to free them at to minimize the time to have Spyro get to the cutscene.
I hate how they don't start the rewards until you're either close or on the pedestal.
There's the red fan chest, by the way.
Yeah. So I've seen this guy shoot one of those metal chests before.
Yeah, the enemies interact with things in very interesting ways. We talked earlier about flame charges, where basically if you are charging when a gem spawns, it will home in under certain circumstances. And normally you like manipulate that by flaming to kill something and then immediately charging. But you can actually get it so that if you're charging when an enemy breaks a chest near you, the gem will home in, which is really funny to see.
That part I didn't know. That's interesting.
It's easiest with like these archers in a level like this one, but it can happen anywhere that's possible.
Oh, this is absolutely not PB pace, unfortunately. But that's fine. Oh no. This is the worst level to miss a gem in.
How many are you short?
1.
I think it's in the castle area with the supercharge and the fairies in the circle. I think you got only 2 of 3 reds
I
on the
will
ground there.
attempt to get back there and check.
I'm not positive.
It's
Yeah. So this is, again, we've seen this a few times now. Sparks won't point to missing gems in this game. And so it's really tough to find them.
Yeah.
Especially, like, you're kind of hoping that you notice the exact number of gems coming in.
You were right.
Off screen. Like, I thought I saw 2 of the 3 there, but I know that there are 3 there. It's the sort of thing that can be very difficult when you start running the game.
Yeah, and I don't have nearly as much experience as most Spyro runners. I've only really been running the game seriously for a few months. Like 6, maybe 7 months.
And the Spyro full completion runs are all about incremental improvements as you play them over and over again.
Yeah, but they're fun.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
This is the longest boss level, and it's the only one with 2 dragons. So there's something here that the community has named Single Cake, I think?
Yep.
I don't know how to do it, though. Hello?
Very good momentum preservation.
Fair. So these two jesters, they both have to be down at the same time. And if you hit one of them on the same frame that the other one would wake up, then they'll both be down, but the platforms will both go down. And it's weird. And I hate it. But overall, this level is really not that difficult.
Yeah, this is another one where maybe if you played this game as a kid, you had trouble getting to the second dragon and the final 74 gems. But if you, again, with a lot of the hidden stuff in Spyro 1, as soon as you know what the answer is, it no longer becomes a problem.
Yeah, and you can quick kill Jacques, but if you do, you can't get all of the gems. From what I understand.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. So instead we have to go through this long platforming section where we flame him to make him move forward.
When I was younger, I thought he just had a ton of health because he would only move when I flamed him, and then I realized he only had to flame him on the box.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we've done half of the loop in this level. We've gone on one side, we did the left side, now we're going to do the other side back to the start of the level, and then we'll pick up the second hidden dragon in this one.
God damn it.
Shocked that that didn't hit, but
I am too, but I'm glad it didn't. Yeah, you may also notice that I do not charge nearly as much as most other runners because I am not as confident in my movement in this game.
I think it's more that the platforms that let you get up there don't spawn, but I'm not positive about that. It's a vortex trick, so the goal in that category isn't to get the gems. Actually, no, if it's a vortex trick, you must be able to get up there.
True.
So I don't know. Only a couple people have actually managed it in runs anyways, so it's more of a theoretical thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, like Anchovy, who's a high-level vortex runner, will go for it on runs that would otherwise be dead.
I think I've seen Dale get it once before, but I don't know if it was in a run or not. What the hell?
And we've got the camera stuck behind a wall. Nothing to see here.
I have
Quite
never
literally.
seen that before. I have never missed the first one before.
At least that's the easiest to back up.
Yeah. Excuse me. What was that falling animation? That was weird. Thank you. Is that the thing? Is that what thing?
That is the path to the second dragon, and that is the other fly in a circle and flame things section that we were talking about.
Yes. This one's easier, though, I feel. We have now done everything except for the final world, which is only 2 levels.
Now, 2 levels, a boss, and a bonus area.
Yeah.
We're close.
Oh, that's never happened before? Yeah, where I, missed the first one. Yeah, for those who have only ever seen Reignited Trilogy, you will be shocked by the second level here when you see actual guns.
Alright, so both in sort of 120 speedruns and playing casually, Nasty's World has a bit of a gimmick. To unlock the next level, you have to complete the previous one, which means getting to the end of level vortex and going through it. It does not suffice to collect everything and exit through the menu like we've been doing pretty much everywhere else.
Yeah, 'cause that's just generally quicker.
We've actually seen this before. Toasty, one of the first levels in Artisans, had that requirement that you exit one of the other Artisans levels through the vortex to open the dragon head. But then that mechanic sort of went away for the next 4 worlds.
Which is weird.
The reason I agree. The reason I bring this up is the temptation, especially if you miss a gem and have to go back into the level for it, is to menu out. And you lose a lot of time if you do so.
Yeah. I wonder if it's possible for him to lift that up at the right time and hit that barrel. Or that strong chest.
I'm not sure. I know there's a lot of crazy things you can do with the explosives and enemies in this level.
I'm shocked I didn't make that. Also, another thing with these 2 normal levels is they are pretty much just straight lines. There's not much deviation.
Yeah, there's a couple small areas here with different paths. There's a high and a low path in Twilight Harbor, but yeah, the actual path from start to end of level is very straightforward. That doesn't mean that they're the easiest levels, but they are. The navigation through the level is generally not the challenge.
Yeah. What the? I hate this game. Yeah, I'm gonna say probably not possible to hit that. I'm gonna try this one more time. There we go. I think I didn't get a charging start the first couple times, which I don't know if that's important or not. Alright, in this next room, there is a relatively precise charge we can do into a TNT barrel enemy that can get us that strong chest without having to come back for it after.
And it saves a decent amount of time, but we don't hit it here, so we'll be taking 2 trips through this area.
Yeah, it sucks. I don't even know what the timing is. I just wing it, and sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't.
It's also like a distance and an angle thing. It's hard to do on vibes alone.
That is fair. Unfortunately, I mostly play these games on vibes alone. But I'm also not trying to be like a top runner. I'm more just speedrunning to have fun. And I think I can stop collecting lives. I think I'm good. But with Nork Harbor, you never know. Or Twilight Harbor, rather. Another thing is I've seen runners hit all 4 of these guys going down without hitting the barrels, and I don't understand how. I always hit that 3rd barrel.
I think part of it's the angle, but also it's not uncommon to have one of the barrels blow up as part of the process.
Ah, fair. Alright, so if we go in here, there is a key chest that we don't need the key for. Because you can just do that. And it just breaks it. And now the key, when you do that, the key actually despawns from the level.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, there's a good point in chat. So 337, we're talking what we call full completion, all collectibles, but it's a little more complicated than that. We're not required to get all of the life containers. We mentioned skill points in Spyro 2. You don't have to get all of those. There are no skill points in Spyro 1, but there are in 2 and 3. Those are optional. So it's not necessarily a grab everything run. It's a grab everything to make the in-game like Atlas guidebook type thing say you have the maximum percent for each level.
Uh-oh. Thought I just, yeah, I see a twinkle. And I am yet again missing a... Oh, I'm missing 11 gems? What? You know, it probably would have been better if I went through the exit portal and then came back. That way I wouldn't have to do it twice. Did I? What? I didn't hit that. I missed the jump and fell. Fuck. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, the decision to go through the portal and come back or not depends on where the gems are, and if you don't know, then it's always a gamble.
Yeah. Thankfully, there's a really quick way to get to the portal. You just do that. I do want to have full sparks going into Twilight Harbor, though. Twilight Harbor is rough.
That it is. This is going to be our last experience with the supercharge in Spyro 1. But our more immediate concern is all of these enemies with ranged attacks.
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't that guy usually come out?
Yes, though I know there's been some looking into the triggers for these enemies for glideless.
Yeah. I've been watching Ash attempt glideless and stuff, and it... Good for them! Oh, what? That completely turned me around.
Yeah, there's all life chests, which is any percent, and you grab every container that has an extra life. And then there's all life chests cheats, where the goal is to grab all of the life containers using a cheat code that lets you skip the balloonist requirements.
Trick him?
And
I
then
don't
just-
know. Oh, I do know actually. I went all the way to the left side of the room and then stuck to near the lava pool and went through that way. And he just didn't come out. So I don't know, maybe me doing that will help Glideless, because he didn't move for me.
Yeah, there are a lot of categories in the original Spyro trilogy. There are 10 that people call the main categories because they're on the main leaderboards in plain sight. Those are sort of your traditional full completion, various types of any percent. And then there are a lot of fun category extensions. I think there's 60 something on speedrun.com. So you can always find or make a category that matches what you're looking for.
Yeah. Thank you, Rubber Ducky Assassin. Have a good luck. No? So this part can suck because if you hit a rat exactly as you hit the chest, you will go through the chest and it will not break. That has happened to me more times than I want to admit, and I accidentally hit the dragon pedestal, so I have to walk back. And it's time for the hardest part of this level, the bridge. No. Thank you for... I always have no sparks at the end here. But that final bridge is so not fun. Alright. That was almost a gold, though, for that one.
And it is time for the final boss, though not the final level of Spyro 1.
Gnork. Also, I will be showing off the fast thieves here, even though...
Dragon save.
Yeah. I want to grab another... No, grab the butterfly sparks! So I'm going to save here because there is a potential crash that can happen. Gnasty Gnork, yes.
Yeah.
I just do Fast Thief, which is an any percent trick, but I'm bad at chasing them, so... If you are above this thief, he just cannot see you. So you just gotta get above him. The other one is a little more tricky, though. So for this one, if you stay to the right side, he will start running towards you, then you just turn to the left and charge, or flame, like that.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that's an any percent trick, but it is something that 120 runners learn, because if for whatever reason they die at any point past this tunnel, they don't need to run through the tunnel because they have all the gems, so re-grabbing the keys is fastest that way.
Yeah, I'm just really bad at chasing them and getting all the gems at the same time.
There are lots of fun things you can do with Nasty Nork, this boss that we're chasing. None of them make sense for 120% because you need to grab the gems on this path, unfortunately. You can do all sorts of silly jumps and such to basically speed up the process and get a quick kill on him.
I will never understand how people get every gem and kill him in one cycle, though.
Your movement there was good enough. Your flame was bad.
Damn.
You could have done it there. It definitely, you learn to push the movement while grabbing everything. But if you are like just slightly behind, you aim where you know he's going to run instead of where he is with your flame.
Oh, I thought as soon as he starts moving, he was invincible.
No, you have a limited window while he's up here, even after he's off this this raised platform.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, your movement is fast enough to get the one cycle.
Nice. I'll have to try next time then. Unless I magically die here.
The chargeless trick can be to an extent. Also, congrats, so that's the final boss beaten. Now
Thank
we
you.
have unskippable cutscenes, or do we?
Sorry I took so long.
Chargeless trick can be useful for backups in case you miss Nasty in 120% as well, I think. That's fair.
That's true. I think it's slower because Nasty Nork's speed rubber bands based on your proximity to him, so he moves slower if you do that than if you chase him around, I think. But I'm not positive on that.
Alright, so now, when the credits start, if I open the disc tray, and then wait a couple seconds, the game gets confused. Let me close the disc tray, and that is poverty skip. For people who don't know how to do credit skip, which is me. So what credit skip would do was you can proxy off of Nasty when you have 0 health, when you have no hits left. And you can die on the same frame that he dies, and it skips the ending cutscene and the credits, but still counts it as Nasty dying. Now we're going into Nasty's loot.
And that's the reason that Mousy saved, because if you get the timing wrong on opening or closing the disc tray, the game crashes, and we don't want that in a marathon.
Yeah.
But yeah, that skips about 3 minutes of otherwise unskippable credits.
I'll learn it eventually. One of the planes here is fun to hit. I wish I knew how to do the first flame quick kill, but it's difficult. So this here is my favorite thief in the game because he has the key that I need. Spyro. Please fly a little bit higher. But you can just watch him get completely railed by this thing. And it's great. Also, the music here is amazing. How do you do the... like that? Okay.
Yeah, I don't go for it.
Oh, I usually don't either. I was just curious. So you can flame that door and open it in a way that the flame will hit the plane through the door. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I've seen it.
Alright, this level's meant as sort of a victory lap. It only unlocks when you've collected everything else in the game. It gives us the final 20%, which is why this category is called 120%. And the idea is that you get increasingly high flight caps based on the highest point from which you have successfully done a glide. So you see Mousy go up a couple of stairs there to increase their flight cap, which means that they can fly even higher, and the end of the level and a bunch of gems rely on having the maximum possible flight cap.
So
It's an interesting idea. It's not explained at all, so you have to just sort of work that out, that's what's happening. Reignited changes it so it's based on the keys and the doors instead. Which is more intuitive.
So yeah, if you miss that quick kill on that thief there, you can just turn around and snipe him when he's coming back. Ooh, I need to glide from up here. What am I doing? And then I assume the higher the height cap is, technically the faster you fly when you get lower.
I believe so, but I'm not positive.
Also, you saw me flying very close to the gems there, and Spark did not collect any of them because he cannot collect gems while you're in the air in this game, which is really dumb. Now we get all the pink gems.
This room is very satisfying, and it's
is.
obviously meant to be a celebration at the end.
Oh, I'm missing 10 gems.
Good thing we checked.
Yes.
Alright, so that's the last gem. We do have to go through this return home vortex, and that's the end of Spyro 1.
Alright, there's one more game. I am going to swap out the batteries on my controller after I take a quick bathroom break. And grab a banana.
I feel fired up, Bob. And I'm happy for the Dragon World, of course.
Thank you. Buffer and Bunkman collect unless you're actually standing on the platform. What's a minion? Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to boop, 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 boop. Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes. My bananas are still a little bit too green, so I'm not gonna take one tonight.
Hopefully, you were able to get something. At least.
I'm fine. I had an apple. I'm gonna make some more fish fillets when I'm done. All right. Stay sleepy because I'm gonna be very sleepy after this. Thank you, Jaren.
All right, it is time for Spyro 3 117%, the final of the 3 categories that make up this trifecta.
And my favorite.
Yeah. It's a good one. It is a long one.
Yes.
In terms of game engine, this is a lot closer to Spyro 2 than it is to Spyro 1. But you wouldn't necessarily know that because the double jump glitch was patched.
Unfortunate.
So yeah, this is a set of large worlds. Our goal is to collect 150 eggs, some of which are just sitting around, some you get for side quests and challenges,
And some you get
along with
Hunter being a douchebag.
Yeah.
But
We'll be
what's
seeing a lot of
new
Hunter.
there?
And also, we need 20,000 gems, which is a lot. So, Sparks is better than in Spyro 1, but worse than Spyro 2. And also, for the first half of the run, Sparks will not point out gems that we haven't collected yet. Which means that it may be necessary to backtrack later in the run for gems that we missed. Just because the levels are so large, it's a pain to go find them in the middle of the level if you have missed them.
And this game has sub-levels in the level.
Yeah, that's a big difference. We'll see them as we enter Cloud Spires, our first level. This is not the normal route. This is the route that I do, though. Doing Cloud Spires first allows us to skip an out-of-bounds jump in Sunny Villa, which is not trivial. And it doesn't lose that much time. But yeah, we'll see. As you can see, the gems are just sort of scattered about. There isn't much logical order to them. And that's a big difference between this game and the first two. Makes it very difficult unless you've memorized all of the gem locations.
Yeah, I haven't memorized the location, but I've memorized the routes pretty well, so I know where I need to go and stuff.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
So in this game, charging off of ledges gets you more distance and height. Doink.
Yeah, also, we should explain what just happened. So we've entered a sub-area, which is where there's a mini-game, but we did so by going out of bounds, and we did a glide behind the actual portal, which is on the other side of the wall, but the side area's portal extends far enough out that we were able to trigger it from the opposite direction, the opposite side. And that lets us get to the end of the level early. It makes the route a lot nicer. Really, it is the key to being able to do this level somewhat fast.
Yeah. Most of the levels in the first two worlds are relatively fast, and in the third world, they're not.
Yeah.
And in the fourth world, they kind of are again. Meh, damn it. So So I've seen a task where someone let the Sun Seed literally carry them throughout the entire area.
Yeah, I believe that's Waffle Wizard's Silly Billy task.
Yes,
where the
I
goal
need to
isn't
watch that again.
The goal of that isn't necessarily to beat the game as quickly as possible, which is the goal of most tasks, but rather to showcase just sort of weird, silly stuff in the game.
Yeah, I want to watch that one again. I want to remember a little bit of it. But do you know if that's like RTA viable?
I'm not sure. It's not really useful in 117 because you want the gems.
Yeah.
So I haven't really looked into it. It might be.
Just a fun parlor trick to show off. So you can flame Fluffy here before he starts talking, and if you do, or before that cutscene, and if you do, it completely locks up the game.
Well, it's complicated. If you do it right, it saves time because it shortens his animation. If you do it wrong, it locks the game.
Ah, okay. And here, we want to go in a kind of specific path because we can have the thief at a spot where we just have to basically flame and he dies. And I missed it. Somehow.
You ended up too far left at the end.
Damn.
But doesn't make much of a difference. It's a handful of extra seconds chasing the thief. And in a run this long, many more things to focus on than a few seconds.
Yeah.
Mousy has mentioned this a little bit earlier, but Spyro 3 is the only game in the original trilogy to have what we call adaptive difficulty. Basically, depending on how you play, some of the challenges get easier or harder. The idea being that if you give the controller to a 3-year-old, the game will eventually figure out that they're not going to be able to do some of the challenges and make them really, really easy.
If you jump here and then exit, you get a little extra height and you can skip having to climb up here.
Yes, it doesn't look like it, but that's a major skip and not something that you can normally do. And it just saves a lot of time.
Yeah, there is one spot in the game at the very end where I will be using the adaptive difficulty to my advantage.
Yes. So the reason I bring that up here is in the bell tower when we were flying and flaming those, basically they're the Pokemon Ghastly.
Yeah.
The speed that you're flying and the speed that they're moving depends on the adaptive difficulty.
Oh,
if you
does
do
it?
Cloud Spires first in this category, they move slow like we saw. If you do Cloud Spires second, they go very fast.
I actually had no idea about that.
So, yeah, that's something where the order that Mousy is doing the levels in changes some of like the enemy spawns, the difficulty of some of the challenges, because the point where we hit hard difficulty changes based on which level we do first.
Yeah, so like I entered this level and you may have noticed there was a few gems and then one enemy. If I finish the level and come back in, one of those green gems will now be an enemy. One of these guys.
What's actually really weird about Cloud Spires specifically is if you enter and you're not on hard difficulty, and we were not when we entered, there's actually a 5 gem from one of the enemies that will just spawn directly on Spyro at the start of the level and almost auto collect. You can dodge it if you know to predict it, but basically it auto collects. And it's an enemy from elsewhere in the level that doesn't spawn on normal difficulty or easy difficulty.
Interesting.
So there's just a lot of oddities around that. But in 117, we almost always are on hard difficulty. It's difficult not to be unless you're going out of your way to avoid it.
The only place I've ever accidentally gone on easy difficulty is the place where everyone probably goes on easy difficulty sometimes, which is Spike. So I got all of them on that side, so now I can just run down this one side without having to worry about missing anything. And I do Cloud Fires first so that I can get Sheila. Otherwise we'd have... I mean, you can clip into Sheila, but the swim in air is hard. Welcome back, Canadian garbage.
Yeah, a general rule about Spyro 3 is if something is inaccessible,
No, it's
you
not.
can find a way to get access anyways.
Yeah, if you can't reach something, yes, you can.
There are actual exceptions to that rule, but basically anything that we want to get into early, we can.
What are the exceptions?
The portals in Midnight Mountain.
Thanks again.
That would make sense.
And then there are like a handful of side character areas where you don't want to clip into them early anyways. But like, I don't think you can get into the Sergeant Bird Enchanted portal early.
That is fair.
All right, so you may have noticed we are not playing as Spyro.
Nope.
Spyro 3 has a bunch of companions, side characters, and they each have their own distinct playstyle. This is the path that the series takes moving forward as well. You play as not Spyro for a large chunk of games like A Hero's Tale, or Season of Flame, or Attack of the Rhinox.
Wait, Season of Flame? Oh, right, Sheila, yeah.
Yeah, you've got Sheila levels, you've got... I forget, I think there's Sergeant Bird sections too, but it's been a while.
Same.
But yeah, this is sort of the path that the Spyro games take from here on out, but it's, for the original trilogy, the oddity, because you don't do this in 1 or 2. Sheila is a kangaroo who can kick and jump, and kick and jump and stomp. And that's about it. As far as like movement tech goes, there's not a ton. Sheila's a pretty straightforward character to control.
I think she's the best, aside from Spyro, to control, though. Oh, Bentley's good to control, he's just very slow.
Yeah.
Agent 9 is even slower, and having a third-person shooter in Spyro is not fun. And I don't like playing as Sergeant Bird.
Yeah, it's worth saying, so we asked at the start of this run what people's favorite Spyro games were. For a lot of people who don't like Spyro 3, the side characters are a big reason for that. They want to play as Spyro, they don't want to play as a random bird that you've never met. Which is
that's fair.
But there's just a lot of not playing as Spyro's core mechanics. There's a lot of vehicles that you control. There's a lot of side characters. We're going to be seeing skateboarding soon for the first time out of 4 times that'll show up in the run. And it's just a very different experience that really adds to the length of the game, adds to the variety.
Yeah.
But it's not for everyone.
I think the variety is something I love because there's always something new to do in Spyro 3.
Yeah, the downside is some of those mini games, some of that variety is really frustrating and/or just straight up bad.
Yeah. But at least there's
But
no crystal popcorn.
that is true.
So is it possible to grab this red out of the air that falls down here? I always try, but I never
Yes.
get it.
Yes, but you jumped. Well, I guess you didn't jump into it.
Yeah, I just didn't try that time.
Yeah, you can catch both the green and the red on that side in the air
Interesting.
before either falls.
Have a good night.
In terms of progression through this game, we're doing everything, so it doesn't really matter. But the devs intend for you to get to the end of each main level and basically help the denizen of the world, which will pull them. They'll go through the portal themselves. So an NPC from each level will leave their level and go help build some form of transportation to get you to the next world.
Even though the transportation already exists.
And there is no way around this. The game is very, very strict about making you get to the end of each level to progress. Again, we're doing everything, it doesn't matter, but it does heavily impact the sort of any percent type approach to this game.
Yeah. A fun thing, though, is that the way we do the route, unless you miss something, you literally never have to backtrack.
Yes.
And that includes leaving boss levels early in order to get the Sparks levels.
Agreed. And that's a big factor for like why casually people don't necessarily like this game as much as well. There is intended to be forced backtracking if you want to do everything.
Yeah.
We cheat, so we avoid it.
Ow. So one thing that does bug me about this game, not casually, but speedrunning, is Spyro has a fixed distance that he has to charge before he can stop, and if you try to jump during that time and you're not holding square, it eats your jump. And that has happened to me so many times. Damn.
So yeah, this is the reason that we did Cloud Spires and then Sheila's Alp before this portal, which is the first one that we run past, because there is a challenge area where you play as Sheila, and unless you've completed Sheila's area, Sheila's level, this is blocked off. Now again, you can go out of bounds or you can flip into this level without having actually completed Sheila's challenge, but unless you're able to get it in the first couple tries, it is faster to actually do Sheila's level first.
Yeah.
One side effect is we're doing this on hard difficulty, which means there are fewer frogs to heal us, more enemies around, and it's a bit more dangerous.
Oh, are there fewer fodder on hard difficulty?
Yes, there's supposed to be. This is true in a bunch of levels, but in this one in particular, there's supposed to be a frog on like the second level of the tower here.
Huh.
That goes away on hard mode.
Oh, and if you intend to speedrun this game and you load a save file and then start a new game, I believe the game is locked on easy difficulty for some reason.
Yeah, there's something weird about the difficulty if you've loaded a save file without having reset the console, and so it's actually like speedruns are disallowed if you do that because it manips the game in a way that isn't intended.
I've never been able to get this. First try! Fuck you!
Itch.
I finally got it and then I failed anyway. Yeah, that's something that I always thought looked easy, but it's kind of difficult to get. So the bad part about this one is I think I got everything there, but I won't know until I either finish the level or I have to come back later if I did miss something.
Yo, Zingo.
Hey, Zingo, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing? Oh, also, we want to avoid talking to Zoe wherever we can because she's annoying.
Zingo is, among other things, a Spyro 1 and 2 full completion runner. So very familiar with the first two categories that we've done as part of this trifecta.
Yes. And the tired is starting to set in a little bit now.
Long way to go.
Yeah, but again, that's why I end off with this one, because this is the one that I'm the most comfortable with, and the one that I feel I know the best of the three.
Thank you for...
I've never seen this angle on that egg before. That Spyro emote is adorable. Is it just Spyro as a wallet? Bless you, Runner. Thank you.
Hi, Spyro. I bet you can't catch all 15 of the lizards running around here. Just come back.
Just come back if you want some boarding tips from the master.
Just come back if you want to not be an arrogant prick. I thought there were 3 there, not 2.
There are 3 in that loop.
Then I missed one. Oh, I didn't flame. I learned from Vinny that you can do that. And it's fun. So we have to do this twice, but the second time, if we wipe out, we fail the challenge. So I try to get as many of the gems on the first time around as I can. Preferably all of them. Damn. The only ones we'll definitely miss are some in the bowl. How are you feeling, your Rubla? Are you getting tired?
Yes, I am. I can't imagine what it's like for you since you're actually doing the run. I just get to sit here and ramble a bit.
Think you'll be able to make it?
We will see. But I'm gonna do my best.
I think that the lizards are adorable. They don't get the love they deserve.
They are very cute. They're frustrating in Glimmer in Spyro 2, and so that's probably part of it.
Yeah.
Also, this is... I mean, I don't want to say it's a common reset point, but it's not an uncommon reset point in 117.
What? Well, I don't know why Spyro went
here.
early there. What?
You can lose a lot of time here in these two skateboarding challenges.
Yeah.
Especially if, as you said, you wipe out on the second egg.
Like that.
Oh.
God, Hunter is such an asshole. God damn it. I almost wiped out there from that pole again.
Here's another sort of fun fact. The number of poles that are around this level are based on the adaptive difficulty too.
Interesting. Trying to get all the gems up there while trying to hit the lizards sucks. And especially now that this one's gonna be in a weird place.
It wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
What?
I got cheated!
Go get him, Spyro!
What was that?
There are definitely oddities with the skateboard physics, and I know that that's something that can happen, but it's still shocking to see it, because it doesn't look like you wiped out.
Yeah, I've never seen that happen before.
What?
Hopefully I'm only missing 5 gems in this level.
Yeah, we'll know shortly.
Nice.
All right. Honestly, this far into a run, it is just wonderful seeing that 400 out of 400 gems.
It is.
Because fatigue setting in, this is a very memorization heavy category. It's very easy to just miss a gem out of fatigue.
Oh, it really is.
And the fewer levels we have to backtrack to get gems later, the better, the happier we are. Ideally, we don't miss any gems, of course, but there's sort of a normal point at which it makes sense to backtrack for gems later in the run, if you do.
Yeah. Near the very end.
Yeah, and another 3.5 hours, give or take. So it won't be for a bit.
Unless I get really good and get world record by like 2 hours and beat the game in 42 minutes. So I always know if I'm missing gems here because we have the perfect number of gems at this point.
We can tell that we are missing 5.
I don't think I'm missing any down here.
I don't know which 5 we're missing, I just know that the count's off by 5.
Wait, by 5? Oh yeah, by 5. Right there. We should end with 69. Nice.
And also, interestingly, depending on the exact route we take ahead here, we will potentially be entering the next 2 levels with gem counts ending in 69 as well, which makes it really easy to memorize.
I always do, actually. I didn't know there was another route to take that could change it.
Yeah, entering Mushroom Speedway, I think the fast route has fewer than that, because leaving the level auto-collects a couple. But, yeah, as sort of a beginner route, it is a very easy number to remember.
Also, I don't understand why I didn't bonk on that boar on the bridge.
If you hit the side of certain enemies with your charge, you don't bonk, but you still kill them.
Interesting. Also,
Go ahead.
I hate the boars because they take away your camera control and make the camera act really weird.
Yeah, that's a weird feature about a number of the enemies in this game. To make sure that you know that they're there, the game tries to focus your camera on them as you and they move. And like maybe in your first playthrough that's nice, but when you are trying to speedrun and you know that they're there, it's just annoying.
Yeah, but what were you gonna say?
Yeah, so this is going to be our first example of skipping into a side character's level early. The game wants you to backtrack here after you've freed Sergeant Bird, the second of our companions, but we're just going to do that level early anyways.
Yeah. Shut up, Sign! You're not my real Sign.
Sign is taunting us, saying that the sorceress has captured Sergeant Bird, but she clearly hasn't done a very good job, given that Sergeant Bird is just sort of going to be sitting inside this area.
Yeah, so if we can get onto the top of this, we can just clip in.
Yeah. Spyro 3 is a well-programmed game.
So Sergeant Bird is a pain to control. What makes it even worse is to do it fast, you want to hold both L1 and R1 the whole time, which lets you not control the camera.
Yeah, to give a little more detail on that, those are the strafe buttons. And for whatever reason, when you hold the buttons to strafe in each direction, Sergeant Bird moves faster, but moves weird.
Yeah.
So, like, you can fly backwards when you do that. The camera doesn't really play along very nicely, but it's faster.
No, 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 no! Fuck, I hate these birds. They don't damage you, but they are oh so annoying. Because if they hit you, you drop the Tiki dudes, and if you drop the Tiki dudes, you have to go get them again. I've also had that yellow gem land in the lava before.
Yes, it can do that. Generally, it means you don't want to shoot that basket far away. It is RNG. So something that we've talked about very little, because there's very little of it in the Spyro trilogy, is RNG. Spyro 3 is Spyro 1, 2, and 3 are mostly predictable platformers. One of the few exceptions is where gems land has a small amount of RNG. And there are some gem drops that are just actually really annoying. Like that 10 gem that Mousy mentioned can land in the lava instead of on the intended platform. There are a handful of places where something like that can happen, and potentially you lose time based on it.
Oh, and Sergeant Bird has homing missiles, but they're really bad at homing in. Sometimes. And there's one more Tiki to grab.
Yeah, the hitboxes on those flame jets don't exactly match the visuals, so it's possible in some places to fly through them and not take damage, and in other places you can take damage where it looks like you didn't.
Yeah. Right there.
Take this.
I'm pretty sure I got everything here.
Well, that's...
Now I get to show off a fun thing in this level. Which is another way where you can get the thief to do exactly what you want. So if you were here at the very beginning in Glimmer, you might have realized the trick to get the lamps in the first room, where you can flame upwards. Hello? Why did that not work?
It depends on your exact path through this particular grassy patch.
I thought I did good. I came all the way over here. I'm gonna leave and come back and see if I can get it, because I want to show that off. I wonder if it's because I was charging.
No, that shouldn't be it.
There we go. So he's now up there. We stand about here. You can get him. You know, I'm wondering if actually leaving and coming back is still quicker than chasing him.
It depends how good you are at chasing him. It's not. It's pretty quick if you know the trick to it.
I don't. There's a secret one-up here. I'm gonna grab all the one-ups I can for Spike, because I'm going to need them. But I assume the trick is just cut corners.
Also starting with the right angle. You can basically make it so he doesn't get very far. But
Interesting.
yeah, it kind of depends on your comfort with that.
Should be everything down here? We'll know soon. God damn it. And I got the last 2 gems.
And that gem count is good.
Nice.
Again, every level where we leave with the right number of gems is a level we don't have to go back to. It's like 20 plus seconds saved in menuing alone. So it's really useful for us to get the full amount of gems in each level if at all possible. But one thing is, if we miss a gem and we don't know where it is, it's almost always going to be faster to backtrack to the level later when Sparks points out gems, rather than run around trying to find it.
Yes. And then it's always better to do that when you unlock the ability to warp to level 12.
Exactly. All right. We will now be entering.
I'm missing a gem.
Down a red.
I think it's in the. It's gotta be in the water.
Yeah, most likely. We're now entering our first Speedway level of Spyro 3. We've seen the flight levels in Spyro 1, the Speedways in Spyro 2. These are the longest of the 3. Instead of one challenge to just do 32 things, or 2 challenges where you do that and then Hunter takes up some of your time. We have 3 things to do here. We have the traditional break 32 things challenge. We have Hunter, who is, for whatever reason, in an extended 4-level fight with a bunch of UFO flying saucers. And then there's a race in each of these speedways. 3 laps. We have to go through each of the rings. We can't crash, and we have to come in first.
Yes.
And these are long. These are the longest challenges in the run, and they're the most punishing to fail as a result. Because if you fall or miss a ring at the very end of lap 3, you're losing somewhere between 1.5 minutes and like 3 minutes 15 seconds, depending on which speedway you're in.
And in the final speedway, if you are not confident you can win in the first try, in which case you would have to hit literally every star to get the boost, it's better to just lose 4 times in a row to go into easy mode.
Yeah, so each challenge will adapt to sort of how you perform in it, and in the speedways, if you lose the race a bunch of times, what will happen is the enemies will actually slow down, make it easier to win.
The 4th race
generally
is stupidly difficult.
Yeah, we generally don't need it in this first one. or the third one. The second is sort of a little bit harder. We're probably okay, but that fourth and final one requires very good movement to win on the first try.
Yeah. I never had trouble with the biplanes before, except for the time when I went through the same barn as one and it pushed me out.
Alright, so we've completed the race. Now we have the more traditional challenge. There are 8 butterflies, 8 rings, 8 spiders, and 8 dandelions. And each of them give gems. But we get an egg for getting all 32 within the time limit.
I don't know if this way's quicker or not, but I've seen other runners do it. So I assume it is.
Yeah, grabbing 4 of the spiders now and 4 later makes sense because of the paths that it allows you to take. But normally you end on the butterfly for a better sort of ending point.
I don't know if it's safe to quit out on these ones or not.
You can quit out as soon as the final gem homes in.
Alright, cool. I will say, warning, very loud noises incoming until the end of the Hunter Challenge.
Yes. Not just loud, but sort of constant.
Yes.
Whoa!
I'm still really bad at this. I don't know how I hit that last one. The reason we do that last is because we can pause and exit before Spark talks to us again.
But only on 1.0.
Yeah.
And we've mentioned that a couple times now. There are 2 different North American releases of this game. There's the original, which we call 1.0, and then there is 1.1, a revision. It's the greatest hits version with the sort of green greatest hits label on the CD tray or CD container. And they fixed a handful of bugs. They added a missing cutscene. They added some extra music. And 1.1 is generally a tiny bit slower because of some of the things that they patched. For 1.17, it doesn't make a huge difference, but you do need, if you're running this, you need to understand which version you're on, because some things happen only on one version, but not the other.
Yeah, like, there's a glitch in this one where there's an area later that we have to break through a floor, and sometimes in 1.0 it just doesn't. Also, I don't know if it's only in 1.0 or not, but there's a boss. Oh, there are also bosses sometimes in individual levels. And in this one, if you hit the boss the same frame he goes into his submarine, the game just crashes. It's happened to me in a run before.
Yeah, I don't think that's exclusive, to 1.0, but it now occurs to me that most of the people who get that have been on 1.0. Yeah, there are a lot of crashes in this game, some more avoidable than others. And yeah, so that's why we're using a memory card. So if we crash, we can reload at the start of the level we crash in. The trade-off here is for Spyro 3, the added autosave from having that memory card in loses a decent amount of time. It's, I think, something on the order of like 30 seconds across the run.
Yeah, that's a lot.
This is a long run. It both is and isn't a lot. It's basically noise given the length of the run, but it is still time.
Yeah. Well, I know there's a way to get up here without climbing. What? I've seen someone like proxy off of a duck or something.
You proxy off of one of the shell enemies right after you break their shell.
Ah.
From the room below, normally.
It does not seem like a fun proxy.
It's supposedly not that bad, but I don't bother going for it.
Have another Sheila level. I forget, does every single level in this game have a secondary character level?
No. We didn't have any in Cloud Spires, for example.
Right.
A high spot.
But yeah, with the order that we do things in, this is already unlocked. But following that pattern where if a level is locked, it's not actually locked, you can get in here without having done Sheila first. It's just there's no reason to do that in 117.
Also, if you didn't notice, in Spyro 2, enemies did not give you gems when you killed them. It's only in 1 and 3.
Alright, we have successfully avoided another crash.
There's a crash there?
Yeah, if you have too many things on screen when you hit the final box, the game crashes.
Ah, interesting.
It's very unlikely in 117 because you collect all the gems.
Yeah.
But it is a run killer in the other any percent type categories because you don't.
When I was a kid, I always hated that challenge because I was under the assumption you had to break all of the sand as well.
Thankfully, you do not.
I literally only learned that once I started speedrunning this game. So there is a random duck here. For some reason, gives you a skill point.
It's time for the tunnel.
Yes. We have to kill all of the... we have to kill all of the Rhinox and not hit... We have to kill all of the Rhinox and not hit any of the bombs. Oh my god.
This section's completely broken if you enter in zombie, I found out.
Is it?
Yeah, because you can get to the end, but the warp doesn't work because you're in zombie.
Oh
And
no.
you're trapped in the area because when you get the egg, the opening closes. So you have to menu out and do it again.
I thought you were
At least
gonna
it
say
removes
broken
somebody.
in a good way.
No, it's not.
Damn.
And zombie is that sort of half dead, half alive state that we saw near the end of Spyro 2 in Magna Cone. We will hopefully not be seeing it in Spyro 3. For 117%, we don't want to get it. For some of the other categories, we do. It has some very weird properties that can break the game in our favor or against us.
Okay, so as long as I can get past Fireworks Factory and Lost Fleet before I start falling asleep, I think I'll be good. Because those are the two... Well, and if I can get past World 3 before I start falling asleep, I think I'll be fine. Because that's by far the hardest area of the run.
It is.
No. Doc! No, fuck you. I don't need your extra life. We're about to go fight our first boss, but it's not a world boss. It is a level boss. I think there are 4 of these? 3 of these, because there's not one in Midnight Mountain, right?
Yeah, there was... It seems like there was supposed to be one, and they had to cut it for time.
Oh yeah, in Dino Mine.
Yes.
So this is Bluto. Well, what we want to do, want to get up to around 20 rockets.
Yeah, we absolutely need at least 16, and that 20 gives us some wiggle room for missing shots or Bluto healing.
And there we go. Easy. Now I just have to collect all the gems and hope we see 400 out of 400 at the end. Because I have found that this is a level where it's relatively easy to miss gems.
Yeah, with water levels in particular, the extra sort of 3D-ness of your movement makes it a lot harder. With that said, when you are swimming, Sparks is given an additional 1.5 times extended range to make up for the fact that you're probably not directly on the ground. But it's still very easy to miss gems when you're swimming.
And I didn't miss anything. Nice.
That said, yep.
Yeah, either I missed nothing or I missed 100 somewhere. And I'm now an hour ahead of my previous PB for 337.
All right. And here's that NPC warping us to the transportation since we finished the 5 main levels of this homeworld. So we're now going to fight our first sort of main boss.
And we're not going to let him play the game.
Yeah, so this boss is Ivysaur. Ivysaur, notably weak against fire.
Listen carefully.
All right, so this boss's name is Buzz, but I think if you'll take a look at him as he loads in, you'll agree with my assessment.
Yeah.
So this is Ivysaur. is in an arena of lava. And our goal is to hit the grass Pokemon into the fire.
And if we just do this, he just can't play the game.
Yep. For whatever reason, camera manipulation as we stand in a not even super precise spot just means he stops attacking as he gets near us. And we just skip the entire challenge of this fight. With the exception of the only challenges that we can ourselves jump into the lava.
I just realized that I'm at no sparks. Alright, and that was Buzz.
That's it. Buzz is the easiest of the bosses by far.
And there is another boss that we're gonna fight later that we don't want them to play the game. But that's third world. And the reason
so now
we
are
left.
Going back. Yeah, same. I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, the reason we left is because we now want to go to the Sparks level. And we want to have full health when we go in.
That we do. Sparks is a playable character in Spyro 3. In each world, Sparks has a dedicated level. They're sort of shooters, and they're a little frustrating, but completing them, in addition to giving required gems and eggs, gives Sparks power-ups.
Yeah, and we can skip the tutorial by just going over it.
Walls are suggestions.
Yes.
That's actually really easy to do as well.
Looks like you're
Yeah, I was doing it wrong for so long. I thought you had to hold one of them and then tap the other one, like with Agent 9.
Yeah, basically we just go up to the wall, we start tapping one of the strafe buttons until we start climbing, and then we hold it until we're all the way up. And that's it. That one's the easiest spot to do it in. But yeah, it's definitely sort of fun to skip Zoe telling you what to do.
Yes. Also, you do not want to touch the pink or red or blue butterflies.
Yeah. So the way all of these Sparks levels play is Sparks goes around killing enemies. There are keys to give you access to new areas. In this particular level, they're color-coded. There are power-ups that you get in the form of butterflies, since Sparks eats butterflies canonically in this game. And 2 of those power-ups are really, really good, and the others are really, really bad. We want the green butterfly power-up, which is what we have, and we want the white butterfly power-up, which is invincibility, which we'll be getting in just a moment.
Yeah.
Everything else is bad.
So now we
Alright,
can
so
just
now
go
we're-
through everything.
Except that box in the center, we need to hit a switch to unlock it.
And the gems coming out of the boxes are annoying because they start in the air, but because it's top down, that's not obvious.
Yeah, a fun fact, which is not all that fun. Sparks cannot collect the gems that are in the air, but enemies can hit Sparks even when Sparks is higher up than them.
Yeah.
It's almost as if the devs did not expect you to be able to get to a higher position than the enemies.
Yeah. And there's one of these Sparks levels that you can pretty easily soft lock yourself on.
Yeah.
Also, that one box gives you nothing for some reason. And this is the Sparks boss. And
this is
he's
the
dead.
power-up.
Yeah.
So one of the weird features of the Sparks level is that every shot that you do, no matter what type of power-up you're using, does the same amount of damage, and there aren't really iframes, which means that the power-up that gives you the fastest rapid shots is the one that you want, not the one that gives the big explosions.
Yes. And this power-up gives us what again?
Extended Sparks range.
Nice.
So Sparks can now grab that red gem that he couldn't before we entered the level.
Yes.
All right, so that is the first of the 4 worlds completely done.
Yeah.
We don't have to backtrack. We got all the gems, we got all the eggs, and now we're off to Midday Garden.
Who's ready to go swimming? Also, we're going to be seeing a lot of Bianca in this run. Because she has unskippable cutscenes.
Okay.
But it's okay, because she's my favorite character in this series. And I learned recently that Pamela Hayden, who played Bianca, also plays Nancy in Frozen. This
Icy
one.
Peak. Yeah, Icy Peak.
Yeah. Oh, where am I going? That was one thing that they changed in the Reignited trilogy that I didn't like. They really seemed, just by having, like, different inflections and stuff in how Bianca spoke, they really changed her character, it seemed. And I wasn't a fan of that. Hello?
Yeah, the very top of that doesn't actually count. So we're swimming in air again, which if you were here for Spyro 2 is not a surprise, and if you weren't, looks a bit weird. We did a trick called Bridge Swim, where we went under the bridge and basically flipped through the bridge at exactly the right point to trick the game into thinking that we're swimming underwater when we are clearly not. The reason we're doing this, the biggest reason, is so we can get into Sergeant Bird's level without paying money bags, since the trigger to enter it is stored underneath the map. An extra side effect is it's easier to move around this section with the Super Flame power-up, so it's just a bit easier to deal with some of these gems as well.
Although this portal is completely invisible, so it's annoying to find sometimes. And another side effect is at the very end of the run, you get your revenge on Moneybags, and the less you pay him, the fewer amount of times you have to hit him.
Yeah, so as speedrunners, ideally we don't pay Moneybags at all, and it's a very fast chase. Practically speaking, I think most people running this category will pay him at least a couple of times.
Yeah. But like with Spyro 2, once we have access to the fourth world, we never have to pay him again. Because
Thankfully.
we go right to the final boss. Also, this is my least favorite character to play as. Well, second least favorite. I really don't like Agent 9.
This level is very easy to miss gems in because it adds a level of verticality that you don't normally deal with in the other levels in this entire trilogy.
Yeah.
Basically, if you kill an enemy or break a bottle or a chest up high, it falls down, and not always in the same spot. I mentioned that gem RNG earlier. And so it becomes very easy to just have a gem drop to an area you've already cleared and end up missing it.
Yeah.
Ideally, you memorize route, you memorize what to do based on where the gems fall, and you memorize gem counts. But that takes a lot of sort of getting used to. And everyone, not everyone, but there are different sort of paths through this level, paths through the homeworld. So Mousie's gem counts are not going to match what I have in my own runs. And so what I've memorized is not going to be at all helpful here.
Yeah.
Likewise, what Mousie knows is not going to match what happens in my run.
There are those homing missiles not being homing missiles again.
Honestly, that room wasn't awful.
Yeah, this room normally sucks.
Yeah. A couple of those balloon vases are not in sight when you enter the level, and they're easier to see on the way back, but that makes them very easy.
Yeah. Like, there's, I think 3 of them or 4 of them in this room that you just can't see unless you fly to the very top.
Yeah. And so we will be carefully moving through the level, through this big room especially, collecting gems, dealing with a number of enemies. You can see all these tiered platforms where gems can fall down, get stuck.
And
all of
sucks.
this, yeah, and you're doing all of this while trying to deal with a character movement that's optimized when you can't turn the camera.
Also, our goal for this level is freeing all of the hummingbirds.
And some of them have gotten trapped in very inconsiderate spots.
Yeah. We already missed one of them on purpose because we have to go back to that room anyway. Yeah, my problem with Sergeant Bird isn't really even the controls, just that his levels are so big. And he just does not move very quickly. And then stuff like that, when things fall, it takes them so long to go back down. And to go back up. I think I've gotten everything important here. I don't know why I grabbed that right now. I don't need it yet. Also, fun fact, bombs are immune to lava, apparently.
Also, those flame jets hitboxes have nothing to do with their visuals. We did, in fact, just fly through them without taking damage. But if we're any lower, we would have gotten hurt.
Yeah, Sergeant Bird lost his feet in the war, so he has prosthetics, so he can't feel anything on him. That's my headcanon.
Mine is that the game's development was a bit rushed.
Yeah, there's that too.
You know, basically the same idea.
Okay, I think I have everything here.
I mean, I'd believe it. Nothing's immediately standing out as missed in that big room. And now we backtrack.
Yeah, this is one level I almost always have to come back to.
And this is a rough level to backtrack to because you have to recomplete the level's challenges
Yeah.
if you do so.
I feel like I might have missed something here. Nope.
Okay, the floor broke. You played that very aggressively. It's possible to break the chest without breaking the floor.
Yeah. That's happened to me once before. And now we are Sparks Flip.
And we will find out very soon if we got all the gems or not. As I mentioned, the gem counts for Mousy don't match mine, so I have no idea.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's gonna do a very quick sweep. If I can help it, I'd rather not come back.
Yeah, this is a rare exception to that rule that it's faster to backtrack later than search for the gem. Because if the gem is in this big room at the end, it's almost certainly faster to get it now.
And the rule on this level is it's right there. Damn. I was about to say the rule of this level is it's always in the big room at the end. I feel like I'm missing a basket or a strong chest. Basket.
Yeah, and just to confirm, doing that was faster than coming back later.
Yeah. Let me just go through the gate.
And we can ignore money bags. But it's also weird to see Sergeant Bird still captured.
So what is the quick kill on this guy?
You aim for the tree that's on the right, and you get a good flame charge.
I hit the flame button, but it didn't flame button. At least he's not that bad to catch anyway.
No.
Because unfortunately, if you have the fireball power up, he despawns. Because they don't want you to cheat. Which is very mean of them.
We would never cheat in a Spyro speedrun.
No, never.
On a related note, it's time for Spooky Swamp. Where we will not cheat our way into... Do you do the out of bounds to get into Sleepyhead?
I do. So... I find this level to be so annoying because every character talks in haikus. So like everyone in my chat when I'm in this level always uses my TTS with haikus. So my community has named this level Mousy's Personal Hell. This is another level that I feel is easy to miss stuff because you skip around so much in it.
Yes.
But you're supposed to light all 4 of these lamps, but we don't care. I hate those mosquito dudes. Okay. So hopefully I can get this first try so I can preserve levels or lives for Spike. That's too low. I'm gonna grab fodder here. I'm not gonna grab fodder here. Yeah, this jump I find to be one of the hardest in the game. I don't know if you would agree or not, though.
It's a good test of if you understand the Spyro 3 movement engine. You're taking a bad angle. Your jump is fine, but you're not going in the right direction.
Okay.
You're sort of going diagonally, then curving back.
Nice.
All right, yeah, so we just entered a side area from underneath it.
And this is another
as
boss.
we are wont to do.
This is Sleepyhead. Is it Sleepyhead or just Sleepy?
Sleepyhead.
And this is our profile picture for this run.
Yeah, this enemy is a mood. He got woken up and is grumpy.
And he wants to kill us.
Seems reasonable to me. Sleepyhead has 3 attacks. We will probably only see 2 of them.
He has
We'll
3
alternate-
attacks?
Yep. He will alternate spawning these green crocs and throwing bombs at us. We can hit the bombs back at him to damage him. The crocs we have to kill. What happens is if he gets to a croc cycle while there are still crocs alive, he'll do his 3rd attack, which is a set of red explosives.
I just want to see that. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, so basically don't kill these. And wait for this next bomb as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I have never seen that before.
Yeah, and in a speedrun, you probably never do. Because you have to not kill the crocs.
Yeah.
But yeah, showcase here. I had never seen it until I watched a sort of non-speed run of it.
And now we're at the end of the level. Now we have a very difficult challenge.
Yes, this may be something that those of you who played this as a kid remember well.
And not in a good way.
Yes. This is one where the adaptive difficulty really shines.
Really?
If you do this on easy mode, neither the rocks nor the mushrooms respawn. Period.
Huh.
We have
Wait, does it matter which one I talk to first?
The tutorial says to talk to the other one first, I think, but I don't know why. I don't think it really matters.
Okay, I didn't know if they followed their default paths or if this one... Yeah, okay, so they always take the first path first.
I think it's like one starts slightly further away from the path. But
That makes sense. But
Doesn't
yeah,
make
so
a
for this,
huge
we
difference.
actually collect the gems while we help the brothers. Because these brothers are idiots. They could just, I don't know, not go over the mushrooms.
probably a better way to put it is they are blind.
Yes. They have no eyeballs. The first one actually isn't that bad. I just hit the mushroom. I thought it would
early.
stay down. So I hit it too early. Because if you hit it at the right time, it stays down for him to go over it both times. But the second one, he does not stay on the path at all.
Yeah, this is a memorization challenge with some timing sprinkled in. It's a lot more precise. The timing is tighter if you're trying to get all of the gems during the challenge instead of just some. Also, we are helping Basho the Firefly. Basho is a famous Japanese poet. There's also Homer the Firefly in this level, Homer being a Greek poet. So some of these names are, taking advantage of the fact that they're all speaking in haiku.
Yeah. I knew Homer, but I never knew Basho. But this one kind of goes all over the place, the second one.
Agreed.
But it's not super difficult once you know the basic path. I just realized that one's actually shorter than the first path, I think.
The egg.
Possibly.
Alright, now I just have to clean up the rest of the gems. So, Uruglo, what is your favorite level in this game?
Not this one. That is a good question, though. Let me have a think about that. In terms of just vibes, Fireworks Factory, but as a speedrunner, not Fireworks Factory. Yeah, Ash, I was sort of talking about that with the adaptive difficulty. So Reignited is based off of easy mode, and in easy mode, things don't respawn in the original. But it's very hard to get to this point and be in easy mode unless you fail this challenge a bunch of times.
Yeah.
So that's why Reignited does that. That's like actually the behavior on easy mode for this. Let's see.
Then that means I've probably never seen this level in easy mode before.
You are.
Maybe Bamboo Terrace, the next level we're going to do, is my favorite. In terms of like just a nice mix of everything.
Yeah. It's a very comfy level. I hate those guys.
A lot of what seem like challenge changes for Reignited Spyro 3 are things that happen in easy mode. It's just that it's very hard to stay in easy mode.
Yeah, because what is it? Like you have to die 6 times to get into easy mode normally, and
it's a lot more complicated than that. Far more complicated than I could really explain. There's like a point system based on eggs you collect and times you fail challenges.
Okay, but I do know that if you collect like 4 or 5 eggs or something, then it raises the difficulty meter or whatever.
Yeah. But there's also a difficulty for each challenge, so even if you're in hard mode, if you're really bad at one challenge, they'll put that one on easy mode without making the entire game be easy mode. And that's what you do in Harbor Speedway, for instance.
Yeah.
But as an example for this, in hard mode, which is what we generally do for 117, there are no fodder spawns, no extra health pickups in the boss Spike, the second boss, the one we're going to be doing soon.
Unfortunately.
Additionally, Spike has 9 hit points and shoots his laser 2, 3, and 4 times respectively, depending on the phase. In easy mode, there's Fodder. He has 6 health, and he shoots 1, 2, and 3 times, which is what happens in Reignited. But it's so hard to get to that fight in easy mode in the original that it seems like it's not right when you see it in Reignited.
Yeah. Spike is the only place I accidentally go into easy mode a lot because that fight is rough. Because he is really good at leading his shots. Nice.
Yes.
I haven't missed anything yet.
That's promising.
Maybe I'm finally getting some skill.
I mean, it saves a lot of time not to miss gems. That's a big part of the push at the sort of time range that you're at.
Yeah.
Just not missing stuff saves a lot of time.
It does.
Supposedly it was a time constraint issue. Like they originally planned to have it and just didn't have time to implement it.
Hi, Spyro.
People speculate that that's the reason that Gulp is so much harder
Oh, I don't
in
think we're doing this yet.
Reignited than the original.
Yeah, I've heard that
Gulp
Gulp was a lot harder than Reignited.
Gulp does a much better job of, as you said, leading his shots.
Damn. But he's so easy in terms of not difficult to kill. Not easy as in like easy to get a good cycle. Or good egg drops.
Agreed.
I'm gonna try to do a squeeze proxy here. Nope.
Yeah, you were late to the first jump, so it wasn't gonna happen.
I've gotten it,
You
I
can
think,
get-
once before.
You can get Spyro stuck between the wall and that boulder as it moves, and the game panics and says Spyro can't be stuck and shoots him up very high, which gives you an easy way to access the end of the level. It actually loses time in this category,
Oh, does
but
it?
it looks cool. Yes. I do it because it looks cool, but it loses time.
That is fair. So I'm going to collect all 4 of these extra lives here because I'm probably going to need them at some point in the run, and sitting here for a minute to get these is much shorter than getting a game over. Also, this level has the easiest swim in air of all time. But it also
think it's
has
harder.
the soft block.
It's harder than the one in Breeze Harbor, but also it's safer.
I've never tried the one in Breeze Harbor. I don't know where to do the one in Breeze Harbor.
The one in Breeze Harbor is exactly like this, except if you go slightly too far, you don't die, you just go on land.
Ah.
So yeah, we're swimming, we're cheating. Now the game doesn't like that we're cheating. There's actually a thief that's hidden underneath that broken bridge, which is how we got that egg in the first place. If we hit the thief's body doing a charge while swimming, we soft lock. The game doesn't really know what to do with you killing the thief
Oh, I didn't know
while
that.
it's invisible.
I thought it was just you can't go forward. Oh, I guess forward because he'd be holding the egg in front of him. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. You can actually soft lock in a different funny way. If one of the enemies with fireworks blows up in such a way that his rocket goes back and hits the thief, that also hits the thief and soft locks you from a distance.
Gross. That one feels like it might be easier to do accidentally.
Yes, that's true. But yeah, part of the reason we get this swim is to get that egg early instead of chasing the thief, which is awful. The other reason is we can get into this side area for a character we haven't seen yet. This is Bentley.
Bentley is a fun character to play as, but he is very slow.
Yeah, Bentley has wonderful techniques. He can swing his club and he can spin his club. That's it. Very easy to control. Not a lot going on, but we don't move quickly.
But his levels are short and usually easy. There is boxing, but we don't talk about boxing.
We will not talk about boxing for another world.
Yes.
It's like Fight Club. The first rule of Fight Club is that we're too tired to remember the rules of Fight Club.
Oh wow, that was actually the 10th spotter. Nice. I always try to hit that one and I always fail.
Yeah, you want to dodge that one. It bounces high enough that you can sort of sneak to its right and under it.
Yeah, I've done that a bunch. It's gotta be possible to hit.
But yeah, we are making our way to the top of this mountain, and there's an egg there, but there are a bunch of enemies in the way. But honestly, they don't pose much of an issue.
And like with Spyro 1, if we spin in the air, why did I do that? We gain a little bit of height. So Bentley he can make that jump. I thought there was a spot here where you had to roll or spin jump to make it up.
You did a spin jump, just not a very big one.
Oh.
You don't need much of a spin for some of them.
Is it actually 4 a.m.?
It is.
Wow. It doesn't feel like 4 a.m. It feels like it's like 10 or 11 to me.
AM or PM?
PM.
Had to ask.
Yeah,
we actually just collected 2 gems that were placed directly on top of each other. It appears that the devs place gems and then move them around during development, and sometimes in 2 places in particular you end up with gems directly on top of each other. There's one here and this one in a couple more levels.
What's the other level?
Enchanted.
Interesting. Mini nap. How was the mini nap? Yeah, we're almost halfway done with Spyro 3.
We're getting there.
I feel like this could definitely be sub 11 hours tonight. So that's how you kill that guy without getting hit.
Sub 11, I don't know about that.
Sub 12.
Yes,
Sub 24.
hopefully. Sub 11 means you got a 45-minute PB in 117.
I mean, I've gotten a much better time since, like, I've shaved off.
Sorry, against your actual PB, not your 337 time.
Oh, yeah, probably not then.
Unless I'm reading this wrong, which I could be.
I think my PB in this is a 5:15 or 5:17.
Yeah, you would need 438 or so to get sub 11.
Didn't miss anything. Nice. This minigame sucks because you can accidentally hit the pandas. Although there's a way to like cheese it, I've seen.
Yes, there are a couple. So this minigame involves 2 laps around this sort of settlement. And on the second lap, enemies spawn and drop from the sky. But they're actually already there, just invisible. So you can hit them on the first lap and avoid the second lap entirely.
Can you?
Yes, you just have to know where they are and be very good about your accuracy.
I don't know where
yes,
they are.
The other way is much, much harder. It involves doing a wall glide off the face of the NPC to skip his talk trigger, and then do a squeeze proxy between the boat and the dock to get extra height so that you're standing in this area while not on the boat.
God damn it.
It looks really cool. It is really, really hard.
Please hop aboard. Make sure to toast the Rhinox, but not my friends.
So I just aim where they would spawn from?
Where they spawn from. But it's fairly precise because they're so far away.
Would I get any indication that I've hit them?
Don't think so. Other than the minigame stops when they're all dead, not when you do 2 full laps.
I always hate shooting them from under the bridge because I'm always afraid of hitting the pandas.
Yeah, so we had the fireball as sort of a permanent thing in Spyro 2, and one thing that we mentioned at the time is when it hits something, it explodes, and sort of a large radius. So if you hit the bottom of the bridge, the fireball can explode and hit the pandas on top of the bridge.
Yeah, and if that happens, you lose.
Correct. And now apparently there's an egg inside a flower pot.
We just have to blow it up. I've also seen that there's a way to collect both eggs at the same time or something somehow.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Not these two, that is.
Time for our second out of 4 speedways.
Alright, I'm gonna take this level as a chance to stretch and get some water, since it's very similar to the first speedway.
Yeah, we just have to race the plane.
Yep. I will be back in a few minutes.
Alrighty. The hunger challenge in this one, though, is a lot simpler than the first one, I feel. Well, this race, I find, is a lot harder to mess up. In the first one, I try to do running, but it doesn't usually work well. And this one, there's really no running. But I hope everyone's been enjoying the marathon. And enjoying Spyro. So yeah, that green one can actually push you backwards when you go through there. And that is the race. That's the hard part. Now we get to hear Lemu, the French cows. Can't believe I missed one. Now we just have to do Hunter's Challenge.
Spyro,
This one's a lot easier than the last one. It's just an auto scroller. It's funny, this is my second ever marathon, and my second time ever doing this run. First time was in that first marathon, and both of them were overnight. Have a good night. Hopefully I'm done in 4 hours, because if I'm not, then I've lost so much time.
we got the...
Right, now we go to Enchanted Towers, which is a level we opened up earlier when we shot that target.
And this level is not great, not fun.
No. It's fine until you have to play as Sergeant Bird.
It's a level that has a lot of things in it.
Too many things.
Yes.
So
this will be our... Go ahead.
It has bones with the lava toads. It's got skateboarding. It's got basically George, but not as good. It's got Sergeant Bird. It's got flying shit. It's a lot.
Yeah, this is one of the longest levels in the run at any skill level.
I hate these things so much. I like to kill them here to not have to come all the way over here as Sergeant Bird.
Yeah, understandably.
Although this is an interesting level because you, for the only time, actually play as a secondary character in the main level itself.
It makes you wonder if that was intended to be a mechanic in more places.
It would have been cool. Also, loud noises coming again. Oops. We already almost have half of the egg. But now it is time for more skateboarding. What the fuck? That was weird. We're gonna have to race Hunter here. Or not race, but get more points than Hunter here. We can literally win in 3 tricks, and it's impossible for him to actually win if we do 3 tricks.
Yeah, so we spend most of the time in this level not worrying about Hunter, but trying to collect all of the gems.
Yeah.
And if we do a good job, this can serve as a stretch break, a water break, a bathroom break even. I don't know sort of how much we're going to worry about that, but you can finish everything with around 45 seconds left if you're sort of on top of things.
Last time is the only time I've been able to finish and collect every gem before the time is up. And it was barely before the time was up.
There are a couple spots here that are difficult to grab the gem in if you don't know what to do. And that half pipe that we were just on, it was a big one. There's a balloon flying above it that's very difficult to get.
Wow.
And I missed the balloon.
I'm thinking you're...
So if we do the Ganasty Gnork, like that, We can go up here. And we win. Hunter cannot get enough points. That balloon is so hard to get.
Yeah, I would not try and get that on the skateboard in the half pipe. I don't think that that's a good way to do it unless you have a lot of control over Spyro's skating movement.
I usually just go until I have enough speed to grab it.
It's honestly most of the difficulty in this section is getting the gems.
Yeah. Especially this fucking basket. They put that in the worst place. I don't think I can get all of these. Another problem is sometimes you just have too much speed. And there's really no way to slow down unless you crash.
Going along extended periods of flat terrain will slow you down eventually. Without jumping.
My god, please get the basket. That's why I normally end up getting it. But it feels like cheating. Okay, that should be everything. I'm gonna hope.
We'll find out.
Thankfully, the next spark power-up we get is the ability to home in. And if I miss something here, I feel it wouldn't be a terrible idea to come back right away. Since the level's already open.
It's almost certainly faster to warp. But, nice. Good job with that balloon. That's not easy.
Yeah, I hate that balloon. What was that, Spyro? Here's my chance to get these guys now. Yeah. Doing the jump thing in this game seems much harder than it is in Spyro 2.
It is because in Spyro 2, you're probably not actually doing this. In Spyro 2, it works in whichever order you hit square and X, because double jump is the thing in Spyro 2 and not in 3.
True.
So basically a bunch of combinations that would work in Spyro 2 don't in this game, making it a lot more precise.
That makes sense. Back in Enchanted Towers, you did. You know what? I'm just gonna wait till I'm Sergeant Bird for this. Do you like enchanted towers? Nope. Another thing is I know how to get the first one here, but I can never seem to get the last or the other one. Because there's two of those buttons you have to hit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the second one I can never seem to get. I don't know if I'm not high enough or what.
Well, we'll see. Actually, it looks like you're going to do so with Farley, so that's fine too.
Yeah, I just bring Farley as a backup.
Oh, it's not a charge jump.
It's not?
It's a Spyro 1 style glide, where you coyote time off the edge and flame earlier into the hover. But yeah, for short distances, you get more height doing an actual jump twice to glide type thing.
Huh.
Whereas charge jump glides give you more distance.
I'm gonna try
Or get there faster.
Yeah, I don't got it.
Yeah, it's more precise than that, but that's the right idea.
Did you just hit Farley?
Hey!
How did I do that again? Bonk and still make it into the level.
With all of these portals, there's genuinely a wall right behind them. And so you are bonking as you hit the trigger on the wall behind the portal.
Ah, that makes sense.
It's easiest to do on that Sergeant Bird one, but you can have it happen on a variety of them.
Yeah, I did it on that one and the Sheila one in water place. Seashell Shores.
That's good. My brain was saying Aquaria Towers, which isn't right.
So these enemies are weird because you have to watch them die to get their gems.
Yeah, we saw this a little bit in Spyro 2 as well. If certain enemies die off screen, they don't complete all of the stuff that happens when they die. For the lightning thieves, that meant that the count could potentially not go up. For Draclets, it could mean that the challenge doesn't end, which we saw the last one didn't die right away. Here, the gem spawning won't happen if they're too far away from you and off screen.
Aren't these basically just flying Draclets, though?
Yeah.
But yeah, now we want to find all 8 of these guys, but we need to make sure to kill the last one after we've collected everything. But after this run, I am just gonna probably sleep for the whole day. Could be 6. Seven is over here. Now we just want to get the rest of the gems. Hopefully the rest of the gems.
Yeah, we'll see how many there are left.
$36.
It doesn't sound right, but what do I know? I mean, okay, let me rephrase. That is obviously correct. That doesn't sound like the number that are in front of us.
Isn't there another egg here that's on a platform that I always miss?
You've gotten all the eggs except for this one.
Alright, cool. I usually miss a couple of the flying dudes that are really high up.
My friend.
Oh yeah, because you end on what's normally the 7th bone instead of the 8th. That one that you see flying in the distance is not one that you normally even see on screen.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do those towers in the opposite order, it is on screen.
Damn. I wish there was an easier way to see how many I was missing. Without having to go into the menu. It's a red.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, that does tell you it's not a flying enemy, which I'll drop greens.
True.
But it doesn't tell you if it's in a side area. I would not try and track it down
Yeah.
right now.
I'll just come back after the Sparks level real quick. It's on the way to the balloon anyway, and I can just see if it's in this area or one of the side areas.
Yeah, the difficulty is that there are 2 side areas that have gems, which is not the case in a lot of levels.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident about the skateboard one, though. From Spyro, welcome! I'm missing 1 gem here, too.
I don't know where it is, but shouldn't be hard to find. Wouldn't surprise me if it's around bamboo.
Yeah. So this level, I've never had it happen, but you can also apparently crash the game. If you hit one of the birds and then hit something else before the gem is collected, it can...
on the same frame that the gem collects.
On the same frame, okay. I thought it was before the gem reaches you.
No, if you are early enough, it's fine.
Okay.
The other thing is just these shots are very laggy, and the birds take a long time to fully despawn. So if you just spam shots a bunch, you can also crash
Interesting.
because there are too many particles on screen. And that happens with all of the cannons, not just the first one. It's just most common with the first cannon.
But it's only in this level, right? Not in
Yes,
Lost Fleet.
correct. As far as I know. I'm not aware of anyone having crashed from the cannons in Lost Fleet.
I wonder why, though, because you would assume they'd be the same.
I think the birds models are different.
Interesting. Ow! Well, and I'm sparkless.
Woohoo! I like Sparksless. But unfortunately not great for the run. Thankfully there is some fodder here. This is not the worst level to take some damage in.
Yeah, there's a lot of fodder here in this level, thankfully. Which is weird, because this isn't even a particularly difficult level.
That's true, but a lot of the enemies that shoot snowball cannons at you, it's a very lengthy attack. So even if they miss at first, you can get hit later.
True. So there's kind of a fucked up egg here that we'll get to in a minute, or challenge that we'll get to in a minute. I think it's a funny reference, but it is pretty fucked up. Okay, I think I have more than enough lives for Spike at this point. Hello? This bird is invincible. There we go. Ow. But there's a very fun part coming up here soon. With a couple of thieves!
Since you mentioned it earlier, those thieves are a place where you can collect 2 eggs at once.
Really?
Yes. I'm not aware of a way to do that in the Midday Garden homeworld, but you can with the 2 thieves. It's possible to get both of them at the same time.
I'll have to look into that. And I assume it doesn't, like, crack the game or anything?
Nope. The world record does it. It's not trivial, but it's not, like, impossible either.
Nice. Gotta shoot money bags a couple times. Those birds go down far before they despawn.
Yeah, that's a big reason why you can get crashes here.
Really, Spyro?
Step from
So this egg, has anyone here ever heard of Nancy Kerrigan? She was, I believe, a Canadian figure skater who was at the 1992, I think, Olympics in figure skating. And because Tanya Harding didn't think she could win, she paid a bunch of, I believe, Russian hockey players to break Nancy's knees while she was skating. I don't know if that's the reference they're going for, but it's a bit too on the nose. It was kind of fucked up if you ask me, but it's funny.
Looks like it happened in 1994.
94.
And as a reminder, this game came out at the end of 2000.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. Just the fact that her name is Nancy and they're specifically hockey players. I got cheated.
That's okay.
Just as a reminder about how easy it is to crash this game, there is a crash in this minigame too if you spam flame too much.
Really? Oh, it's because of the particles?
Yeah.
I would say when I was flaming there, I could see it start to lag a little bit. I have a good idea for a speedrun category. Crash percent. Just get all of the... What?
Wait, what?
Just get all of the crashes in as quickly as possible.
Normally, so there are some category extensions for Spyro where the goal is to crash the game as quickly as possible, just a little different. I imagine it wouldn't be much of a challenge in this game.
Yeah.
People complain, and rightfully so, about Enter the Dragonfly being a broken, glitchy game, but it's more that it has the same sorts of issues as Spyro 3, but they're easier to trigger than in Spyro 3.
Yeah.
It's not like Enter the Dragonfly is a disaster that came out of nowhere, and Spyro 3 is a perfectly programmed game. It's just a little easier to make those things happen in ETD.
So, a fun fact about mirrors and stuff like this in video games. Did you know that it's not actually a mirror? They are actually two models that you are playing as for Spyro at the same time. Which is probably why it's easy to crash there.
Oh, by the way,
Also, I'll be honest, this level feels very out of place in this homeworld because it's relatively short compared to the others.
Agreed.
Alright, so if we go over here, get these gems. And instead of going for the thief it wants us to go for, which is the yellow one, if we instead go for the red one first. Anyone who's not seen this is an amazing glitch. Now if we go over here to chase this guy, if we stop, he just infinitely spawns. If we mess with the camera. I don't know why it happens, but it's amazing.
And it only works if you eat them in that specific order.
Yup. And that's a very short area. And very easy to not miss anything. I hope I can beat Spike first try. Is there an easy way to get back from here? Because I saw a 5 that I missed. Yes, okay. Nice.
All right.
I'm glad I noticed that.
Let's hit.
Alrighty.
So Spike is our second world boss of Spyro 3.
And the hardest boss in the trilogy, by far.
Of the 3, like, non-sorceress bosses, definitely the hardest. Sorceress kind of depends.
Yeah.
But with this, there's just a huge difference in the fight on easy mode and not easy mode. And even though this is a speedrun, this is a fight where you 100% want to slow down.
Yes.
Going too fast, if you're not comfortable with what you're doing, will get you killed repeatedly until the game takes pity on you.
I have lost a good, like, 10-15 minutes on Spike before. Also, if he is shooting you and you jump, his bullets will track you up and down.
Yes.
So round 1, phase 1, you have to shoot him or throw the magma balls at him. Phase 2, you have fire. That's not good. And phase 3, you have these, which are pseudo homing missiles. No! Son of a bitch! Ah, that was so close. I am shocked that hit.
Yes.
Oh, he can just go and destroy the rocks?
Yes.
I thought it was
Can't
just...
use them against you, but
Did you say he can use them against me?
he cannot use them against you.
Okay.
He can with the other power-ups.
Oh, that's not good. Does that count? Let's go!
Apparently.
Okay, we both died at the same time, but I won.
Which is not always how this game works, so it was a pleasant surprise.
Yes.
All right, now that we've beaten our second boss, it is time for our second Sparks level of the run.
My least favorite Spark level of the run. Not near bamboo. Interesting. Oh!
Hi, Spot.
There aren't any skips in Spider Town, right?
There are, but it's a damage boost,
Ah.
so most people don't go for it. And it doesn't save much time.
Oh, I've seen it actually, yeah.
There's also a damage boost off this spider to get straight to the end of the level, but that doesn't help us in 117.
That is fair. Like, I know these spiders are just reskins of the crawdads, but they just seem to spawn faster and be a lot more aggressive. And there to just be a lot more of them. There's another invincibility.
And as a reminder, the green and the white power-ups are good. The pink and red ones are bad.
I forget which one I need to go to.
Yeah, we don't have any keys right now.
Yeah, it's that one you damage boost off of, I'm pretty sure, to get back here quicker. Nah.
Yeah, this is a rare section where you don't get much in the way of invincibility frames. You can get damaged in rapid succession.
Yeah.
But the same is also true of the enemies.
Yeah, if you, like, we want to keep the machine gun power up for the boss because it melts every boss. God damn it! I hate Spider Town.
And so actually that's not the worst place to take a death. When you die, you lose your power-up, which is really bad. But we died before the last green power-up, so we still have a chance to grab another one.
Yeah, I've had it before where I've died just after grabbing the last green power-up, and I've had to basically go into the boss without it. Not a super hard boss, but it's very annoying without the power-up.
Oh, I'm apparently lying. That or we skipped the green power-up. I can't tell which.
I don't know. I can take this for now.
It's safe to say that not having the green power for this boss costs a significant amount of time.
Yeah.
Because if you have it, you can beat the boss before it manages to attack. That's how good it is in this particular level.
Yeah, Spider Town is a rough level.
It is very easy to just lose a minute or more here, with even just a single death. That gem count looks good to me.
Wow, that weapon
does absolutely nothing to this boss. Neither do the fireworks, though.
Yeah, so with the machine gun, this boss dies in like 2 seconds.
Yes.
The third and fourth bosses are harder but more fun because they split up once you do enough damage.
Excellent work.
Alright, so I am going to quickly go over here and see where this gem is. I'm going to assume it's in the dog area. Not here. Oh, now I don't have sparks.
There is fodder at the start of the skateboarding section.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Hopefully it's in the skateboard section, because that's easy to find. Nice. Okay.
Right, and just like that, we are done the first 2 worlds. 2 to go.
Yeah.
Admittedly, the 2 longer ones remain, but we are almost halfway through Spyro 3, the last of our games in this trifecta.
Yeah. Also, any idea why you don't get warped to the rocket at the end of Frozen Altars?
Most of the levels are underwater, so it doesn't make sense for the NPCs to talk to you.
I mean, they can drown, I don't care.
But yeah, there's a similar, in-memory flag indicating that you've completed the 5 levels like there are in the first 2, but the warp is based off of the actual NPCs talking to you in the first 2 worlds.
Okay. Time for everyone's favorite level, Cursed Ridge.
And as you can see, the level is titled Charmed Ridge, but lots of things can go wrong here, so we call it Cursed Ridge.
Yeah.
Spyro.
A lot of people comment when they see this level that this level feels a lot like a Magic Crafter's or Dreamweaver's world from Spyro 1, in a way that a lot of the other Spyro 3 levels don't really fit into that vibe.
Whoop. It kind of does.
It feels sort of like Zephyr 2,
Yeah.
Spyro 2.
Really? Oh my god. Yeah, that wall doesn't exist. It looks like it exists, but it very clearly does not.
Just convenient.
Yeah, I'm not good at this level, by the way, guys. Just a warning. Okay.
According to
We made it to Jack and the Beanstalk.
Which, if you look really carefully, is just a reskin of the bean planting minigame from Zephyr that we skipped.
Yeah, I wish I could skip this one too. It's just not very fun. Also, now that we have the Sparks Gem Finder, it is basically impossible to miss anything anymore.
That sounds like a challenge. But yeah, as long as we're careful and actually use the gem finder in each area, we will not run into any problems with missed gems the rest of the way. We may have to go looking for a gem inside a level we're currently in, but we shouldn't have to backtrack for them. We shouldn't leave a level missing gems.
Yeah.
You've been doing great so far.
You've been doing great.
So, I feel like I found a way to not really cheese this, but make it so we don't have to backtrack with the yellow plant. Oh yeah, because you can just make this jump. That was it.
Yeah, so the dev intended solution has you at the very end go back into the puzzle and replace things you've already planted to get an extra mushroom. But we don't do that because you can just jump very far, basically.
Yeah.
There are faster solutions as well that skip larger amounts of the puzzle, but you do fundamentally need to go through a lot of this area for gems anyways.
I actually don't know the other skip.
There's solutions with spin jumps, and there are solutions with like power bounces. Neither of which looks like we're going to try the spin jump here.
Because spin jumps I actually know how to do.
Now the problem is it's a spin jump from a precise spot that's different for each mushroom.
Ah, damn. Okay, I'm not gonna do it then.
Yeah, the mushroom has sort of irregular spacing when it pops up, and there are certain spots where you can get under it and spin on top of it, but we don't need to do that here.
And then I've tried the power jumping before, but I'm not very good at that.
Yeah, it doesn't give you any benefits here.
I hope this breaks. So in 1.0, there's a chance that this floor just doesn't break.
And if it doesn't break, you just drop down and go through the front entrance. Loses like 3 seconds.
Is it just completely random, though?
I'm not aware of anyone having a reason why this happens. Alright, well that's one of the annoying sections of this level done.
Yeah, the other one is Sergeant Bird, but I've been getting a lot better at that one.
Yeah, that one's honestly not too bad.
Having no sparks here sucks.
Yeah, this level is not good about fodder, especially when you're not on easy mode. So easy mode and therefore reignited have a couple extra health spawns throughout the level.
I feel it might be better to just die here instead of trying to grab all of these manually.
Well, I would not necessarily die. There's fodder before the Sergeant Bird area.
True. Oh.
Yeah, because it puts you way back here. Alright. It's not that big of a backtrack. This game is pretty good about checkpoints.
Yeah.
Unless you're actively avoiding the checkpoints, they're never all that far apart.
Oh. So the other annoying part of this, the mystery jar.
Yes.
Also, I missed the egg on the Rook Castle thing again. I always miss that.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to go back for because you have to deal with that moving. It does throw a bit of a wrench in the mystery jar pathing.
I mean, I have to go back into the hole anyway, so I can just grab it then. What? I'm shocked I didn't make that.
That hover was a little early.
Damn.
If I remember correctly, hovering reduces your horizontal speed to 1%. So you basically need to be right on the target before you do it.
Fair. So we have to kill all the cat people. It's not that bad if you can get the timing right. I'm sure it's possible to kill all 10 before any of them come out, yeah?
Six out of 10 means we only have to deal with 4 of them. Every one that we snipe at the door is just some frustration saved.
Yeah. Last time I did this, I got 4, 9, and 9.
Yeah, 4, 9, and 9 is what I shoot for. You can get 5, 10, and 10.
So it's all
Yeah,
just
eight's
a rhythm.
Definitely good.
But this
Yeah,
is
it's a rhythm.
the important one because these ones have ranged attacks.
And your attacks cancel out theirs, or rather, their attacks cancel out yours, which means that you can fire on target and not hit them, and then get hit by their attacks.
Yeah.
But we are through. We're done. Let's see. I'm trying to think. That might be the end of Sergeant Bird.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, and granted, I am a little bit tired, I don't think there are any more Sergeant Bird areas in this game.
Thank fuck. Can we just patch him out? So I take the safe but slow route here because I do not want to have to redo this whole section.
And welcome on in, Yoshi. Thank you for the raid.
Hello. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, what I normally do if I miss this is I go here to grab this, and then when I climb back up, I just grab the thing. Thank you.
We are fairly late into a 337% run of the original Spyro Trilogy. That's full completion of the first 3 games for PlayStation 1. We have done the first 2, and we're about halfway through the 3rd, which is the longest.
And the most fun.
But definitely the longest.
Can you get a proxy off of that thing?
Possibly. I've never tried. There isn't much of a reason to do so.
Yeah. The reason to do so is to find out if you can.
Yep, exactly.
Hello?
You see a ladder or walls that look climbable.
So this enemy doesn't give you a gem for some reason?
Yeah,
So,
there are a handful of enemies in the game that don't.
so he can live. And if I ever miss a large area of gems, just assume that I'm coming back to that area later. Time for the third speedway.
And this is the longest of the races, but also the easiest of the races.
Yeah. I want to figure out how to do the quick UFO kill with Hunter. I know you have to hit like 6 specific items.
I think it's 5 and 6 gets you caught, but either way, it doesn't save much time.
Okay.
At some point, I'll look into it myself, but
It just
so
seems
if you are interested in speedrunning these games, I've talked about the community before, but each of the 3 full completion categories that make up this trifecta have up-to-date or close to up-to-date tutorials on a level-by-level basis by either the world record holder or a recent world record holder. So there are lots of resources for learning the runs, and you're not stuck into a single path through the game. There are alternatives, backups you can do, as long as you do grab everything.
See, it's things like this that I like using the D-pad for. That way I don't accidentally go up or down. I just thought I'm gonna have to do tanks while I'm 90% asleep. That's gonna be fun. But how are you holding up? Yeah, hopefully everyone's been enjoying the Spyro. After tonight, I plan to take a short break from Spyro for a bit.
Yeah, these trifecta runs are very cozy to watch, but they can be very draining to run. And especially to prepare for is really the big thing.
See, that's the thing. I tried to prepare, but for the past 2 weeks, I have not been able to get a run going in any game. But thankfully, this is the most difficult world in terms of the levels.
Look out, Spyro.
And today, Hunter continues his beef with the sheep UFOs for some reason.
Yeah, this whole side quest never made any sense to me.
Even Hunter acknowledges it doesn't make sense. At some point he says, where do these keep coming from? And the answer is they wanted to reuse the assets from Spyro 2.
I mean, it's a good reuse of them, honestly. It's just weird. Yay!
Alrighty, it's time for the gauntlet.
Yeah, Lost Fleet Fireworks Factory and Frozen Altars.
Yeah, so this section can really make or break PB attempt at 117 because we've got 2 of the 3 longest levels back to back with a bunch of things that can go wrong, a bunch of tricks.
In Lost Fleet, during a run that was very much going to PB, I lost 13 and a half minutes to Frozen Altars of no fault of my own because I got a soft lock that, from what I have found, no one else has been able to replicate.
Yeah, I played around with it for a bit and I just couldn't get it myself.
Were you on 1.1 or 1.0?
I tried on 1.1.
I wonder if it's a 1.0 thing then.
Could be.
Be careful.
Alright, this is Crazy Ed. He is the NPC of this level. And he lives here alone.
And that's why he's crazy.
He's crazy because he thinks ghosts exist. Really, it's just all of these enemies wearing sheets. But yeah, Lost Fleet has a lot of stuff in it, just like Enchanted Towers. We've got these flying birds that we saw that are annoying to shoot down. We have skateboarding. We have a couple of challenges involving submarines, some of which try and shoot at you.
God, I hate submarines.
A bunch of low-value individual gems, which makes it very easy to miss something.
I like the music though.
The 1.0 music is not bad. There was different music in the prototype, which was really thematic, but maybe not great for a kids game. A little too dark, maybe.
I'll have to look that up.
There's this, which is the super bonus round music.
Yeah.
Which, the mini games are basically the same as super bonus rounds, so that makes some sense. But they changed it in 1.1 again to basically be the music from Sheila's album, with a little bit of an undertone that sounds kind of like someone's using power tools. The 1.1 version is generally panned as one of the worst songs by most people. Not everyone agrees. Some people do genuinely like it. I've taken some polls, and most people hate the 1.1 version.
Very fair. I need to listen to it at some point then. Yeah, the worst part about this level for me is the subs.
One of the more frustrating parts about this level in a speedrun is that there are ways to speed up things that seem like auto-scrollers. You can cut a lot of time off the skateboarding races that we're going to see. You can make subs go really fast. And it's just sort of frustrating to not do that and lose time.
I know how to start the subs faster, but I don't know how to make the skateboarding faster.
You can skip 4 of the 6 laps.
Interesting.
But of course, you have to be very good at your gem collection to do that.
And I am not. Although I have lately been able to get all of the gems from skateboarding without having to backtrack. The last few runs that I've had.
Yeah, which is helpful for time. The less backtracking we do, the better. It's a long enough run doing everything correctly the first time. And yeah, I mentioned earlier, the world record for this category was set back in June of this year. It's held by Not Fanny, who is also the world record holder for the entire 337 that we're doing.
Yeah.
Although this category is a little bit less active than the other two, just because it's so long, in the past year, there have been new PBs by the people in 6th and 8th place on the leaderboards, both of whom did a bunch of runs over the past couple of years.
Spyro, right on. You can use my special racing board. Every time you do a trick,
So when you do a trick or hit a crab, you get points. And we always want to do the nasty North trick when we can, because it gives us like 3/4 of a bar.
Yeah, just like it gave us a bunch of points in the challenge in Enchanted Towers where we had to beat Hunter, it gives us a bunch of turbo.
And once we're in first place here, it's really hard to fall back. At least I found it hard to fall back.
Yeah, agreed.
It's the Hunter one that sucks, because he rubber bands the fuck out of you. I always miss that one. And that is the
and that is
first ring.
the first egg.
Yeah.
We also, I believe, were fast enough to grab the skill point, which is to win this in under a minute and 45 seconds. Yep, there it is on screen.
Nice. I didn't know that was a skill point, actually.
Yeah, it's less obvious than a lot of the others, and it's one of the few I think it's the only skateboarding one you can actually get during the egg challenges themselves.
Interesting. So,
And yes, we are in the era where Tony Hawk is big, and so everyone wants to add Tony Hawk to their game.
so you have to kill all 10 crabs. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Because I should have all the crabs pretty much dead at this point, and I don't.
No, you're good.
Okay, never mind, we're good. Fuck you, Hunter.
Hunter even did you a favor and killed one of them himself.
Yeah, the hard one
All
to
of them
get.
on one lap.
He killed the annoying one to get in that cave. But now as long as we keep turbo, we basically can't lose.
Yep. And we'll be trying to grab gems along the way. But we're looking good here.
I think I'm only missing the 2 green here now, and yeah. And that basket. Tony Hawk for Smash? Yes. Damn it. They should let you climb up there.
You can, but you have to glitch it. If you get a good enough charge jump glide into a hover, you can, but obviously in this direction it doesn't do you much good.
Oh, you can't make that back. Of course it's up there. At the end. Probably. You see, on circular levels, it's a pain in the ass for Sparks to find anything.
Definitely build up your boost. It's not a trivial jump without some. There we go.
I think that's everything. Okay.
All right. We are almost done with skateboarding for the run. It'll show up one more time.
And that one, we're gonna break it.
Yeah.
Because that is one of the hardest things to do legitimately in this game.
Agreed. I mean, it's doable, but it's not easy to win first try.
Yeah.
But for now, we are going to do some gem cleanup and prepare for a subs minigame.
My least favorite minigame in this entire trilogy.
Alright, nice jump.
Thank you.
That's harder than it looks.
I actually don't know what the legitimate way to get up there is.
You glide from the mast of the ship that's just in front of us right now.
Ah, that makes sense. Wait, there's a warp up here now, yeah?
Yes, there's a whirlwind.
Whirlwind,
There's
yeah.
Also not intended, but you can jump off the edge of that cannon to get up. If you set it up correctly.
Interesting. I think I want to go out here.
It looks like the route that I do, at least. Yeah, just remembering all of the routes across all 3 games for every level and then doing them back to back to back is an exhausting experience,
It is.
even when you know all of them.
But this is the game that I've definitely done the most. So these routes I have pretty much memorized for the most part. I'm just so tired right now.
So far, it's been a solid Lost Fleet.
Yeah. I wish the smoke wasn't so bad on these, because sometimes it's hard to tell if you're in front of the bird or behind it.
Yeah. With those, you're definitely in front of it, though.
Damn it. It should be the last 5. No, you haven't missed anything. Now for the fun part, and by fun part I mean I hate this minigame.
Alright, so we are getting into a submarine, and our goal is to kill 6 enemy subs in this round and then 7 in the next. These just sort of run away from you. The next set will also shoot at you as well. In that second phase, if you get hit once, the minigame resets.
And it sucked. Although
Each of these...
I've learned that in the second one, they basically go in a specific... They only really drop the mines in specific predestined places. Pre-established place. Words are hard.
So all of these subs are very heavily scripted. You can predict very easily what they're going to do. They have sort of a natural route, and if you disturb it by getting close, they may turn around. But otherwise, each of them has their own path. You can theoretically know these are the 2 subs I haven't killed, so this is where they're going to be.
Yeah.
The challenge is the game intends you to use this lock-on system. You see the 3 green rings turning to red, and once all 3 are red, you're locked on. But it's very easy to break. It's very easy to break the lock-on if you, not just like on the screen, but if your sub loses line of sight to them, it can drop it. And you can still have your missiles hit the wall even when you're locked on.
Yeah, although in this first one we have to kill 7, but one of them, just if you start fast, just blows itself up with its own mine.
Yes. In the fast route...
What? It didn't work!
You didn't hug the boat tightly enough, so it got too wide a turn.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, it's a little more than just the speed you come out with, unfortunately. But that'll be okay. It's not... It's just funny to watch rather than being a huge deal. For the most part, it's possible to snipe the subs without using the lock-on if you time your shots well. but it is a lot harder to do. Just faster.
Yeah.
So 2 subs left.
And I don't know which two. In the other tunnel. Okay. Damn, I thought I got him with that, or I thought I was gonna get him with that one. Stop moving! Let me kill you!
I personally find this to be one of the more frustrating ones to get, since it's very hard for the lock-on and your shots to work going through all these tunnels.
And then he doesn't fucking go all the way through the tunnel. God, this thing is so annoying. Let's go, he blew himself up!
There we go. So our final step for this level, and then we never have to come here again, is to collect the gems in this acid lake.
Which is not that difficult, thankfully.
We just have to keep an eye on our invincibility power-up, because if it ever runs out while we're down here, it is instant death.
No!
As we see right here.
I've never actually died down there before.
Thankfully, it's not all that punishing to do so, other
Yeah.
than losing a life.
And I have plenty of those. There we go.
All right. Level complete. We are done with Lost Fleet.
That was a bad loss fleet, though.
Most Lost Fleets are.
Yeah. I think my best loss fleet was like 16 minutes or something. I think I have everything around here. Now time for one of the coolest levels casually and the worst one in the speedrun.
think you've said that about 6 levels now.
I know.
With that said, the music in this is amazing. I'm going to shut up again and let you listen for a little bit.
Yes. The child disappeared! Yeah, this is definitely some of the best music in the trilogy.
I agree. And here is Noodles. Shoutouts to Noodles, a fan favorite egg.
Yes.
There is, in fact, a category where you just rush from the start of the game to get noodles as quickly as possible.
What was
Nice
that?
property.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that happens.
Is that
It's
a
a
viable
well-programmed
proxy?
It doesn't help you, but it is viable.
Also, for the chest above, do I want to jump into the green, or will it auto-collect if I'm far enough away?
You want to jump into the green.
Okay. So there is a chest here that is a decent way through the level that if you break it, then one gem will fall down back to the beginning of the level unless you shoot it from far enough back where you would have to jump into the gem and collect it out of the air. Oh yeah, it's handling Greta again. From Scorch.
Nothing ever goes wrong in Fireworks Factory. A joke that probably made more sense if you were also here 7 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, the main section of this level, not too bad. Pretty cool. It's the side areas that are rough.
Yeah, I don't like the Spyro one with Handle very much. Nope, didn't get it. Damn.
Yeah, that angle wasn't gonna work.
Yeah.
It's tough. It doesn't lose that much time if it drops down, because you just grab it as the very last gem of the level.
But see, that's something I don't like to do because I like the last one being in the Agent 9 section so that I know I have all of them there.
Yeah, that does make it a bit more difficult. This is the most normal of the 3 side areas. we are trying to get to an egg rather, that is slightly out of reach by going through a giant circular path with a bunch of enemies in the way.
These two guys suck. Those are the two worst enemies in this whole level. Except for the dragons.
And we will see the dragons soon.
Although I like the dragons. I think it's a
They
fun
are
fight.
conceptually cool.
Yeah.
From a speed standpoint, they are a great way to lose a bunch of time.
Because it's completely RNG from what I understand. I feel like that first one should have hit. No, turn around. That bomb went a long way. Let's go to the wrong one first. Or technically the right one first? Losing sparks here sucks, because then you can't really tell if you're missing anything.
Yeah, so normally what you'd probably do is after grabbing this egg, take a death, which will at least give you sparks back, but it
Yeah.
doesn't feel good to do that.
Cool.
It looks
So it's possible to clone a gem here by accident.
Yes, if you skip the cutscene in the middle, then one of these enemies will drop 2 gems instead of 1, which sounds really cool. Taking advantage of that to skip a gem elsewhere is not allowed for this category. You do have to collect all of the intended 20,000 gems rather than duplicating any to avoid collecting some.
Well, these are the dragons. Billy and Jimmy. I actually wonder if they do have canonical names or not. Oh, they love the tunnels today.
Yeah, so these dragons, every time you hit them, they shed one of their parts, which makes them harder to hit. But every so often, they regrow one back to their original length. And so if you leave them alone long enough, they will respawn. They will effectively be back to their full health. Which means it's best not to split your damage, but focus one, which is why we're going after the red one. And mostly ignoring the purple one.
God, I hate these dragons. So he was down to 1 hit. Now he's got 3 hits. This is another section where I find it easier to use the D-pad over the control stick.
We did hear a roar. That was the red dragon being defeated, so there's only one left. Makes things a bit easier on us. Not tons, but...
If they just keep on going in circles like this, it's so quick and easy to kill them. Unless they just do that.
Yeah, we generally want to see circles and not going into tunnels, but to an extent that is beyond our control.
These guys actually show up again in Season of Flame, where they're even worse.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be doing a little bit of gem cleanup in this area, and then we will be off to the final minigame of Fireworks Factory, where we're going to be doing a cool glitch.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of prep first to make sure I have the right button for switching controllers. I'm gonna go grab that green that I dropped, because I can just shoot back up to the top now. Alright, cool. Alright. So what we need to do here is charge and glide onto the top corner of that, and then unplug the controller and plug it back in while holding a specific button combination.
Yep, so there's the first step. We've skipped into this area without Agent 9 unlocked. And there's the second half. So by pausing on a certain frame, which we're doing by unplugging the controller and plugging it back in again, we are able to jump out of Agent 9's talk box and retain control as Spyro. So we're actually going to do this Agent 9 section playing as Spyro instead of Agent 9, but still from a first-person point of view. So as you can tell, things aren't quite what they're meant to look like.
It's so much easier as Spyro, though. 'Cause Agent 9 is incredibly slow.
Without special movement technique anyways. Probably the best way to put this is if you are good at Agent 9 movement, Agent 9 is the faster way to do this. If you're not, Spyro isn't, it's not close.
But this level does, in my opinion, take a lot of concentration.
Yeah, it is a lot harder to tell if you are collecting gems because of the first-person camera. And all of the different sound effects from the ninjas.
Which is why I like doing it last, because then once you get all of them, the 600 out of 600 will pop up. I'm dead. I got stuck on a wall.
Hi, is it not?
Alright, that's part 1 done. How did you get in here?
He spawns in the room. He was just off camera.
I will say your first time going through this as Spyro is very difficult to understand and control. I think I got everything here. Yes. I don't want to die again. Okay, I got Sparks back finally. Yeah, this is very disorienting to control. Alright, I missed something in here.
Thanks for what?
What am I missing? Probably a 5. Yeah. Oh, right there. At least it wasn't far.
All right, and we are done with what's probably the toughest back-to-back levels in the run.
Yes.
We're not done by any means, but things ease up with our next level quite a bit.
So if you do not do Honey Speedway before now, you won't be able to for a while because Hunter has been captured. I don't know if that's what you were going to say or not.
That was.
Okay. I'm gonna let this cutscene play out because I am thirsty and I need a drink.
The first rejuvenating breath of freedom. With the humility of a wounded sparrow, I genuflect to my noble delivery.
I don't care. This level, so Bentley moves very slowly, but he's not. His levels aren't bad, except for boxing. I hate Yeti boxing so much.
I will.
So I just had a thought. The only character in the last world who doesn't get their own level is Sergeant Bird.
Yep, that's correct.
I wonder if the dev didn't like him either.
Sergeant Bird and Sheila are the only ones who get levels in the first world, though.
Is Sheila the only one who gets a level in every world?
I don't think Sheila does in midday or evening. Oh, does in midday, but not evening.
If you use
Which one in midday? I'm trying to think.
Spooky Swamp.
Right. Did I miss a totem? I thought there were 3 here.
Nothing seemed obviously wrong, but I am about as tired as you are, so don't quote me on that.
Well, if you need to go to bed, then go to bed.
And we're getting close. I'm gonna see if I can make it the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's fair. Is he just gonna stand there?
Yeah, you do have to talk to him.
have a gong.
Dumbass. Thankfully, this is a very short level.
It's a nice break after Lost Fleet and Fireworks Factory and before Frozen Altars.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
So that's the last egg here. And that's egg number 100. We are now 2/3 of the way through the game.
Yep, that sounds about right. Maybe a little more than that, but not much.
Oh, 2/3
Which is good
in terms
progress.
of egg count.
Right, but the eggs are pretty evenly spaced throughout the game, unlike the gems.
Yeah.
So it looks like from our gem count we're not close to 20,000 gems, but there are 2 factors here at play. Moneybags currently is holding some of our gems hostage, and we'll get them back later on. And the later levels have more gems, which generally means they're more densely packed. You get more gems per minute later in the run.
And the fact that we only need to collect 15,000 before the end of the game.
Yes. The final level has 5,000 of them, and the final level is about as long as a normal level.
Yeah. except it's very fun. It's like a bonus. Literally, it's called Super Bonus Round. Alright, now I just need to pray to the RNG gods for Yeti boxing and cat hockey. Oh, and I know why I kept missing that jump over to... I'll point it out when I get there. Oh yeah, so now we have Ice Breath.
Yeah, we don't really want Ice Breath, but the game gives it to us anyways. It's useful in a couple of places. It allows for them to add puzzles that they otherwise couldn't. But for the most part, Ice Breath is just less convenient than Flame Breath.
Yeah, we can do this. I still cannot hit that guy without him hitting me.
It's a timing thing. You'll figure it out.
So this jump, I think... Beautiful. I think I've been aiming for the wrong part to jump to. Yeah, I kept aiming for this part. I tried to double jump. Whoops.
Unfortunately, not a thing in this game, and trying the inputs for it causes you to plummet to the ground.
That was dumb. The week. Oh my god, I did it again. Oh, I need to kill the snowman before I move on. Where am I going?
So yeah, these giant snowmen can only be defeated by the laser systems, which, if you actually listen to the NPCs, Moneybags sold them.
Moneybag what?
They're not happy. Moneybags sold them these laser defense systems, and the NPCs are not thrilled with how they perform.
Fair. He also probably sold the snowmen to the sorceress.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that. We're bouncing on non-standable terrain, which keeps us from falling down. And that's how we get to that egg, not the intended way.
Is there any point to getting these early?
No, but...
Alright, time for part 1 of RNG Hell.
Alright, so... boxing is...
Go and show him not to
Yeah.
mess with us. Remember to block his eye punches and hit him low when he tries
So
to...
our goal is to beat the enemy Yeti in a boxing match twice, while dealing with some really frustrating mechanics. Basically, on hard mode, the Yeti makes its moves faster than we do. It can just block for long periods of time. Basically, there is a specific rhythm of upper jabs that we can do that, for the most part, gets around RNG factors, but the timing is very difficult. And that was a very close fight.
Yeah.
We were one hit away, but we won, and that's what matters.
So I don't do round 2 the normal way. Because I find it easier to do it normally.
No, you do it the normal way. I don't. Well, okay. So now we're in a 3-round boxing match, and there are 2 ways to do this. You can just continue jabbing at the Yeti, hope you win in 1 round. If you don't, you go into round 2, both sides get healed a little bit, and you win then. Or you can exit the area and come back, and it's magically round 2, exit the area, come back, and it's magically round 3, and just outlast the Yeti instead. If you don't win in 1 round, that second approach is faster, but if you can win in 1 round, you have any real shot of doing so, it's faster to try for that. And this fight's going pretty well. We're not going to win in 1 round, but we are well ahead, which we like to see.
Yeah, I need to hit him like 2 more times. Yeah, so I don't like doing it the other way because you basically have to hit him and then play keep away. But
Not necessarily. That's
one way of doing it.
Yeah.
But the problem is that you have to make sure that you have more health at the end, and I'm bad at that, so I'd rather just do it the normal way.
But we are out of boxing. We won both of them. That's, I think, more than enough in a marathon.
Yeah. There's really only one really annoying part of the run left, and it's also in this level. So none of these little mammoths have gems. So they get to live. For now. Those 2 get to live.
Thanks for helping. Says.
Alright. This is
Alright.
Moneybags' favorite sport. Makes sense since he's a piece of shit.
Any fans here of hockey?
I
Well, you're going to hate this. This is cat hockey. And the object, is to shoot the cats at your own goal, not your opponent's. But also their cats.
And ice physics. Really, really bad ice physics. It's first to 5 wins. What if I push him in my goal?
You can, but it makes things harder for yourself because he then acts as a goalie.
Is he just stuck in there?
No, he gets out, but while he's frozen, it's just a whole area you can't hit a cat at.
And I'm about to lose. Unless... Nice.
Well done.
First try cat hockey. That's rare for me.
Also, it looks like we just hatched a sheep. It's actually a dragon in a sheep costume. Don't ask me how that works. I don't have an answer for you.
Well, you see, when a dragon and a sheep love each other very much. I thought I killed this guy. Oh, but I didn't collect his gem. All right. Wow, that was a 12-minute frozen ulcer. That's my fastest yet, I think. Alright, now we just clean up and go fight the next boss. Who is Scorch.
And Scorch is an RNG fest. In 117, we care a good bit less about this than in the shorter categories, but we are completely at RNG's whim when it comes to how we fight Scorch.
Yeah, so we can either get green rockets or red rockets. We want red rockets.
Yes, if you watched the Reignited trifecta about a week and a half ago, there was a very good use for green rockets in that, something called rocket storage, but that is unfortunately a trick exclusive to the remake. We basically have no use for green rockets at all.
I think it was you who told me that there was there's an interview with the devs saying they forgot to make the green rockets more powerful than the red rockets.
Yeah, there was a showcase run where a top any percent speedrunner did a run with the devs with some of the devs watching, and that was something that they commented on, being surprised that the green and red rockets did the same amount of damage.
All right. But if you can get a single red rocket, then like I said earlier, you can just make sure that Scorch isn't allowed to play the game.
That's it. I've had enough.
That is the most iconic line from the game, or at least the most relatable.
Yeah.
Sorceress really is a mood there.
This might...
Thanks, Bentley. So now that we have a red rocket, he can do that. When we try that again, we just hit him. When he screams at us, we hit him.
Not the best RNG from Scorch's actual attacks, but honestly, first try red rocket is plenty good for our needs.
And he did. So that big egg he just spit out, that would have been Buzz. But Buzz gets absolutely destroyed by the red rocket.
Buzz, if you remember, is the first boss from this game, the one that looks like Ivysaur, but he only has 1 health instead of 6 in this fight.
Yeah.
Alright, with that, it's time for our 3rd Sparks level.
And the one that can soft lock. I guess the 4th one can soft lock too, but that one's easier to avoid.
Yeah, I've seen the 4th one crash
Oh.
entirely, but basically you have to be doing the wrong route for that to happen.
So here we're gonna skip again. I want to be more in the corner, I think.
Yeah, it's like right on the corner.
Yeah, it's just very tiring to do that on your fingers.
There we go.
What? Spark, what the hell? And we're at the boss. And that's the boss.
Now, once again, as the full completion category, we still have to go through the entire level and grab everything. But one of the benefits of doing the level backwards and beating the boss is a bunch of these doors open up automatically. Normally, to complete this level, you have to kill every single enemy in an area before the door to the next area will open up. And we mostly get around that requirement by doing the level backwards. But that's also the reason why we can softlock here, because some of the doors can get stuck, trapping you inside, because they're not fully on board with this order of doing things.
Yeah. Thankfully, the soft lock is close to the beginning of the normal level, so if it happens...
One of them is.
Oh, there's more than one?
Yeah, there are several ways to soft lock in this level in various different places with the same idea.
Fair.
But the more common one is near the start of the level going forward.
Also, if you guys have not noticed, holding the strafe button for Sparks makes him point in one direction, which makes it a lot easier to do anything in these levels.
Honestly, this room is not a bad place to have the mines. A rare place where another power-up does some good. And there's another green, sort of rapid-fire one just ahead anyways. Yes, we can get soft locked in this room. The doors close on us if we're not careful moving around them. So they're going to try and slam shut on us here.
Yeah.
And if we're on the wrong side, they stay shut. We're trapped.
Yeah.
There's another place where something similar can happen, and that is a few rooms away from here, but it's very close to the start of the level. So if anything goes wrong, we'll be okay. We can come back in.
And I'm just worried about dying. Because I think this is the one with, like, the most enemies. Maybe that's Bugbot Factory, but Bugbot Factory is easy. It's not this one, but the next one, right?
Do not go up here now.
Okay.
Do not go up here now. That is a soft lock.
So now it's this.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, safe insofar as we leave the level here, so it doesn't matter that we get trapped. All right, that's it for World 3. We're done with Evening Lake. Only one to go.
Yeah. And these are the most fun levels.
When I
So now we have an extra hit. So if we grab 2 fodder, he is now yellow and sparkling. So desert ruins can crash.
Haunted Tomb can crash, but it's not likely. Bugbot Factory can crash, but you have to be doing something really wrong. I mean, probably the best way to put it is probably all of the levels can crash, but Desert Ruins and Haunted Tomb are the ones that are, like, realistic. Where it can happen. But happily, we're using a memory card, so if anything happens, we'll just be reloading the save and starting at the start of the level where the crash happened.
So you need 100 eggs to fight the sorceress?
That's correct.
We have 111. Also, don't worry about that thief. He just dies and drops his egg after we beat the sorceress. Also, this fight sucks.
That is correct.
I'm just terrible at aiming with the normal cannons.
So this fight starts out with the sorceress attacking you and you not able to do anything. Agent 9 does a lap around the circuit while some of these balloons carrying weapons overhead move into place. If you basically go back and look up, you can guess which cannon is going to drop first. But what's most important is that we start out controlling cannons with limited numbers of shots, and we need to hit the sorceress twice to move on to the next phase. It is possible to hit her more than twice with good movement and similar.
Yeah, I'm so bad at aiming these. Okay.
And As we get that second hit, all of the cannons phase from existence, and our next phase will be with tanks.
Tanks
And our
are
goal is to get
a little bit easier to use.
our goal is to get 4 more hits here, so we'll have 6 total, and that'll let us move on to the third phase. It is possible to skip phase 3 and just do the rest of the fight with a tank, but you don't necessarily want to if you're not comfortable with the tank shooting. But it does end up being faster if you are.
Holy shit, I didn't hit her once! Oh my god. I still think that Spike is harder. This fight just sucks.
Yeah, this fight is not pleasant.
I literally can't hit her! Okay.
Alright, now that we've done 6 damage, the final phase begins. We will get some UFOs to jump onto for our final 6 hits.
And this is the easy phase. Well, easier phase. Fuck you. Because UFOs have infinite ammo. How did that miss? Also, I never realized, what is this music in this fight?
Yeah, so this is a bug in 1.0 where it plays the Sunrise Spring Homeworld music. That's fixed in 1.1 and you get the actual Sorcerer's boss fight music.
I never noticed. It's always been like that?
Yes.
Interesting.
So we just beat the quote-unquote final boss, but that's not the end of the run. That's the end of the any percent portion. We'll now be going through the worlds that we skipped, and then super bonus round will end in a true boss fight.
Yeah.
To sort of finish out the run. But one thing that beating the Sorceress here does is it unlocks the 4th and final Sparks level early.
Which is the most important one. So, does having the extra Sparks hit matter in the Sparks levels?
No,
Damn.
not at all.
So I find this to be honestly the easiest of the Sparks levels.
This one tends not to be too bad, but it does depend. If you lose your power-up, it suddenly becomes a lot harder.
Okay, it's more in the corner.
I don't actually know if you can get it from the corner or not.
Is it supposed to be from here then?
Slightly further down, there's a little seam. You have to. This is a very precise wall climb. You have to know the spot to go from.
I can usually get it. It doesn't matter that much. The other one in this level is a lot easier.
That's the one that matters a lot more.
Yeah, because this just gets these few enemies, and that's literally it. Better casual? Personally, I'd say the original, but that's because I prefer the original.
Kind of depends on what you're looking for. A lot of people, myself included, really enjoy Reignited Spyro 1. There's a lot of attention to detail and care put into the visuals. It does control very differently, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Modern camera controls are really useful. So in Reignited, you can use, on say console, the right analog stick to control the camera, which is what you expect from a modern game. Whereas in the original, you are fully rotating the camera with the trigger button, which is not pleasant. For 2 and 3, it's a little more complicated because they very clearly didn't have as much time put into them as 1, because of deadlines and such. And 3 especially can be fairly buggy in a casual playthrough. Even with Spyro 1 on PC, certain frame rates break the game. And you're kind of locked into playing only a couple possible frame rates instead of, say, unlimited, which causes Spyro to slide around all over the place. Or I think 30 makes it so that some of the cycles just don't happen and you can't beat some of the levels. So it kind of depends what you're looking for. If you want the visuals, Reignited is good at that. And if you want the modern camera control, there's no question Reignited has better camera controls. With that said, we are speedrunners of the original. That's generally our preference
This one...
from that perspective.
I forget where this one is, but I know it's not as precise.
You were in the right spot. It's at the corner.
My fingers are just so tired from spamming the buttons.
So with this one, you don't need to mash.
Oh.
You're holding down, holding R2. But the setup for that one is fundamentally different from the other wall climbs.
That's the final Sparks boss. Do those things hurt you?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm missing something. I think over here? No. How many am I missing? 3.
Probably the top right corner of this big room here.
Yup, I always forget about those because this guy just comes out on his own.
Right, that's our last Sparks level of the run. So we have all of the power-ups.
Yeah, we get 2 power-ups from this one. We can now teleport, which is useless.
That last egg.
And well, useless for me now.
Yeah. It saves time on fast disk speed on PlayStation 2. It loses time everywhere else to leave levels that way.
And then Sparks can also break open containers now.
You just heard that vase explode in the background.
So Sparks sucks at his original job, and now we give him another one. What could possibly go wrong? You know, let's get rid of money bags now. Oh wait, I assume that's the egg the thief had.
It is, yes. It also has a different name in 1.0 and 1.1. So we just saw it was Myken. This is the original release. In the Greatest Hits release, they add an A and its name is Myken.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not entirely clear why they did that, but it is one of the weird differences between the versions.
So now you guys can see we're much closer to the 15,000.
And each of these levels coming up has 700 gems, instead of, say, 400 for the levels at the start of the game. Yeah, so we're doing Chin Jump, or as it's sometimes known, the Crimson Chin. You can stand on this, and with a careful glide, we can skip directly to the end of the level.
No! I've only done this once ever, and I didn't soft lock. Because it is easy to soft lock on this.
Yeah, so specifically, the end of level cutscene is triggered by Spyro reaching a certain area in the space that's just above us, and it pulls out the NPC from inside this statue helmet thing. If you trigger that cutscene from the wrong spot, the game breaks. The game doesn't know how to handle it. So fortunately, we have no issues here. The NPC came out as expected, but if you hit the trigger from the wrong point, the NPC gets stuck inside, never comes out, and you have to reset your console. Again, happily, we have a memory card, so the time loss from that would have been minimal.
And this does... How much time does this actually save through the chin jump?
If you get it first try, probably... I don't know, it's not a ton. It makes the route a little less awkward because we have to do 2 loops through this final area. And some of the glides are easier going backwards than forwards. Plus, there's a key and a key chest in this area where the key is near the end and the chest is near the start. So all that adds up to like a decent chunk of time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable putting like a number of seconds on it, but
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm pretty sure that even with like several tries needed, we're saving time by doing the level backwards.
And it's fun to do the level backwards.
And the big reason we can do the level backwards without tons of weird movement and stress is because Moneybags is gone.
Yeah.
Normally he is locking the door that we just passed through, and we have to pay large amounts of gems to get through. But by being the sorceress, we remove him from the equation, and everything he locked is open for the rest of the game.
Yep, just like in Spyro 2.
There's actually a fun, clearly unintended interaction. So we did not pay Moneybags for Sergeant Bird. We did a swim and air trick with the bridge. And so if we were to go back to Midday Garden and be anywhere near Sergeant Bird, the game would be very confused because we haven't seen the cutscene for unlocking Sergeant Bird. And it'll play immediately as soon as we get close enough to Sergeant Bird's level.
Yeah,
Moneybags.
I've done that before. It's very awkward.
It is. We won't be seeing that because we don't have to backtrack for any gems in that world, but that's one reason why it may happen if you are looking for gems in the home world.
Also, these two eggs have great names. Ow. I'm pretty sure they're just called like Crash 1 and Crash 2 or something. Damn, it doesn't show them.
Yeah, we'll be able to see after we collect them. There are a lot of references in this game, but especially this level. So we just saw a Croft who was doing some tomb raiding. The end of level NPC.
Yeah, Tara Croft.
Yeah.
Crash Kangaroo 1 and Crash Kangaroo 2.
So there's this. So Crash Bandicoot references. But also Tony Hawk. All the skateboarding stuff is clearly Tony Hawk reference. And although we skipped through the cutscene in Fireworks Factory, when Greta takes out some ninjas for us, all of the moves are Matrix references.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that Insomniac and Naughty Dog shared office space when they were making Spyro and Crash.
That's my recollection. That's my recollection.
And yeah, they worked a lot together on stuff to help build the games. And in fact, there's a code that you can put into Spyro 1 to get a demo for one of the Crash games.
Yeah, I think for 3, the code unlocks a demo for Crash Bash that's fully completable.
Yes.
Like you can play 100% of the game or something.
Also, this enemy doesn't actually have a gem, so he can live.
We're now coming back to the start of the level. But the big difference here is we have the key from late in the level, which means less awkward backtracking.
Yes. This is why I hate... Okay, so we did grab it. A lot of the times he'll break the vase and then not grab the gem.
Yeah, and so this all comes back to the flame charging that we talked about in Spyro 1. If you are charging when a gem spawns and you're close enough, it will home in, including when Sparks breaks baskets. So the real benefit is if you're charging by as Sparks breaks it, it will auto-collect. It's actually bad if Sparks breaks it and you're not charging, because then Sparks has to go and collect the gem and it's actually slower.
Yeah.
All right, time for Shark Riders.
Yeah. So because the manta ray here moves so fast, it's easier for me at least to grab all of the gems while I'm doing the challenge. Like, I just leave 1 or 2 dudes alive and then just kill them when I'm done collecting gems.
Yeah, basically, unless you're Sparksless, which makes it harder to collect the gems while in the manta ray, that's the way to go. Bit of a weird feature / glitch with this minigame is if you get part of the way through and exit the area, the sharks that you defeated are removed from the level until you exit the level entirely. So we've killed 5 of 8. If we leave and come back to this sub area, it will say 0 out of 3.
Interesting.
And that actually matters, because if you get hit by one of their homing missiles, it respawns all of the sharks that you killed, not the ones that were removed from exiting the area and coming back.
I never knew that.
It's very strange, and it is of no use in a speedrun. But in sort of a casual playthrough, if you're struggling with it, you can basically save anything you've destroyed. It's very weird.
You can do a flip?
Yes, and it's very disconcerting.
Alright, and that is Desert Ruin.
Nice.
Now time for the slowest level. What are you going to say?
We are close to done.
Yes. We have this.
We have
2 more levels after Agent 9's lab. The Speedway, and then Super Bonus World round. World round. The world is round. I tried to fireball those for some reason. I am tired.
It becomes very hard to keep track in this type of trifecta where the movement is subtly different between the games.
Yeah. This is one of only 3 times we have to play as Agent 9, and one of those we just skip. The only hard part here is remembering all the balloons. I think there's 6 of them in the level.
See, that sounds right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe that's correct. Happily, 4 are grouped up together.
Yeah. And in Agent 9, if you kind of do the same thing as with Sergeant Bird, if you hold a diagonal and one of the strafe buttons and spam the other strafe button, you can gain a lot of speed. But it's very hard to control, and I'm not good at controlling it.
A vest?
Yeah, as you can see, we got a bunch of speed and it immediately pushed us backwards, so we lost time off of that speed.
Yeah.
Which is very easy to do. It's easy to get speed, it's hard to control it.
I still wish that Agent 9 had some sort of melee attack.
These indicate.
Yeah. Sadly, he does not. Also, here's the professor, who has not otherwise shown up in this game. Was in Spyro 2, and just he's suddenly here. In some of the credit sequences that we skipped, it's explained that he got a book with coordinates to the Dragon World. But it turns out that his coordinates are about 1,000 years out of date. And he jokes, well, that must be why the book was so cheap.
Well, I know this is possible, but it's not easy. There we go.
Just as.
Now we have to kill some more birds.
Nice. Now I can.
And then more birds. There we go.
All right.
The lab.
Yeah, at some point we have to clean up that room, but we're going to be backtracking through it, so it doesn't matter if we do it now or later. That's true of our route. If you are really good at zigzagging, you can avoid that backtrack entirely, but it is not easy.
Alright, chat, important question for you. Do we have this egg yet?
I'm going to say we do not have this egg. I've been watching, I don't recognize this. This is new to me. We do not have Tony.
We do not have Tony. So there is a glitch that I'm not entirely sure how it works, where you can get that egg and it just says you already have this egg, even though you don't.
So if you're watching the cutscene at the end, the egg shoots out of the 6th boat and it lands on land. If you are in the egg's collect box when it lands, when it finally gives you credit for the egg, it will say you already have the egg because you collected it when it landed out of the boat.
Oh, interesting.
So your position was such that you did not already have Tony.
Damn. So I learned that if you jump when you throw these, it kind of auto-aims it.
Within reason, yes.
Wow, that was I hate Agent 9 levels. They're so bad. I have 20 live. What the hell?
That is a good time for the 1-up, which comes with a full heal.
Yes.
But only sort of. We don't have that extra hit point. I believe if you are Sparksless and get a full life, it doesn't give you the extra hit point. There's
Interesting.
something weird about this. I know when you die and respawn, it always starts you at 3 health, even if you have the extra hit.
So if I die and respawn, will it start me here?
Yes, now that Zoe has zapped you, it will.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if I can get this, 'cause I need to go back to the bird room anyway.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Also, I don't know if you got the 6th balloon.
I'm pretty sure I got all of them.
I don't see any
no, you're
shadows,
right.
But
I never backed up enough to shoot it. Thank you.
we definitely don't want to go all the way to the start and then find out we have to go all the way to the end again. That would be very sad.
I'd just jump into the ocean.
Yeah, which would warp you back to the end of level.
Also, if you guys have noticed, Agent 9... Where are you pointing, Sparks? Agent 9's shot bounced off of walls and stuff.
But yeah, the intended design of this level is rough, because you go all the way to the end and then you have to backtrack all the way to the start with the bombs.
Like, I don't think it's a bad level, it's just kind of boring.
You're right. Another level down.
So Island, Haunted Tomb, and Dino Mine.
Yeah, normally if we had missed gems earlier in the game, this is the point where we would go get them. Using the teleport ability that we got from the last Sparks level. But we did not miss any gems, or we've already collected anything we did miss. So we are free to just move on ahead to Crystal Islands after a little more gem cleanup here. Now, I don't know what the 1.0 music for this is. The 1.1 music I find very disconcerting.
I like the 1.0 music.
Now, this is very different.
Yeah, I don't like the 1.1 music. They just use the Seashell Shorts music here, and I think it just fits so much better.
And we are doing a lot of swimming.
We'll be swimming in air pretty soon.